somebody the last time I was in Montreal, and he was talking about how his last 2 apartments, he had to sublet both of them. And because he only lived in one of them for 3 months, he was renting a place, then had to sublet his place so that he could move to a different place, which he was subletting off of somebody else, then had to sublet that sublet so that he could move to a third place while his first place, well, technically still subletting his first place so that he could move to a third place right when the leases changed. So he was like subletting 2 places while moving to a like it's something else if you have to move. But wow, yeah, hearing about that stuff is something. That building was something. You had 3 fire alarms in 4 months, and it flooded once because someone plugged the drains and opened all the faucets in their apartment before leaving. Oh, awesome! They had to get firemen to destroy the door. Wow, that's one way to say fuck a landlord. Yeah, I don't know. I think the fire alarm in this building goes off maybe once a year? Maybe? Like, I actually couldn't tell you the last time. Like, with the exception of the, like, because we do, it's like every 6 months we do fire alarm tests. So when I think back on the fire alarm going off, I'm actually generally just thinking about the fire alarm tests. And they're, like, scheduled and they tell us in advance. So, you know. You woke up at 4 a.m. and it was raining inside. As somebody who just rewatched Houseu, that has a very different meaning, but I understand what you're referring to. But, geez. Raining inside. Yeah, that's one of my nightmares. I do have pretty decent insurance, but... Reading a wall of DMs at this exact moment. What's up, Kyuyun? How's things? As well as Celestia. You made it! Good morning! You had a player 2000 error that you were not able to recover until you rebooted. I'm gonna say, just like, refresh the stream when that pops up, because that'll usually kill it. Your daily dopamine shot before you leave. That sounds like a decent way to spend an evening. But wouldn't you want something that like puts you to sleep instead of dope? Because like, wouldn't dopamine wake you up? You'd want kind of like the opposite of dopamine, I would think. I mean, yeah, I think not. I know not a reason the gunpowder treason should ever have been forgotten. I didn't end up watching V for Vendetta on the 5th of November. I think I mentioned on Discord I might. But instead I ended up watching all of Welcome to Wrexham Season 2. Which I wasn't expecting to do, but then I did. And all I have to say is that that's a very good show. I recommend Welcome to Wrexham. It's a very, very, very good show. Very good show. Very much enjoyed it. You've been to Wrexham? I completely believe that, Stone. Yeah, they put out a second season, I think it was a month and a half ago. So I rented it and watched the whole thing. Around the time that I realized, oh, I only have a week to watch this, that I just kind of watched it in a day. Because it's like 12 episodes, and most of the episodes are 20 minutes. Dopamine stimulates happiness in the brain, and on brain, if I'm happy, your sleep quality hits the roof. Well, that's good. When I'm like, if I'm staring at a screen until right before bed, I don't sleep, generally. So, but I think that I'm pretty much through the wall of DMs I was just getting. Let's see if they decided to send me Stronghold Key. Nope. Much disappoint. Grumble. Although I will tell you this, I ordered the soundtrack for Risk of Rain Returns on vinyl. You snatched your wife from Wrexham? Wait, like your wife grew up in Wrexham? Neither? I will say it's a good show. Brain Fist as well. Hello, Chris BS. What do you say we bring the YouTube folks into this? Me too, Brain Fist. Yeah, actually, someone in chat was asking, like, what games am I interested in that are coming up? Risk of Rain Returns. It's like Stronghold Definitive Edition and Risk of Rain Returns because I like popular games for normal people. She's from Wrexham, but now she lives here with you in Finland. I mean, like, the fucking Deadpool mayhem was, what, 2021 that happened? But, yeah, I don't know. I'm one of those people who just really likes sports documentaries. I don't like European football kind of at all. I don't like watching it. There's very few sports I actually enjoy watching, but I really like decent sports documentaries, so... Started working. Why did it stop? Did it stop? Anyway, let's start up the YouTube stream. I keep getting distracted by these DMs. European football. As a Canadian who also has... so I have to differentiate between American football, which is one thing, Canadian football, which is something else because it has different rules, European football, which is a completely different game, American soccer, which is one thing, Canadian soccer, which is a slightly different thing because the field's a different size, and I give up. So I ain't calling any of them the real one, because depending on who I'm talking to, I just specify. And I'm sure Australian has their own rules too. And then there's rugby, which is, that's just a different thing entirely. And then here in Canada, we also have lacrosse, which is a going concern. which nobody cares about. So, I don't know. All right, chat room, we should be live on YouTube momentarily. And I do that literally right as an ad starts on Twitch, so maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a bad thing, but... do you guys want to say hi, YouTube? Field hockey along with ice hockey? Field hockey's not a real thing. No, nobody gives a shit about field hockey. Like, Canadian talking here? Nobody cares about field hockey. I mean, like, back alley hockey is a more important sport. Is what I'll say. And then suddenly half of chat is not only a lifelong fan of grass hockey, but also, like, actively plays in a league and goes to 25 games a year. You know, it's funny because, like, modern me thinks back on street hockey as like a, oh yeah, no, when the friend at the back shouts car and then everybody gets out of the way because there's a car coming down is like a weird part of the nostalgia for it. But in like a modern context, yo, it's kind of messed up that like little kids had to shout car to get out of the way of a car because there's a car coming down the road in the middle of our game, regardless of what we were playing, whether that be like, I don't know, dodgeball or fucking just throwing javelins. I don't know what we were doing back then. Shooting bows and arrows that we made out of, like, Kinects. We actually did have a pretty effective Kinects crossbow. That is a very generalized statement. I have no idea what you're talking about, Merlin fans. I'm too British and uninterested in pop music to get your joke. I mean, I understand the joke. Got 2 ads in a row about the meta headset Roblox, and I have not seen a mobile game look this dog shit in years. Oh, that's pleasant. Glad to know that the ads are still effective. What do I enjoy about Dwarf Fortress? That I still discover something new. Almost every time I play. It's really fun sport. It's really fun to watch and not possible to understand. I'm okay, Iron Pit. The 2 sports that I enjoy are Formula 1 and sometimes MotoGP if I actually can be asked to watch it. And that's almost too much sports for me already. I don't need to add more. I like sports documentaries, and I'll occasionally sit down and watch a sports documentary, but that's about it. As for actually following other sports, nah, I'm good. Like, I mean, here's a very important sport, right? This is a sport that all of you should watch. This is a sport that I'm sure everybody here can understand with minimal, like, brain capacity. This is a sport that I genuinely think is one of the greatest sports on Earth. I love how Darius already knows where I'm going. Just watch Formula Bacon. I'm just... Everybody needs to watch the greatest sport on Earth. These tiny little piggies running for food. It was between that and, like... You don't really enjoy those... You competed in ballroom dance for, like, 7 years, never followed it even? Yeah, that's fair. It's even better with the commentary. What's funny is, like, it's called the League of Pigs, which... to me just sounds like a metal band's fan base. You know what I mean? Like, oh, that would just be like, have you never heard of that? It's, you know, I'm not sure which I think is a more serious sport. League of Pigs or, let me grab this other one. I don't know what's a better professional sport, the League of Pigs or the world's electronic scooter championship. Because electronic scooter racing might actually be up there. This stuff is extraordinarily stupid. Especially when they all like crash at the corner and biff it. It's pretty great. It happens a lot. The races are like 15 minutes because that's how much battery they have. It's not a lot of battery. Very entertaining. Those marble races, what, Marbula 1? Yeah, the Marbula 1 stuff's pretty fun. You know, it's funny because when I was growing up, my dad taught me some like woodworking and things, and I remember there was a point where we were in the garage and working on something. Probably my dad's truck at the time, and the radio was on, and it like was talking about like the NASCAR race that was on the radio, on the radio. And I asked, why do people watch cars? Why do people race cars? Like, what's the point, basically? I was a little kid. And I remember asking this question. My dad looked at me and says, oh, Americans will race anything. They'll race belt sanders if you let them. And he just said it as, like, an offhanded comment, and I never thought about it again until later. And then I went and looked up, like, belt sander racing, and it turns out it's actually not only a thing, but, like, woodworking classes in universities across the states compete in belt sander races. They rig up belt sanders to like not need to be plugged in, or at least at the time they would do it so they didn't need to be plugged in. Now I'm assuming they just use battery ones and they just rig them up so the trigger stays on and they go boom. Race turtles. I mean, it's the race that you can get up, take a piss, come back, and keep cheering, and you haven't missed much. So I see that as a positive thing. I don't see the problem here. All right, let's play some Dwarf Fort, shall we? There it is. Firebolt. You had to kick a dude out of a dining area for trying to go through the buffet with roller skates on. I think that... Okay, so for some families, you know, you reach the age of, like, I don't know, 18, and by that point you're mostly matured to an adult, and you have to go be an adult, right? Like that's kind of how that works. And then there are people that somehow manage to make it to like 24 without becoming an adult and then get sent to college, which is just adult boarding school. Well, probably before 24. But anyway, then they get sent to college, which is adult boarding school, to go become an adult. And it's their first time ever being away from their parents, and the first time ever being like imagine like if you grow up in a very helicopter parent situation, and then you stay at home for maybe a year after high school without getting a job, and then go to university or college or something, and then get sent to go live in a dorm. Obviously, you're going to be an absolute nightmare to be around, and nobody's going to like want to deal with your bullshit for the first year because you're not going to know how to handle yourself because you're a child in an adult's body. And many people end up in that situation. And so when you are in college or around a college campus, let's say those types of people are maybe 1 in 10 or even lower. You're going to run into a lot of them because there's a lot of people around. So the amount of rampant immaturity at college is extraordinary. And then there's me, where I fucking got a job too early and stopped being a kid a long time ago. And it's weird for me because, like, even to this day, like, I'll run into people that are, like, my age. It's like, oh, yeah, no, I'm 30. And then they'll be like, and I'm just going to go try and get my first job next year. It's like, so you've just been in school this whole... Good luck. I hope you survive. Personally, like, I don't know where I'd be right now if I hadn't had, like, the dozen or so jobs I've had at this. Although Cool Dan, you say that, but I almost got run over by an electric scooter in a mall recently, so maybe malls are just colleges at this point. I'm just saying. So this is the fort that we are working on. This is Firebolt, the Fortress of Firebolt. We began this fortress before the holiday, before Halloween. And so before we went and did the spooky fort, this fort is kind of intended to be spooky, although currently it's, well, actually, what are we currently getting attacked by? I don't even, it's been a week, but we are currently under siege. And okay, that's what we're under attack by, a bunch of corpses. We are very, 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 very close to a whole, that's a lot of caged wild boars. Hold on, are they all right there? Okay, no, they're not. I was about to say, because like if there's like a cage with a male wild boar and a cage with a female wild boar next to each other, I wonder if they can still make babies within the cages, and then suddenly I just have like a cage with like 150 wild boar in it. So this is kind of a spooky fort because the world that we're in is pretty densely packed, and it's also quite small. And there's a lot of necromancer towers. There's 1, 2, 3, like within really close proximity. We've got some more down here. I think it's about 30 total. My goal for this fort is to fight back and kill all of the necromancer towers. So this one is my first goal. I want to kill this dwarf. Although they managed to imprison Epion, which kind of sucks. So we have to go rescue back Epion, and also like kill these necromancer towers off. So this fortress, because of this, is like in kind of a weird spot where we are just getting attacked very frequently. And actually, like, building anything outside the fortress is a bloody challenge because whenever I start to build, we get attacked again. And that's just kind of the way it's been going. That being said, we have been working on defenses. I mean, this side over here is slowly becoming my my murder headquarters or whatever, my defense headquarters. At which point they can then walk down here and then get lava'd by all of this lava. The problem is I need to time it correctly so that, you know, we can actually not lava my dwarves, nor, like, actually cause irreparable damage to the fort itself. The population's pretty low, but it was half that not too long ago, so we are coming back from the brink in a lot of ways, and we managed to get a whole bunch of logs inside. These are some fancy tombs. We do have nobles. I am not a barony yet, but we've had 2 dwarves become barons, so we've got the Baron of Overmaligned as well as the Baron of Curse Brew. So that's why I have those tombs. And then, you know, we have like a few nice spots in this fort overall, I think. It's just kind of a volcano fortress, and we're slowly building this volcano city or inside of this volcano fortress. And I might expand the forges kind of around this way today as well, make more forges. We have kind of a surplus of steel. As you can see, we have a couple of iron bars, about 5,142 of them. And we also have, well, let's just say that Scarface would be proud. We have a lot of coke, because we just have coal everywhere. So because of that, we are just sitting there making, like, steel bars on repeat, basically, because we are making them as fast as we can. We have 3 squads, 2 fully decked out crossbow squads, as well as a melee squad, and they are training their damnedest and are slowly becoming adequate. They're all like novice right now because I'm training them all on spears because I want them all using spears to be unified, because I was noticing they were all using like weapons that just aren't as good as my like higher quality steel spears. So we're just using our steel spears. We're just rolling with that. Are you still alive? We'll read through who's alive right about now, if that works for you. The dwarves that are currently alive in the fortress, listen for your name, are a devilish potato, all mind control, Alonzo, amethyst, Anan 4, Arkshroom, attacking sharks, baby Blueford, baby femme, Bastet, Ben Syed, Big Sparn, Bing Leoid, Blazer Flamewing, Board Guy, Celistaris, Darius Cardrin, Dave Danger, the Warlock. Dr. Niche, as well as Dr. Phineas, DS, Devildon, Dying Sun II, Snail, we'll just say, Eldritch, Funny Yan, Funny Man, and G Finn, as well as Glass Half Empty, Gobsneck, Gray R, Honey Bun Holler, Imgran, Lanix, Killjaeger, or Lil Jaeger and Lil Joe, as well as Linku and Lucy Rambles and Lyagushka and MA1064 and Midnight Winter, Mr. Burner, and Neezer. Norstat, Firehawk, and Psyomegas, as well as Patolis and Ryo Shinkat and Raven Waved and Ro Bull. Roll Stoles Broken and Sentient Potato Safe Keeps and Salvadaddy and Shady and Sparky Specbot Nah, Suited Giraffe, Psychon, Technophobic Freak, Talon Artho, Van Ori, Wait What, and Merlin's Fan, I Got Bad News. Unfortunately, you went missing. You didn't even die. You went missing. Which means you're probably, like, outside dead right now. Or in the caverns somewhere. One of the two, if I had to bet. So, I think we'll name dwarves here when we get migrant waves. That's kind of the best way to do this. But the current issue is we need to sort out the surface. So I guess chat room, what should we do? Should we like sit around and build for a bit? Or should we like immediately just work towards fighting that siege? Because they only just arrived, to my knowledge. I guess the question is, where are they? Mostly. I guess they're all spread out. We're all using copper. Are there any intelligent ones, or is it just unintelligent one? Okay, so there is an intelligent undead. Who's this guy? This is a Jathra Lizard Fainted, who killed a warrior of Einan in 221, and a dog, and a warthog here in Firebolt. Do we need to update defenses? Always! Always! We always need to update defenses. Defenses could always be better. Always. Literally always. It could be better. As for, like, what I can do for them right now... I mean, I think just building a bigger lava reservoir up here above it would probably be one thing. But then I'd run the risk of flooding my own fort with lava, which, you know, would be great fun. But currently down here, this can flood them with lava. I give them a warm molten hug. I haven't tested the system yet. In theory, yeah. Let's go for that. Let's see if we can test out the lava systems. So the first thing is we need to get these dwarves out of here. Wait for all these dwarves to leave this place down here. In fact, I might even just go down here and forbid all this. Attacking Sharks is coming out. Once Attacking Sharks has come out, we're going to grab this lever, give her a pull. Her Simba won't learn Hakuna Matata. I mean, it's a wonderful phrase. 1 whole year gloves. Notifications are a little bit delayed for some reason. Dude, thank you very much for the 12 months. My mouse movement is so smooth. What do you mean? How do you move your mouse? All right. Now that that's done. Let's send these guys up here. And these guys right here. Actually, these guys, we're going to send them down. So the only way this is going to work is if there is a pretty good amount that come in all at once. Otherwise, this is going to be tricky. Okay, so this gets locked. Okay, well, they're all running down here to go grab ammo. Then they should all run up. Where are you going? You're going to go get provisions? I'll provision these nuts. Okay. And then over here, we're just gonna wait because the doors are now open. I need to pay pretty close attention. We got a Forgotten Beast murdering all of the Crundles, which is probably for the best. So now we just need to hope that getting of provisions doesn't include running out of the base like a maniac. And we wait. So do you mean like the way I move the camera is smooth, or do you mean like my actual hand movements are smooth? Base pirate. All right, so we got our first attacker. Let's just make sure that my dwarves aren't going full dumb. They do not appear to be, which is good. So our first attacker, this lad. Maybe it's because I use really low mouse DPI. Okay, so the last thing they did was they punched a warthog. The bolts start flying in. Bolt strikes the swordsman slayer in the left upper leg, chipping the bone through the large copper mail shirt. An tendon has been torn, and the human swordsman Deathslayer jumps away from the steel bolt. So, first one hit, second one didn't. We can actually kill them with bolts, it just kind of takes a lot. What's that range? What's the range of a Marksdorf? Whatever their vision distance is, which I think is 30 tiles. And they can shoot down too. Technically it is injured, although its leg being broken just kind of slows it down. Although it will make it easier for my it would make it easier for my melee soldiers to kill it. However, the best way for Marksdwarves to actually kill a creature like this is by simply making it dodge out of the way and into lava. The flying steel bolt strikes the human swordsman Deathslayer in the left upper leg, fracturing the bone through the copper mail shirt. And then a motor nerve has been severed, and a force bends the left hip, and he jumps away from a flying steel bolt and falls into lava. While still blocking steel bolts. So, what a champ, I suppose. Look, see, they're still shooting at him. I have a feeling that Jothur Ramku, the human swordsman Deathslayer, lizard fainted, is no more. It's gonna take a little bit, but we'll get there. Anytime this year. I'm sure he'll burn up eventually. Still alive. Okay, there you go. It only took a few days. I dropped a bunch of copper stuff, which is all just going to disappear down there. Well, that's probably for the best. So, now that that's done, we get to wait for more zombies to come shambling in. One or two at a time. Got the Terminator duty. Kinda, yeah. Kinda, yeah. What, him falling into the lava is cartoonish? Dwarf Fortress is kind of cartoony in its own weird, grim kind of fashion. I was wondering if that by itself would break the siege, but it didn't. Fortunately, these zombies kind of spread out in their own directions. Like, they don't really have any, like, semblance or logic to their fighting when they arrive. So they all just kind of come back slowly in one at a time after the fact. Okay, what are you equipped with? More bronze and copper? The fact that they're all just wielding bronze and copper gives us a huge advantage. And then they get distracted by, like, warthogs or something and then leave anyway. All right. Now they're coming in slowly. His drink is doing fine. I'm very happy that the dwarves are less stressed in general. Like, we've put a lot of effort into, like, increasing the general happiness of the fort, and it's really starting to pay off. Ooh, you have a whip. What kind of whip is that? Ah, it's a copper whip. Yeah, that sucks. I don't need that. I say that as Devilish Potato throws a tantrum, like, man, like, the fortress is nowhere near as distressed as it was not so long ago. And then Dwarf just, like, throws a tantrum. Great. Awesome. Please don't hurt anybody, Devilish Potato. I need you to be friends with my dwarves and not, like, kill my own dwarves. So, chat room, what are you guys hoping to see? Because on the monthly reports, Tarn talked about how there might be a post this week. What are you guys hoping to see? I just kind of hope we get some, like, a look at what the layout for the UI for Adventure Mode is going to look like. That's kind of my big hope. And then here we go. You've already dropped your sword. That's the main thing that, like, Mark's dwarves can do against zombies is just disarm them and then turn them into a pincushion. More or less in that order. I may also just send my soldiers in rather than using the lava because it is such a small, like, squad that it may actually be easier. An in-depth survival crane crafting system and Ubisoft towers? But there's nothing in-depth about Ubisoft games, what? If the flying steel bolt strikes the elf swordsman corpse in the right lower leg, chipping the bone. Not technically injured, though, which is always interesting. All that. All those steel bolts flying by. You guys still have ammo? Okay, you're out of ammo. These guys are running out of ammo pretty quick. You've still got ammo. I'm actually going to unlock this so that if they need to go get ammo, they can. We need to store ammo on this side, though. I'm going to move these guys up here so they can keep shooting because they're the ones that still have plenty of ammunition. This squad is going to move up to here so that they can also keep firing. Okay, so we've got two completely disarmed, full of bolts, elves, and then there's these two stacked on top of each other. All right, we could just torch these ones, but this would actually slow down the whole process. That's everything currently. Climb the Necromancer Tower and reveal the surrounding map. Oh gosh, don't give them any ideas. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. We'll test this sucker out because we haven't tested it yet. Might as well. All right, that's 3 and then 4. Where's the 4th one? Oh, we killed it. Jeez, I'm impressed. We were actually able to kill one. I guess we'll let the other 3 in the front door then. To see more of that amazing little guitar turtle person? Woo. Yeah, I agree. They're hoping to see a fishing minigame, but then it would be a JRPG. Come on, everybody knows that every single video game with a fishing minigame is automatically a JRPG, and that is why Warframe is a JRPG. You give everyone a study and your little happiness is nearly full. Really? You gave every single dwarf in your fortress an office? Wow. That sounds like a lot. Maybe I should do something about it. I don't know. Sure, we would like to see as many vampires and necromancers as possible. I mean, I really want vampires to stop being blue. I don't think I'm alone in this. It's just, I want to not be able to spot vampires from 1.5 miles away. Okay, you're dead. May want to turn them around and run away, soldiers. Okay, good. They are. Sweet. Let's go grab this. Pull this. Making sure that they're all out of there. Are you turning around, you big dummy? Okay, get out of there. No. Can't fix stupid. Just, there's something about them running down, seeing the zombies, immediately turning around, screaming, running away. There's something that will always be very entertaining about that. They're still trying. Okay, so what I could do is I could take these 2 squads and I could swap them to off-duty. That may actually help force them off. Okay, well, now you've gone and done it there, Dwarf. You've gone and done it. You've locked yourself in with the zombies. See how good of an idea that was? See how goddamn good of an idea that was? You didn't have to do this here, Dwarf. You didn't. Would have been much easier for you. Oh, look, there's Melville's corpse. So they did actually kill 2 of my military dwarves. See how hard that was? You could have just opened the door. You could have just... Okay, now leave. Now that you've walked out, we'll tell this dwarf to pull the goddamn lever again, and hopefully you actually stay out this time. There we go. All right, so we lost 2 dwarves, Shortast and Melville. I really should have just sent the military in. That would have been significantly more effective. But it unfortunately is what it is. Let's see how this goes. I don't know if it's going to fill slowly or quickly. All right, pretty slowly, but still effective. There's some zombies down here. And lava go down from up here. Well, seems pretty effective. I'm happy. And aside from that, that's rather unfortunate. I mean, like, you never really want your soldiers to just kind of die like that. Let's just tell them to update their equipment. Guys, just go update your goddamn equipment. They're all fired. And as for these guys can just go stand right here. Because there really can't be that many zombies left. And these ones are burning now. Meaning I can jump over to this. Pull this. Because we've got lava going down all the way on both sides, pretty much. I mean, this is like... Where'd you even go? I was about to say, this is the last zombie, but I'm pretty sure they're... Yeah, that is the last zombie right here, who's currently burning. Currently burning. It's going all right, Kazanaba. Like, one dwarf walks up, sees zombies, screams, and then another replaces him and then does the same thing. Pretty much, yeah. But, I don't know. I like dwarven silliness. Part of the reason I enjoy this game. Alright, so, let's pull this. Because the influx is sealed, and then we can just drop all this stuff down into here. Of course, we get all of our bolts back as well. It all just flows down into here. And forbid all this. Now let's see how many of the zombies are left. Wait, really? Oh, I was gonna say this is one blowgunner. All right, so there's still a decent number of these corpses left. Wear their boots because they can't wear shoes and boots at the same time. You have to tell them to remove their clothes to put on armor to wear their boots. That's why. Which drives some people nuts. I think it's kind of an interesting mechanic, but I'm not entirely positive that that's a popular take. Dwarf's been missing for a week. Poor little guys. I mean, you can't win everything, right? Let's open the front door. Let these zombies in. And by let them in, I mean stab them to death. We're going to move the dwarves up. Now we wait. We've got crossbow dwarves up top. And us down bottom. This is my little menagerie down here. Check out my skunks and all these baby weasels I have. As well as these Drunian children. They look kind of funny. They're at a completely different angle than the adults. The adults are like on their side and looking all threatening, and then the kids are like, eh? Kind of got like the cat head tilted sideways look to them. Sort of, yeah. They're like a maned monkey from the caverns. Honey, you need to head to the office. Gonna have some gossip conversations at the wine barrel. Sounds lovely. Sometimes you just gotta do that, you know? Well, A+ Ushrir for your bravery, having run and shooting a bolt directly at this this corpse. Might as well move the military out so that you have a bit more of a chance. The military dive on, and the thing flies apart. Our overwhelmed by terror recruit here is a dabbling hammer dwarf because did you know, chat? Crossbows count as hammers. That's why he's a dabbling hammer dwarf. Devilish Potato throws another tantrum. Looks like Devilish Potato's committed crimes. The crimes are reported by Ralstol's Broken, Baby Femme, Melville, Board Guy, G-Fin, Alonzo, etc. So we're going to convict our dwarf there while we wait for the rest of these zombies to appear. Got to be coming down the side of the hill if I had to bet. So chat room, you guys building anything interesting? My main hope for news this week is just simply some more... Just getting the screenshots going again would be real nice. Be nice to be able to just see stuff again. Running up and taking out the zombies. Fortunately, if you give the zombies a little bit of time to kind of spread on the map, I find that, like, they become way less of an issue because they just kind of split up and then stay split up at a point. And once they're, like, staying split up, it's a lot easier to just, like, single them out and kill them one at a time than it is to fight them all at once. Not that that's, like, you know, the one and only strategy to fight zombies. No, not even. It's just, like, it's when they split up, they're way easier to take out. And they're still shooting bolts from up here, so this is working too, which is good. Oh, dwarves are moving up. Where are we going? What are we going for here? Thing behold. Oh, another one dead already. Bones flying. We're running directly at another one, taking them out. So again, bones flying. Siege is still going, so there's still zombies on the map. Still a slow process, but we are getting there. What do we have left? Looks like it's just one more. It's Elf Hammerman, who is now dead. Excellent. There we go. Which means I think I can turn the burrow off and get all my soldiers back to training. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for a successful siege well fought by my dwarves? Alrighty, Elfie. See you when you get back. And also, hi, folks, on the YouTube side of things. Cheers. I do see the chat. I just don't actively read it on the YouTube side of things because there's 150 people watching on Twitch right now and about 40 on YouTube. So I do see you guys. And thanks for hanging out in the chat. And I do pull names from the YouTube chat from time to time when dwarves need to be named. Let's see how my mayor's doing. Suited Giraffe, the mayor, running around conducting a lot of meetings. Certainly doesn't feel anything after sleeping in a good bedroom. I wonder why that is. You don't feel a lot of things. You want to practice a craft. You really want to practice a craft. It's been too long since you've practiced a craft. Well, I'll give you engraving and stone cutting again. We're going to jump over to labors and just make sure I didn't screw those two labors up, which I did. When you manually set one dwarf to do only one task, it sets it to only a few people does that. Aww. It's time for you to go to bed, Space Pirate. We'll see you later, dude. So this is the very unfortunate office of Dying Sun, which was once fully enclosed, and then I had to rip half the wall out. It was coal. We needed coal. There's also a bunch of coal up here, but I decided to rip the office out of the Baron's office because I didn't think they needed the wall. Frankly, I didn't even see him in there once. So I was like, you know what? Maybe we could just like give this to you and fix it later. And now, like a year and a half later, I'm going, you know what? Maybe I should fix this wall. Maybe I should fix this wall. I'm the landlord you don't want. Let's also smooth all this stuff. Whip. Oh. Merlin's fan was found dead. Well, I guess we know what killed you now. I think it was the zombies that we just killed. Killed you, in fact. Found your body. Big lake. Yeah, that's the map. This is this big ol' lake. It's technically an untamed wilds lake, but I mean, I think it's an untamed wilds lake. That is just wilderness. Anyway, it is this big ol' lake right here, with the two rivers going into it. There's this one, the spring going into it, and then also this river going into it. Not a lot. Word cities. Yourself? That kid looks sus. What, the one that found the body? I mean, right. Guilty until proven innocent. I should believe this. Playing make-believe right on the body. It's weird how they do that, right? Also, it's very good to see Stronghold Definitive Edition with decent reviews. Watching some Dwarf Fortress and working from home is living the dream. Well, I'm happy I can help you live the dream. But yeah, I gotta say that I generally feel like I'm living the dream. It's kind of funny, actually, that there's times where, like, people are just, like, talking to me about what I do, and then I respond with, like, oh, I feel like I'm retired because I literally just get to sit at home and play video games all day. And then there's points where it's like I realize, oh, right, yeah, no, this is actually a job. And then, like, 4 days go by and I haven't slept in 3 of them because I'm just editing all day. It's like, oh, yeah, no, I remembered that I actually have a job, which is I have to make a lot of content. And hope YouTube likes it. Sometimes it does. But overall, I'd say that that's kind of rare that it does. It's like once in a blue moon. All right, we am hacking through more coal, which is set to automatically be turned into coke as it's needed. Let's see, did I set the thing yet? Yes, I did. And these will become more bedrooms. But yeah, the long-term goal for this fortress is to take over the Scourge of Necromancy, which is going to take a bit of time, but people are always telling me to do world domination and other things, and it's like, I don't see world domination as a particularly entertaining way to play Dwarf Fortress, but specifically going after Necromancers, I think is pretty doable. So, pretty doable. Speaking of games that just came out, chat, does City Skylines still run like butts? Because I keep seeing reviews where it's just like, it's running slightly better, and then, like, posts coming out saying, oh yeah, no, like, you should try it now, like, they've polished it, like, it runs a lot better than it did initially. And then, like, I'll watch other reviews where it's like, actually, mechanically, we don't like this game very much, and so, Some people are into that, though, Monkey. So somebody out there is going to be like, I'd apply for that job. So we got those all polished up. I think the main thing I should be working on, like, I'm kind of torn. It's like, I don't actually know what I should be working on in this fort. I'll be honest. There's like, just like 50 different things I could be building. It's like I could be completely reorganizing crafting, getting all of this stuff out of here and like scattered around down here. Just something I should be doing. It's like I could be building more rooms. I could be building more guild halls. I could be actively trying to invade stuff. My soldiers are training slowly, and well, at least they're all competent now. Are they all competent? You're competent, but you. Adequate. How good is our captain, actually? You. Skills... Combat. Not great. I like how you're a competent rider. I don't even think that's a skill you can train in Fortress mode. Well, she's missing her back teeth, so... Definitely a good militia militia captain. God. And every single one depicts a god cursing somebody. Seems like a happy, chill, fun times god, if you ask me. Like, frankly, that seems like a super chill god. I'm sure everybody loves that god. Okay, so now that that's clearing out, we can open this back up. And we can jump over to here and make sure that's open. Sweet. And some migrants have arrived despite the danger. So chat room, if your dwarf died, or if your dwarf is dead, or if you do not currently have a dwarf, and more importantly, you would like one, well, I think it's time for you to do the most logical thing here and say, pick me. Would you like a dwarf, chat? Ward cities. Becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, is driven by a bouncing frenetic energy. It rarely looks on others with lust and could be considered rude. Prefers to present himself modestly and does not go out of his way to help others. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he is trusting, he is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he is a friendly individual. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and he enjoys the company of others. He bites his nails when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of raising a family, and personally values eloquence and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. And he doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. And he worships Udar Arambasam. We need to do a bit of a dive into the gods, I think, because I don't recognize half of these gods that they worship, because there is a couple of different factions in this world. So, a lot of different gods. A lot of different gods here. Iron Zach. Iron Zach. Also, hi, Fem. Fem, I don't know if you noticed, but I gave you a baby dwarf. So you're baby, Fem? just an FYI. I know that you like being farmer, Fem, but I made you baby, Fem. This is a proficient woodsmith. Woodsmith? Woodworker and armor smith. That's what I was going for. And a competent cheesemaker. Hi, man. Everybody loves a competent cheesemaker. This dwarf is clearly a member of Twitch chat because he revels in chaos in Discord. He encourages it whenever possible. He can be very single-minded. That's why he knows how to make cheese. And he is inattentive to detail in his own work. He is dour as a rule and conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is very slow to anger and he is quite ambitious. He has an active imagination and he likes to brawl. He has a sense of duty and he has a calm demeanor. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife and disregards tradition and doesn't particularly value loyalty. He likes copper. He worships Otu Erisi. Production of cheese is an art. The production of many foodstuffs is an art, I would say. Oh yeah, also your dwarf may or may not end up in the military, so. Merlin's fan 2 has arrived. You have a bunch of relatives. Including, okay, so your two cousins who were living here have both perished, which is very unfortunate. Except for Salvadaddy, Edom, So the only cousin that you have, rather, is a Salvadaddy who isn't dead. Everybody else has perished. So you had 4 cousins who lived here, and they all died. So that's kind of sad. You're also 166 years old, so you could keel over of old age very quickly. He dislikes helping others and lacks confidence in his abilities. He has a sense of humor, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He is often cheerful, and he tries to keep his things orderly and doesn't seek out excitement and doesn't often feel envious of others and commonly winks as a form of greeting. He dreams of raising a family and personally finds those who wield power over others. He personally hates those who wield power over others and sees perseverance in the face of adversity bullheaded and foolish, and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, and values cunning and finds blind honesty foolish. Interesting. Well, best of luck to your extended family. Not getting murdered, because that's definitely been happening consistently. Next up here, we have Erkness 7Y. Erkness 7Y. I try to live and behave properly. I feel like that's words to live by. It's like, you don't have to. It's I try to. He is ruled by irresistible cravings and urges, and that's why he has to try to. He is extremely confident in himself when in situations requiring his skills. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. Tries to keep his things orderly, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he is quite ambitious. He tends to hang on to grievances, and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He has a sense of humor, and he is quite polite. When he's nervous, he clicks his tongue. He dreams of raising a family and personally sees competition as wasteful and silly, and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and finds leisure time to be wasteful and doesn't particularly value loyalty. He likes brimstone, bronze and bloodstone, and featherwood and knuckle worm, leather and the color maroon, and low boots, and turkeys for their gobble, and giant cougars for their cunning, and the sight of the sensual blossom. That could be many things. And you worship a Tikak, who's a god that I've been seeing around for quite some time since we started the fort. Next up here is the elusive monkey monk. The monkey monk. You're gonna burn the shit out of that wood. Well, hopefully there isn't any shit in it. Mostly just shit on it. So you do have a cousin here who died. Although you actually have common cousin with Iron Zack, I think. What's the rush, you have to say? He is utterly languid, easy pace of living. Well, that checks out. Calm and slow. He is confident under pressure, and he is greatly moved by art and natural beauty. He is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He does not often feel lustful, and he is curious and eager to learn. He tends to be passive in discussions and generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He likes a little excitement now and then, and he often feels envious of others and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He dreams of creating a great work of art and sometimes he personally values nature and values self-control. Slow and steady wins the race, monkey. Up here next, we have wild, shiny Flareon. Is that a Pokemon? Like, genuine question. I mean, Thorbus the Dwarf Necro. Is that... Yeah, you said that in both chats now. I read it the first time. Like, what's up, dude? This dwarf is a talented cook and a waxworker who says, I've been praying on the mountains. She is a pessimist, and she presents herself modestly, frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and often feels envious of others, is quick to anger, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and is quite ambitious. Has an active sense of humor, and does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings, and rarely is discouraged. Has a sense of duty, and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and lives a fast-paced life. I suppose so, Irath. That's going all right, Bob. And yourself? She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. Next up here, we have Irvad the Peasant, who is now going to be... Belial SDF. Oh, right, yeah, duh. It does say something about obliterating necromancers, doesn't it? Ah, right. Sometimes memes don't translate unless they have, like, the meme. You know what I mean? It's like, every now and again, I get, like, this thought in my brain, like, wouldn't it be good if we could do, like, what they let you do on Reddit and a lot of other social media services where you can, like, pin a GIF in Twitch chat? It's like, wouldn't it be good if they let us do that? And then I come to my senses moments later and go, no, 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 that would be awful. But it would make understanding memes a lot easier a lot of the time. Because, like, trying to replicate a meme in, like, just text format, like, rarely ever works. Yeah, I'd be trying to learn. I'd have to learn to speak in memes. Congratulations on a successful return. I think the kids table over on YouTube is running out of juice boxes. I think they're cozy. Hey, YouTube, you guys doing good over there? You hanging in there? You functioning? I'll grab a name from you guys after this. Quick post gifts of goblins. I mean, we don't need gifts of goblins. We have Vile Force of Darkness, right, chat? We don't need gifts of goblins. We literally are a Vile Force of Dark. Anyway. This dwarf rarely only feels strong cravings or urges, rarely feels discouraged, and isn't particularly ambitious. Generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. Often feels envious of others and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He often feels lustful and likes to take it easy, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he is uncomfortable around those that appear unusual to live differently from himself, and he licks his lips when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. I have a question. What makes you think you need to set up each room differently? The Vile Force of Darkness at home is the mug, though. Anyway, hi, Cleno. How are you? Closing DMs now. You think it's just this game's commentary on work? What, that some dwarves are lazy? What? Is there a dwarf that doesn't need alcohol for the working day? So, you know how humans are 70% water? In my headcanon, dwarves are like 70% alcohol. So, like, they need it to not die. So it's not like a addiction thing. It's a, like how hamsters are evolved to eat fermented fruit and not, like, keel over, right? Dwarves are evolved to do nothing but chug copious amounts of pure alcohol, and it makes them feel energized. He personally believes that self-mastery and the denial of impulses are the highest ideals. And the denial of impulses. This dwarf really is a monk. Doesn't think one way or another about leisure time, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. I kind of just want to remove this dwarf from tasks and give them no tasks and just see what they do. And I think that's everybody. So sorry, YouTube, I lied to you. No more dwarves. We'll get you guys on the next migrant wave. Apparently, I have a job for platinum bars, and there are no platinum bars. Why do I have a job for platinum bars? How did I manage with a job to make platinum bars? Just a lot of rooms set up with the same stuff. You wish that you could copy and paste the contents, but then everything would look so boring. You more or less can with DF Hack. But I don't know. To me, building bedrooms is part of the fun, so I'm maybe not the best person to ask for advice on such things because I kind of genuinely enjoy the process of slowly building up the bedrooms for all the dwarves. Clino Dev, the classic heckler. Careful, Clino, I might give you mod on the YouTube side of things as well. Although currently you can point and laugh at the Twitch chat because half the Twitch chat are stuck in ads right now. Yeah, and then you only get to play a third of the game, Wild Shiny Flareon. Oh, that's why they go kaboom when you light them on fire. That's one way to put it, yeah. There you go. Clino heckles everybody. It's equal opportunity for heckling. You always come out on top. Yeah, well. You're just sitting there listening to Gingers, who's going to be the one. Is it a problem if I build bedrooms in a straight line? Can they walk over furniture? They can walk over furniture, yes. But I wouldn't do that. That's mean. Personally, I think it's like one of my pet peeves. It's like, I know it's a single player game, so other people's gameplay doesn't affect me, but straight line bedrooms offend me. They don't affect me, they just offend me. I find them very offensive. It's like, how do you literally ruin everything about the aesthetics of a fortress, make bedrooms straight line? Like, I've seen them a few times, and every time I see them, it's just like absolute disappointment. It's like, why? 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 People, and you know, it's the people who give their dwarves 1x1 bedrooms, only a bed. The people who do that, and then also go onto the subreddit and complain that there's clothing everywhere. It's not an efficient use of space. Wait, are you talking about straight lines or 1x1 bedrooms? I don't care if it's an efficient use of space, and you want to know why? Dwarf Fortress gives you like 200 levels of space. 200 levels of space. Many, 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 many levels of space. There isn't a single Dwarf Fortress player in the entirety of the Dwarf Fortress community, except for maybe the one crazy person doing 1x1 Orton marks, that is limited for space. Use the space. It's like the one thing you have, like, maybe it's not unlimited, Plan 6, but it's the only plentiful resource in every single fortress. That sounds like math, Druthers, and I will just believe you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are all different temples. So let's make 9 steel altars. I really, like, these are kind of my favorite size bedrooms to make, just like 2x3. 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 Anything smaller than that just feels mean. All right, so let's find all these pigs, because I've got a bunch of wild boars in my fort that are all caged, apparently. So I'm just going to butcher all these. Bacon's on the menu, I suppose. I guess some of these have already been trained up temporarily. But yeah, I don't even know where half of these are. But apparently, there's just wild boars in all of these. First, Rupert PY, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Why the expedition is happening? Usually, I'll have some sort of reason. It's easier when adventure mode exists. But usually what I do is I'll duck into Legends mode for a little bit And then by the time I'm in fortress mode, I've kind of decided what I'm going to try to do. Or I go in with like a specific construction idea in mind. There's usually something, but sometimes more than others. It's not an every time thing. It's just if I have an idea, we'll go for it. Otherwise, I will use the game's tools to try and build an idea by the time I'm in the fort. Or by the time I've gotten the fort going. Or it'll be like Halloween, at which point I'm just like, I'm going to try and kill as many people as possible and just make things awful for everybody. Turns out, if you never memorialize a dwarf and just have ghosts everywhere, it's just a matter of time before you're losing so many dwarves per minute that you can't actually keep up with the number of dwarves that you're losing. Cancels tame giraffe. 2 injured. Van Ori canceled tame giraffe 661 times. What are you doing, Van Ori? This dwarf makes me so sad. This dwarf has... Okay, so they have no ability to grasp. So this dwarf literally can't do the majority of labors. So the result is... Because they can't pick up food, they can't actually tame any of these animals. So instead, they're just walking around crying. So they're just like en masse canceling I'm just gonna put you out of this misery. But they feel so good, so I guess maybe they're crying due to euphoria. Shoes, well, shoes and gloves and a glove and socks. His clothes rotting off his body because he literally can't do anything. Sniping a question out of the YouTube chat, which is... And chat, you guys here on Twitch, or actually that's probably you moving over, right? So yeah, I'm assuming that's because it's the exact same question, so I'm assuming it's the same person. Does it get less troublesome? My response to that is it's not. Farming in Dwarf Fortress is quite simple. And like setting up meal production, like what are you setting up? Like, there really isn't that much that needs to be set up. You need to maybe adjust some kitchen requirements, and that's not even mandatory. That's not mandatory at all. Farming is pretty simple. There's times where, like, I'll be in year 4 of a fortress, and I won't even have farms yet. So I think my statement to you is you've maybe overlearned the game. And what I mean by overlearned is if you... hyper-focus on every single mechanic in Dwarf Fortress and try to perfect everything every time, you're never going to have a good time with this game. This is a game, to me, about, like, letting stuff slide and intentionally making mistakes because that's what makes the game interesting. I mean, even that, you don't need cloth production. Just 2 seconds, chat room. Dishwasher destruction, okay. Clocks tell the youth when to cryptnom verbosely. Perspicuous, cacophonic, long overdue books burning in the modern library's wine cellar, hidden below the newspapers. Additional bodies raised, hatred in the tribunal bathroom behind... All caught up. Yeah, I mean, that too, like, if you're trying to set up farming, and you're like, oh crap, we're out of food, literally just click and drag on the surface and do that. All of the vast majority of these are either edible or able to be made into cloth. So, like, I guess when you ask about questions like that, it's really difficult for me to answer them because if you're just talking about, like, getting the build order down, okay, well, the only thing you actually really need to do right off the bat is make a farming field. 1 or 2 of these. That's it. And then get plump helmets and pigtails going. That's it. And then just don't set up, like, an infinite make meal job because really they don't need one. So I don't know. I think the hardest part about Dwarf Fortress for me learning the game was simply realizing that the vast majority of the stuff in the game I don't need to worry about. And it's hard to, like, communicate that to people sometimes. Who cares? Why do you need to? I mean, like, you can, Lemony Curious, but you don't need to. Athros, thank you very much for the 29th month. It's like, you could do that, sure, but, like, why? Just click, drag, gather plants. It doesn't get any less bothersome? I don't find any portion of Dwarf Fortress bothersome, really. Like, kind of at all. Like, I know some people... I don't know. I guess I've just played this game so long, and I've seen how it's improved in so many ways that the issues that the game has now are just kind of like the quirks of Dwarf Fortress, and I don't see them as bothers. So I guess I'm just a bad person to ask about that. I think that the hardest part about Dwarf Fortress is learning to ignore certain mechanics. And knowing what mechanics you can ignore. Because as a new player, you feel like you need to do literally everything, which you do not. Can that ever expand? The list of deities that is shown are the deities worshipped by the creatures that are currently in your fort. So say you get a human that worships 5 gods that none of your dwarves have heard of, suddenly there will be 5 more gods on that list. Just adding my peasants to the farming list. Yeah, so it's like if you have very few dwarves in your fort, then, you know, that's one thing. You won't have a lot of gods, but as you get more dwarves in your fort, you will get more gods. Because I know they're all going to take a while. And because I know that getting high... So there's this thing in video games, right, Rupert? It's called marketing. It's designed to make you overly anticipate the thing that's coming out next versus just playing what's out. And I stopped really giving a shit about new releases maybe about 8 or 9 years ago. Like, I don't care. Like, most of the industry is designed to sell you the next new thing because the next new thing is what's going to make them the money, right? So then they do their damnedest to make you excited for the new next thing so that you buy it so that they make money so that they can go make a new next thing. And by the time you're finished playing that next thing, they're already ready to announce the new next thing so that you're, you know, constantly churning over cash. Dwarf Fortress is a game that just kind of exists, and the games that I play are often just games that kind of exist. And I've been playing games like that for a pretty long time now. I'm pretty used to that cycle of games update when they update, and that's cool. And I don't care. It's not even a cynical take. It's literally just like, hype is marketing. Marketing is designed to make you part with money. Do you like parting with money? No. Okay. Well, do you enjoy the games that you are currently playing? Yes. Well, then why get excited for the next thing? Just be excited for the thing that you're currently playing. Oh no, not the hobby grade and... Wait, what was the actual line about Battleborn? Hobby grade gaming? I can't... Because new toy fun. I mean, totally. Like, I would like to play that Stronghold remake, right? But, like, I forgot it was coming out until this morning. And then I got an email saying it was out. So was I, like, particularly, like, hyped for it? I mean, yes. But how do I manage to not get too excited? I don't like spending money on shit. It's that simple. I also don't like being used as part of games' marketing cycles. Although I realize that I'm very much a part of Dwarf Fortress's marketing cycle. Battleborn, a name I have not heard in a long, long time. Centuries, even. Can I explain why Dwarf Fortress is the best single-player game of all time? Well, I can explain this. It's not the best single-player game of all time, because clearly the best single-player game of all time is Tetris, you doofus. Obviously. Next question. I exclusively play games that don't exist. You wouldn't have heard of them. Climbs on fixie bike and hipsters into the sunset. Fixie? It's a fixie bike. Oh, man. I forgot to let my Mark Dwarves out. Well, that's a little dark. Dwarf, can you go get a drink before you die? There you go. You're good. Whew. Well, that was awkward. Apparently, Drunians really like giving birth to twins and triplets. Of a gacha impacty sequel of Risk of Rain 2. We need a gacha impact? Wait. Hold on a second. Are you referring to Risk of Rain 2 as like a gacha game? Or are you saying that Risk of Rain's Returns is going to have gacha mechanics? I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. Because the original Risk of Rain is pretty gacha-y in the way that it works. Yeah, they announced Risk of Rain Returns, which is a remake of the first one. Which isn't a sequel to Risk of Rain 2. As somebody who's been following the development of this game, I'm very confused as to where this gacha portion came in from. Yeah, the sequel to the remake of the first one. And also, that was Hippopo that announced it, not Gearbox, but... I'm very perplexed by that whole statement. Risk of Rain Hostile Worlds? Google, Hostile Worlds, not Hostile Worlds. I've never heard of this. It's very rare that chat informs me of, oh, I see it's a leak. That's why I missed it, because I don't follow leaks at all. Oh, it's a mobile game. Okay, who fucking cares? That doesn't exist. Like, nobody cares about that sort of thing. And if you do, well, then move on with your life. A leak is just an unwilling announcement, or they're checking if they should cancel it. I mean, every single franchise has a friggin' gacha equivalent. Like, duh. They make stupid amounts of money. People are dumb and they put a lot of money into bad products like gacha games. So companies go, well, you're putting a lot of money into a bad product like a gacha game. We could do that very easily by simply making a crappy gacha game. So they make crappy gacha game and then everybody's like, why is there so many gacha games? And it's like, well, it's because you keep throwing money at them, you numbskull. And if you don't care, then don't. No, I mean, I accepted that Risk of Rain's franchise would die after 2 when, I mean, maybe I guess this is why, like, I don't get excited for games, is because, like, I've just kind of accepted that with Gearbox buying the whole thing, like, it's done, period. Like, the last Risk of Rain game is Risk of Rain Returns, and nothing else beyond that point is a Risk of Rain game, because Risk of Rain's dead after Risk of Rain Returns. Because if Hippopo isn't making it, it's not a Risk of Rain game. And 2, Gearbox owns the franchise. Like, what do you expect? Must cross over a thin bridge over a room filled with deadly traps. What's your best way to push foes off that bridge? Mark's Dwarfs. Mark's Dwarves. Mark's Dwarves with bone bolts. I would never recommend an enemy of me tries to use ballistas. No, just Mark's Dwarves. Mark's Dwarves will do her. But yeah, I don't know. I don't personally care about mobile games. I just kind of accept that every single studio and franchise is going to have mobile games because they make a lot more money than PC games. So by that logic, I just don't care. It doesn't bother me. I stopped caring about getting upset about every franchise turning into into mobile hell a long time ago. Firehawk is not happy in their job. That's Dwarf. Let's throw you in. You have a need for training. And yeah, I think we'll just leave it at that. Thankfully, there are no guns in Dwarf Fortress. Bobtron. Yeah, catapults will make them dodge off. But no, I would say, honestly, Stonefall Traps and Bone Bolts are probably your best bet to make things dodge off of cliffs. Like, from in my opinion, those would be your best efforts to get them out of there. Oof, basically everything here that isn't steel should be melted down. I think I'm going to split this stockpile in half. And this is just going to be for steel. The stockpile. Same for weapons. And then this side over here is going to be for everything else. And this is going to be for all of these. Basically armor, footwear, handwear, headwear, legwear. Quivers might as well. And then this gonna turn off steel. Turn off steel. We're just gonna use this for melting everything down. Before widespread gunpowder. Yeah, I mean, like, certain undead creatures can shoot icicles out of their hands. That's kind of like a superpower. It's kind of like a weapon of that sort. But, yeah, no, I'm kind of happy that Dwarf Fortress doesn't have guns. Because a lot of games just kind of come down to, let's line up and shoot at each other. I kind of like the fact that, while, yes, you can, you know, use, like, ranged weapons in Dwarf Fortress, generally the more effective method is just to tell them to charge with spears. I personally really like that. Then outside of that, it's just like Dwarven engineering. How interesting can you make things? And I quite like that. But, you know, some people I think like a little bit more of a structured defense, which doesn't really affect my gameplay one way or another. Let's do this. Should have enough mudstone. Yes, I do. I do use bins in my stockpiles, just not in the vast majority of them. And also, I only use bins if I can make them out of metal. And there's only certain types of metal that I'll really use for bins. Bins are just not that necessary, really, for the majority of stockpile types. So, for that reason, I just kind of don't bother. I have a lot of leather in a minute. Why would you want flamethrowers? That would kill so many of your own dwarves and your entire frame rate. Primarily, if I had to imagine. Like, the only thing that would really do is just set your own dwarves on fire and make your frame rate go away. It's actually one of my favorite rooms in the whole fort. It's a little chef's guild down here. Little cook's guild. Me? I did that. I've done that several times in regards to minecart lava systems. What's the guild hall's name? No idea, I didn't look. Probably something wildly inappropriate for what it actually is. The Spicy Muffin. I mean, I definitely didn't call it that. I take absolutely no credit for that. And I also would recommend not going back into the VOD to check. How I got lava to the upper floor? I dug into the side of a volcano. That's how I did it. It's pretty simple. A lot of warthogs and wild boars, Jesus. I mean, clearly it's just a cornbread muffin with, like, chili chips in them. Yes, definitely. That's what the spicy muffin is. It's a cornbread muffin with chili chips. Definitely. Absolutely. There is no innuendo anywhere in this discussion. Moving on. You had jalapeno cornbread? The last time I had cornbread, it had chili chips in it. It's very good. Are they really coming from this side? Wow. Why? Dwarves. It'd be so much faster to just go from the front, but if you insist. Well, as long as you're baking enough for the whole class, I'm sure it'll go over well. A2 day. I'm generally just trying to figure out what to put here. Like, the problem that I'm running into with this fort is I really wish I just had like 5 times the dwarves. Wait, what? Did I not bedroom any of these? Ew. Got all these bedrooms I made and didn't make them into bedrooms. Look at me. I tell people I'm good at this game. Proceeds to build a bunch of bedrooms and then forget he made them. All Mind Control, thanks for gifting a subscription. Appreciate you. Okay, so let's check gods. How many temples do we have? Oh. That's a lot of gods. I have already made some of these, but I got God of Mountains, God of Chaos, Thraldom, Victory, War, Peace, the Sky, okay. Festivals and rulership. Huh. The Hay of Showing. Were the Godly. God of Fame and Rumors. What else do we have? Otu the Helmed, Curiosity, Generosity, and Sacrifice. I mean, of course, Avu's Crest Gold is the best god, and currently nobody in the fortress worships Avu's Crest Gold, and that makes me very sad. This is why you build your fortress. If you're new at the game, you build your fortress significantly further down than where you're irrigating your farms. Or in a very different portion of the fort. I always forget the meaning of teal versus yellow and names with gods. The teal-colored gods are gods. The gold-colored gods are religions. So the gods are just the god, right? Being like, I don't know, let's just say like the Christian god, like for Catholicism. In theory, depending on who you ask, could also be a similar god figure for different religions can worship the same god figure, but they're different religions. You just lost a fortress to a dragon? Congratulations. That's like one of the rarest things that could possibly happen to a fortress. And then the game decides to save. I was about to throw those pants in the ground. Well, the good thing, Thorbus, is there are no negative thoughts in Dwarf Fortress associated with being on fire. Dwarf Fortress has many negative thoughts, such as like choked on smoke underground, sniffed miasma, walked past a dead body, many negative thoughts associated with those. I was injured badly, that is annoying, those kinds of things. However, being on fire has no negative thoughts associated with it, aside from inhaling smoke. So a dwarf will actively be burning to death, and the only negative thought that they actually have in their mind is, well, this smoke is bad. Which I think is kind of funny. I mean, by a baby that was thrown at the dragon? Clearly. Binks256, thank you very much for that brand new Prime subscription. Okay, is there sand up here on the surface? I don't think so. Also, I gotta say, baby giraffes. Mwah. Look at these little suckers. They're so cute. All Mind Control, thanks for checking out another gift. Appreciate you, mate. We need 3 individual people. It needs to be 3 separate people to take part in order for it to go anywhere. So if a third person does stuff, it'll be a hype train. Otherwise, it's just 2 people throwing stuff around. Baby giraffe is very good. Neezer has grown to become a peasant. All these kids are growing up. There is a way to game it, All Mind Control, and that's if you gift a sub anonymously, it counts it as a third person. Or that can happen. Is there a benefit to dig out the lower layers of the map? Is there a benefit to digging out the lower layers of the map? Well, duh. A Vile Force of Darkness has arrived.
Thank you for playing SimCity 3000. It was a great treat.
Yeah, for me too as well. City Giraffe, thanks for the $3. And Shark Jumping Walrus with the $1 and Popped Latte.
This is Sparta!
Giraffe Fun D.
It was in fact a treat. I agree. Dwarfs as well with the 8 months. Hi, what's up, dude? And an anonymous gifter gifted a sub to Snorlax Ninja and Rupert PY with the $1. This all just kind of popped off. So we have these Kinlycott's Warriors. Kinlycott's Warriors, which are incredibly skinny, or at least this one is. They are alive, which is useful, meaning they die to crossbows faster. They are wielding silver bolts and are mostly wearing leather, which is good. All crosswomen. So this might look scary, but it's actually just a snatcher crew. It's a crew of snatchers. Meaning I'm going to try and lock my doors inside. I'm also going to try and immediately slam this shut. And they won't last too far. We'll scare them off, I think. Finally, you've arrived once more to a stream after a long hiatus. What's up, Lich King of the Dead? From watching a last opera's Twitch overlay does not like to report everyone who is live, or it reads something you forget. But that's a moot point. You see that Firebolt has so far gone, but got a local necro problem that's starting to show. We're getting there. Devil Dawn, thanks for gifting a sub to a wild shiny Flareon. Appreciate you, dude. You're a little new to the game, but you didn't find anything, and that's why you ask? You can always dig deeper. And the deeper you dig, the more interesting stuff you'll find. But Dwarf Fortress is a game that doesn't just give you stuff. You have to kind of go out of your way to find it. So my advice is keep digging. And if you're bored of a particular fortress, build somewhere new. And keep digging. Because a dwarf can always dig deeper. What, that you were gifted a subscription, Wild Shiny? It means that you don't see ads. So this is a child snatcher. A truly nightmarish child snatcher, too. As, not only is he wielding a bag to steal children with, he's also an actual night creature, which has to be fun. Meanwhile, this dumb dwarf is going out to fill a water skin. Good luck. Well, hopefully that answers your question about the sub. Because the sub just means that you get ad-free viewing and access to some emotes for the next 30 days. Basically, somebody paid $5 to me on your behalf. Anyway, there goes that thief, like, immediately into the water. By that, I mean maybe, like, more than 2 even. This dwarf is, like, dueling with them. Probably actually not going to live very long. This is a not wise spot to be in here, dwarf. I got bad news for you. Fortunately, the rest of my dwarves seem to be a little bit smarter and are lined up appropriately, as they damn well should be. Also, I need to shut this off up here briefly so that I can actually get that corpse out of there. Oh, did they all just leave? Yep, they all just left. I'm assuming. That's what it looks like. Because I don't see them going in, so are they leaving? Are they heading off the map? Sleepy Moon Moth, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Maybe they're not. Let's just follow this one. This little squad is moving towards my fort. What are they fighting with? Oh, one of my dwarves. Sparky, Sparky, Sparky. Well, let's just send my squaddies out. Run away, Sparky. They are continuing to chase Sparky. Let's get you down here. My squad to just kill these dudes. It's going to take them a little bit to get here. Hopefully you're not, like, lying down. You might want to keep running. Yeah, you are. That's good. Dwarf's running pretty quick. These 2 squads I can just send back to training. They're also fighting with this wild warthog who's just out here. Where actually is the squads? Are you for real? Oh, I understand the problem. They literally can't get out. Because, well, I'll just open the front door. Long story short, they actually can't get out of the fortress. Nor can they get back into the fortress because I still have my drain open, meaning there is actually no way out of the fort currently. All right, well, soldiers are coming as quickly as they bloody well can. Also, congratulations on that gift sub, Sleepy. One, it's your first one, so thank you. But also, you got Mad Mand, who's been around the channel for forever and a day. Shady's been possessed. That's pretty shady. Hopefully we can save Sparky, Sparky, Sparky. The fighting begins. The dwarves are fighting with the creatures. The militia captain stabs the goblin bowman in the upper body, tearing apart the muscle and tearing apart the heart. Shot to the heart, and dwarfs to blame. You give goblins a bad name. This guy's intestines are coming out, and the most recent thing he said is nothing. He doesn't have much to say, actually. He's very, very poorly spoken, very underspoken, even. This, however, creature probably isn't going to live too much longer. And if I skip to the most recent event, he's gotten a spear stabbed into him, and then a spear dwarf stabs him again, and then a spear dwarf stabs him again in the lower body, and then they stab him again, and then they jump over to the goblin, and the siege is over. Now, the important question here is Sparky, Sparky, Sparky dead? Sparky, Sparky, Sparky is running back inside to go rest. So not dead. Can confirm. Hey, what's up? Entryarch. I know who you used to be, Prof. Rain. Good to see you. Where was Shady? Where are you going, Dwarf? No, you're Animal. Also, hi, Animal. Still yet to make your way into the caverns, but from memory, yeah, your current game is just trying to turn 5 moods around? 5 moods around, so they can get more... So I can bloody get more folks as this fort's right next to your home civ in under a day away. Are you trading with your home civ? Okay, so I lost a Blazer Flamewing, apparently. Got some pretty bad injuries out in the field, which is very unfortunate. See a gnome and then try to capture it and feed it alcohol. What? Well, you can't tame them, but just settle on a good mountain. Or just a mountain in general. Or a haunted mountain if you want dark gnomes. Just need to be on the edge of a mountain where there happens to be gnomes around. That's all you really need. Thank you very much for the little hype train chat with 8 subscriptions and $5 in bits. Hate you guys. You get no migrant waves? Maybe just make a new fort. Sometimes you're just in a bad spot. Maybe your faction's at war with like 3 different factions. Maybe something crazy is going on. Generally, in my experience, if you're in a situation like that, the best thing that you can do is just simply retire the fort and build a new one. Because who knows what's going on? Maybe somebody is starving to death on the edge of the map, slowly going insane. It's possible. Which is stopping the traders from appearing. It can be. It can also not be fun if you don't know what's causing it. Yeah, some forts are just doomed. And that's kind of the way the game works. It's not a game about giving you 100% success. There is a chance I may have just set this up as an infinite mood. We'll see what item you grab next. So this is a Plains Pact. I ain't reading the whole thing. Hold on a second. What is happening right now? Grabs Cave Spider Silk Cloth. Okay. Walks to the workshop. I'm starting to see how much cloth showing up in here, and I'm pretty sure we have a problem. I'm pretty sure we have a problem. Just gonna... Bonk. Alright, let's see what Shady do. Please don't go insane, Shady. Please, please, please. Oh, obviously just goes for the others. All right, well, Shady, you know what? You gather silk to your heart's content. That is totally fine. We will just let you go about that, and good luck. Chat, remind me in like an hour to check on that dwarf if finish that the thing that they're working on, because they may get it done eventually. Dwarf outsmarted me. I mean, I could just go forbid the others, but meh. All right, let's just go in here and start melting down everything that isn't steel. And you're going to be like, but blind, that's a whip. Yeah, it's a copper whip. It sucks. Also, fun fact, did you know that whips, while they might be super overpowered if they are specifically a silver whip, the copper ones kind of blow. So, bronze ones are all right. Also, halberds can be used to chop down trees, which boggles my mind. I don't get it. Because technically dwarves aren't supposed to be able to equip them. But then every now and again you'll see a dwarf just like running around with a halberd chopping down trees. It's like, what? Kyle BB8, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. It's good to have you. Alright, so what I'm going to do is we're just going to go over to here to you. Let's go melt metal object. Do that on repeat, and we'll just pause the rest of these. And boost that to the top. Fort's in the low double digits. The more I hear about this fort, Lich King of Dead, the more I feel like you really should just start a new fort. Got you into Dwarf Fortress and it's been a blast. Happy to help. Happy to help. Now you have some VODs to catch up on. There's like when we're talking about me, there's always VODs to catch up on. And Linku, hello. It's good to see you. Generally, when it comes to human-sized equipment versus dwarven equipment, is just my word of advice to people is just get the dwarves using dwarven equipment. They'll do better the vast majority of the time. Okay, currently, we're making steel bars. Out of everything you need to make steel bars with. What even is in this stockpile at this point? Is it mostly just magnetite? It's mostly just magnetite. Once again, I still don't know what I should be doing with this fort. Okay, so they're making rock blocks down there on that end. Let's go up to here. Work on this side of things. Although I'm going to close this. Hopefully I don't get anybody stuck underneath it. Which I may be about to. Nope. I did see a dwarf in there. Alright, well, I got at least one dwarf stuck in here, potentially. Let's see. Let's actually just jump up here and pause this. Uh-oh. There's something stinking over here. Get all this crap tossed. Oh, platinum halberd would be terrible. I mean, that's a cool material, but that's not a material you want in a cutting weapon, and that's a cutting weapon. that was like a Maul or a Warhammer, that could be cool. But the thing is, a lot of human gear, the dwarves aren't supposed to be able to equip it. So if you do actually allow them, they will be significantly less effective in a lot of cases than dwarven equipment. And there are plenty of mods out there that make the ones that are completely unequipable equipable. And I will just state this. Nobody listens to me, and you don't have to listen to me. But I would recommend against using those mods because they will kind of break the physics of the game sometimes, which can be very bad. Very, very, very bad. We're going to go over to labor, and I'm actually going to go to chores. I'm going to remove the kids from refuse and body hauling and cleaning. Because a lot of this stuff I do still want them doing, but I do not really need them hauling these bodies. Platinum Halebrid would be terrible, yeah. Also here with this stockpile, I'm gonna go into here. Move this tile, this tile, this tile, this tile, this tile, this tile. To accept that. Dwarf has fallen into depression. Got a single nice statue. Not without mods, no. Animal. Glass isn't really a weapon material unless we're talking about discs. And discs are kind of their own weird thing. You can make a glass warhammer, but you can only use it once. That is not true. That's all I have to say about that. And I realize that you're just being, you'll be like, blind, but you're just being a party pooper saying that that's not true. Yes, but when people see things in my stream, regardless of if it's true or not, they often take it as fact about Dwarf Fortress. And I've actually seen jokes that people have made in my chat about Dwarf Fortress in a thing that you can't make, stuff like that. At which point then I have to spend the next week explaining to people in YouTube comments when the VOD goes up that no, in fact, you can't do that. That's just somebody saying that you can in chat and me joking along with it. So while it may be amusing to say things like that, no, that's not true. That's not how the game works. So I have a second YouTube channel because people complained about too many uploads on the main channel. So if you want to find the VODs, you can find them on the Blind Extras channel. If you type in !VODs on the in the chat here, it should get you a link, or just go seek out the Blind Extras channel on YouTube, which, you know, pretty easy to find. I've been screaming about it for a while, and I've basically, unless I literally shove it in the face of every single person who watches every single video, which I kind of refuse to do, just kind of on principle, even if it's like worse for promoting me because I find it to be kind of obnoxious. If that's the downfall of me as a creator and my career ends early because I don't shove stuff in people's faces enough, well then so be it. But that being said, yeah, if you want to find the VODs, they're on the Extras channel because I got tired of people mass unsubscribing and leaving dislikes because I was uploading VODs from my streams. Yeah, it's like I can't joke anymore, I know. I just wish things were nicer for the forts with real nice of a location for your plans anyway. This game does not use base dwarves. This game does not use base dwarves. It's a modded game, but I want some challenge, and I'm using Gramelkin mod. Yeah, if you're asking for okay, let me just reiterate everything I've said. If you are using a bunch of mods, I cannot help you with any of your problems. And it's because I have no idea what that mod is changing, what kind of behaviors that mod is changing, how it's affecting your game. So if you come into my stream and you ask me for assistance with your game, cool. If you're using a heavily modded or moderately modded version of the game, don't even bother asking me for assistance, because often what I will tell you is completely irrelevant to what issues you're actually having. And it could be everything from the mod is just designed to make your life hell, all the way to the mod could be completely, totally, and utterly broken. I do not know. So if you are using a modded version of the game, there's literally no, like, especially if you're modding in other races, other factions, other faction behaviors, if you're not even playing as dwarves, just please don't ask me for advice, because I literally can't give it to you. Unless it's cosmetics. Unless it's like just, you know, variation in sprites. If you're using any kind of mechanical mod, just don't even bother asking me for assistance, because that's just gonna be my response. I can't help you. Because they often change so much about the game that in some cases you may not even be playing the same game as me. Yeah, I'm pretty just kind of flat with that take. Not that mods are bad. Mods are great. You should use mods if they make your game more interesting. But just note that you're on your own. This isn't something I can help you with. This isn't a struggle I can assist you with, unfortunately. It's like a RimWorld bug report. Suited giraffe. This is true. That, and also the mod that removes spiders. Not to be confused with Tekken's mod, which adds more spiders. Which I may argue is probably a better mod. But yeah, no, especially if you're using like playable race mods, or like changing the way dwarves and their behaviors work, there's absolutely no way in hell I can deduce your problems as to why you're not getting migrants. It's not going to be a possible thing for me to figure out. Because it could be, you're probably better off actually asking the mod creator, especially if you're doing everything theoretically correct. Because maybe you just found a bug in the mod. Like, who knows? It kind of sucked. Yeah, I don't know. I've never felt the need to add more stuff to Dwarf Fortress. Because Dwarf Fortress can be as challenging as you want it to be without modding the game. Just go settle somewhere harder in a meaner world. As I really do like what's going on, but I need to review what I have for the world. Though I might throw a dwarf game for an attempt to see if it was a location or a mod-based factors at some point. If you have the seed for the world generated, you could in theory generate the same world without the mods. But yeah, I have no idea. Like, genuinely. Like, I wish I could be more help in this instance, but realistically, it's kind of not possible. And Stone, you have a good night's sleep. He's good, dude. Can you, in theory, conquer a tower made by world generation? You can, in theory, conquer anything made by world gen. The whole goal of this entire, like, build, this entire fort, is to destroy all of the towers. None of it, or as little of it as possible, Gooms. I just like the search functionality. That's kind of it. I try and use it as little as possible, because largely, for me, it's using DF hack for me is like playing a Bethesda game, and instead of actually playing the Bethesda game, you just use the terminal to level up everything. It kind of ruins the game for me. So I have as few of its features on as possible. I just like the search functionality. I mean, to me, it's like it enables dev tools, right? Some people find the like quick fort stuff and building stuff to be fun. I like actually laying out all my forts. I enjoy the process of building forts, and that includes clicking each pixel one by one and slowly, meticulously building out forts. I enjoy that portion of the game very much so. This Dwarf used to be super upset. Let's see how they're doing. So for me, if, like, what necessarily makes the game better for some people doesn't make the game better for me. There's definitely some stuff that can be tedious. Yeah, for me, stuff that speeds up UI traversal is nice. And DF hack is the only way that you're going to get UI mods. Like, literally just, like, the search functionality is, like... I wouldn't say it's, like, necessary or, like, a needed thing by any stretch. If I wasn't streaming, I probably wouldn't be using it, but... I'll also sometimes use it to, like, try and figure out where frame rate drops are coming from. So, like, if my frame rate suddenly tanks, I'll sometimes type in the exterminate command and see if there's, like, a glut of units stuck somewhere. It's like, did a Crundle have 750 babies in, like, a corner of the caverns that I could just dump some lava on or something? Stone Sense is fine. I have a very mixed relationship with Stone Sense. That being, quite simply, it makes my game crash most of the time I use it. So I don't like it. This is actually the best the best DF hack command though. Quick save. What does Stone Sense do? It loads up an extraordinarily ugly isometric view of your fortress, and then makes your game crash. And I'm gonna go use the toilet. I will be right back.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop.
It's got nothing to do with your computer. It's just if you try to move the camera while it's loading or unpause the game while it's running, it's a pretty high chance your game's gonna crash. It's got nothing to do with the type of computer you have. Everybody's just like, oh, I have this beast of a computer. So do I. Does not matter how good your computer is, your game will just crash sometimes. So you gotta pay me money to get those, unfortunately, Flareon. But here, I'll show you the ugliness that is Stone Sense. It's just a very unstable DF hack plugin. That's all it is. This is Stone Sense. And I kind of don't like it. I don't think I ever will. Like, I don't like the way it looks. So because of that, it's pretty hard for me to, you know, put much thought into it because I just don't like the way it looks. But that's a me problem. Not everybody has that problem. I think maybe if you know, like this style, maybe it could be a nice addition. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It's not for me. No, thank you. And there goes the game. So do you remember how I said it makes your game crash like crazy? Like, I didn't do any. I closed Stone Sense and it crashed. So, you know. That's why you use the quick save command before you use the make the game ugly command. Oh yeah, no, totally. The full Stone Sense experience. That's why quick save exists. So you quick save, and then you use Stone Sense, and then it crashes, and you go, ha! Well, if I unpause the game, it would also crash Wild Chinese, so... Kinda had to close it. Basically, my advice for Stone Sense is don't use Stone Sense. Why is it called Stone Sense? I don't know, I didn't make it. It's existed longer than I've played this game, so... if you look at the Twitch notifications, Lucas, it'll tell you who gifted you the subscription. Or I could click on your username and tell you that way. Lil Jaeger. So Lil Jaeger gifted 610 subscriptions in the chat the other day. So who gave you a sub? The guy that gave literally everybody here a sub. Last week got a little nuts. You mean Magic of Voxel? How much silk have you grabbed? Cool. Best part about this is Cave Spider Silk is technically like a infinite resource. And Tolas, thanks for checking out a gift as well. Yeah, they ship in the UK. Shipping shouldn't be expensive at all either. Because there's a production facility in the UK. I also, like, stealth dropped another mug over the weekend. It was the lore mug. You're at minus 10 Z levels. Only minus 10 Z levels? Well, there's multiple cavern layers, and they could be anywhere from 2 Z levels down to 90 Z levels down. So remember, there's 200 Z levels-ish per map, really, that you can dig through. So you got to go a lot deeper than that. And also, it depends on, like, your proximity to sea level and the cavern layers on that particular map. So, like, there's been times where I've had to dig down very, very, very far. An infinite plane packed silk. I mean, I'm trying to, like, force this artifact to finish quicker, but by forbidding all of the silk and only letting him use the Forgotten Caves by the Forgotten Beast silk, which I think he is. Yeah, he is. Sweet Sea White Boats Echoes, the Forgotten Beast something or another's. You can never dig too deep? Well, I mean, you could run out of space to dig, so I think that would be too deep. Gone through 200 booze. We're going to need to queue up more booze soon. Forgotten Beast Ong Kosum Aspad has come. A great Dimetrodon with lidless eyes. It has large mandibles and it squirms and fidgets. Its brass scales are large and overlapping. Beware its webs. Why do they all have webs? Why must they all have webs? Why must they all have webs? So the lower cavern layers I have actually sealed off. Which is... Where's my stairs now? Oh, there. So this layer down here is locked right now, so they can't get in through the bottom level. I don't think it can get in through this level, but I really need to, like, do a much better job of locking this area down. Although this side area right here is currently open in theory with the intent of allowing the beast out. So I like how I opened this door up and immediately, instantly, an elk bird runs into the fortress. All right. Because apparently there's just been an elk bird stuck down here for God knows how long. All right, so let's follow this beast. Let's see if you come into my trap. God damn it, go south. Grr. 404, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. It's good to have you. Appreciate you. Jack, could I get a couple beers? The response to that. That beast went off and vanished. If they show up again, we'll unlock the door again. Well, as they say in that one Ailstorm, the alcohol is free. That one Ailstorm song. I'm a shallow beard dwarf myself, so I could at some point get a cavern open. So there's a running joke, I guess, in the dwarf. Well, maybe not joke, but there's an old saying in the Dwarf Fortress community. New players build in dirt. Medium players build in stone. Old players build in the depths. And actual experienced players build wherever because they like variety. So, really, at the end of the day, the world's kind of your oyster with this game. So just build wherever you want, really. So there's no access to this area. But I do need to seal this off. You're definitely a dirt dweller. You'll get past that eventually. And also, for clarity's sake, there's nothing wrong with being a dirt dweller. Just a very different kind of fortress. The way I see it is, if you can't smooth the floors and walls, it's not a suitable dwarven living environment. It looks great, and not only as a fan. I'm glad you like it. Minecart, your official minecart certification mug. I'm glad that you are now a certified minecart operator. I feel like I should give my dad one of those for Christmas. Just, here you go. You can take that to work. Be a certified minecart operator. One of the funniest things that I still think's ever happened in regards to me, like, doing this as a job is the point, right? It was last December when Dwarf Fortress was releasing, and my dad overheard some of his, like, his new hires at his job talking about Dwarf Fortress and watching my YouTube videos for them. And he just didn't say anything. And then apparently showed up later with a Vile Force of Darkness mug, and one of them commented on it and said, "Oh yeah, that's my kid." And he's never brought it up again since. Certified rocket operator? What's up, Harry? How have you been, man? Gotta go to Mars somehow. We'll just need enough fuel. We'll get there in a jiff. Alright, well, I need to actually, like, seal this area off a little better. So let's just, like, gut all of this out of here. I also need to be careful with chopping down too many trees because I don't want to anger the elves. We're already at war with enough things. About being at war with enough things, we haven't been attacked by anything in a minute. I'm going to make a Rangers Guild. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a Rangers Guild. I'm going to do a Rangers Guild and connect it to the tavern. Question is, where do I put it? Maybe down here?
I don't watch much, but as long as I have Prime, I'll try to swing by once a month.
Dude, what's up? Thanks for continuing to do that. It means a lot. How's the TikTok career working out? You still doing that stuff, or has the floor come out on that? 'Cause last time we talked, stuff was kind of popping for you. Hope things are going all right in your neck of the woods. All right, I need to. That's the thing I want to do. Want to make a Rangers Guild and see if we can work on building your YouTube more at the moment. Prop up the YouTube channel in the chat. Like, give people a link. 'Cause I do actually like your stuff. I do, I swear. But you've kind of got the H-Bomber guy problem of doesn't upload often enough. But, you know, well, that's the problem with some of the best YouTubers. There you go. Hey, chat room. On both chats. Go look this guy up on YouTube. Makes history videos. They're very entertaining. I recommend them. They take a long time to make. Yeah. It's one of the hardest markets to get into. Although you're doing well in that, like, your worst viewed video got 10,000 views, which is, on YouTube's side of things, pretty good. The best part about channels that only upload twice a year is that, like, you don't get flooded with videos like me. You subscribe to me on YouTube, it's like you just gotta kind of accept that, like, 6-7 times a week you're gonna see something in your sub box. And it may have just been something that I just kind of threw together that morning because I was like, crap, I need to put something up. Speaking of, what's going on with that strange mood? Bars metal, rough color, leather skin, bones. I'm assuming you want bones. Fortunately, we got plenty of those, so... Got a trained cage giraffe. Some of these. Slaughter a few things, see if you move. Otherwise, he actually just wants all of this stuff. You just unsub? I really, really wish that you could filter... Like, I need somebody to make me a better YouTube or something. I just want to be able to... Because sometimes I feel like watching shorts. Sometimes I feel like watching longs. And sometimes I feel like watching live streams. I don't want to see all three of those things in the same place. YouTube is like an absolute dumpster fire currently. Like, it kind of sucks. Meanwhile, Gate Nerd here just needs to get their shit on Nebula. That's where it actually belongs. If you want a video to go viral, you just have to do a video on, like, the history of urbanism. That's what you need to do. That's all the shit for people popping off these days. Talk about how big trucks are annoying, and then all the Zoomers sitting at home who can't afford the big truck go, here! No. You haven't, your last upload was 5 years ago? You know what I can't believe is that command still works. Harry. Intruders, drive them away. What do we have? More, Did I just... Chat, we just caught a necromancer. I caught a necromancer! Look at that. English. More intruders. Drive them away, too. They all came in a straight line. So they all ran straight into the fort. Trying to get to my corpse pile. And we managed to catch not one, but two of them. Got him. All right, let's attempt to raid this site. I'm not going to steal any of their items in case they have books. We're mostly just trying to release our prisoner. Necromancer skill issue. So what for this fort? What's the plans? To eradicate necromancy from the land. That is the goal of this fort. And then also try and steal a necromancer's legendary mug. There's a command in the Twitch chat called !goal. If you type that command in, you'll get a kind of a brief synopsis of what I would like to do. Get 'em, dwarfs. All right, chat. How many dwarves do I lose in this minor attempted siege, do you think? Okay, well. Fine. I will unforbid this silk. And he goes off. Yeah, he just wants more silk. All right, well, we'll just let you collect silk for the next 10 years. And maybe at some point in that period of time, we'll just get a really valuable artifact all of a sudden. Oh, for those captured necros. Throw them in the volcano. Naturally. I mean, I also have a bunch of captured zombies. So I don't know. Our pile grows. You're glad to still be a part of the show. I mean, I'm pretty sure Mars Rocket is still an emote. Yeah, it is. There you go. The pile stands up. Yeah, there you go. You understand. All right, so let's get back to figuring out of where I can cram. Because this area as well, it's got lava underneath it. Because really, oh, you know what I could do? I could put it up here. You don't have a dining room, dying son. Because those three are already taken. Dying son needs a dining room. I'm actually just going to say screw all the bedrooms on this layer, I think. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to cut all these out. I was going to make bedrooms on this layer, but I think not, actually. What's up, Ivan? It's definitely early afternoon here. Early afternoon over in good old Canada. The Cave Dwellers haven't corrupted save games since the very first iteration of version 50 in like the first 2 weeks of December of last year. So no, they do not corrupt your save games. I do nerf the Cavern Dwellers, though, in the custom difficulty settings. Oh yeah, you can smooth them, you just can't fortify them. The elves have arrived to trade. What's that time? No, you don't force anybody into servitude. Dwarf Fortress doesn't really have mechanics that allow for that. Unless you make your own dwarves into necromancers, which is a bit of a different thing. Okay, so we attempted a raid. We went and attacked these guys. In the early spring of 362, the human necromancer Tiquo outmatched the dwarf. A cunning plan. The defenders had a strong positional advantage. Well, we struck down a necromancer, so that's good. And then we searched and found nothing. Now, the question is... Nope. I don't think we got Epion back. Which means let's go attack them again. Because I'm hoping that it was just the one necromancer there. Because if that's the case, then we can start just conquering these locations. And a devilish potato is throwing a tantrum once again, and a giraffe... Oh, an armadillo has become wild once again, which is terrifying. Of whoever slew the necromancer? Who did slew the necromancer? So it was the militia captain, who's Methstos Charm Wheels. I can do that. Steel statue it be. Yep, that's not the right screen. This is the screen. Steel statue. One of historical figure Mettthos Char Wheels. Yep. Make like a hall of heroes or something. You always like to make statues for great dwarves. It can be a fun thing sometimes. No leather, no wool. Rope reed should be fine. Pigtail should be fine. That maybe, probably not fine, actually. Those have some sort of markings on them. Silk should be fine. Those should be fine. That should be fine. Wait, no, that's alpaca wool. I'm smart. That should be fine. It's not fine, not fine, not fine. Not fine. Should be 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 fine. Not fine. Should be fine. Alright, so yes, 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 yes. No, 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 no. Yes, okay. That should be plenty. Try this game called Magicraft. I've seen people yelling about it. No idea what it is. Hope you enjoy it. It does work. Because it only works in one menu. It only works in the trading screen. None of the other screens. The only screen it works in is the sending items to the trade depot. It works for everybody, and it should work for you, but only in the trade screen. Nowhere else. Used to work in all the menus. Now, for some reason, it only works in the trade screen. As for why, I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. So it makes a lot more sense when you realize that you're probably just doing it in a screen that isn't that screen. Just Dwarf Fortress things? More or less. So now we're just waiting on our broker, who's currently making rock blocks to get their butt over here. You know what? Let's actually just go down here. This is going to be the entrance to the Rangers Guild. And actually, you know what? I'm gonna keep doing an actually, you know what? Move this slightly up here. Knock out both of these. Put this here so it's one more specific location. And this can be the Rangers Guild. Rangers Guild is going to be attached to the tavern, so dwarves are going to hang out in the tavern and the Rangers Guild. And we're going to use this as a method of teaching ambushing. Because ambushing is a very important skill to learn. And the Rangers Guild is one of the easiest ways to train that. I mean, sometimes you just, have to make a statue fully depicting the glorious deeds of your military. Speaking of the glorious deeds of the military, we'll see how they do on the second round. Can't be gone that long. Uh-oh, we got a ghost. Should have been more proactive about those. Well, I've actually kind of got a lot of dwarves that need... Wait, hold on a second. Why are you... I guess because they're not on the map, they're considered dead. But it's presuming all of my dwarves that have left the map are dead already. That's kind of funny. You're just storing used owned items. Or that are you? They're just coming back. Attempt 2. Snuck in undetected. We found nothing. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to find a very upset dwarf. Board guy is a very upset surgeon. Very, 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 very upset. But doesn't tantrum anywhere near as often as a devilish potato. So I'm going to make a new militia squad with metal armor, and it's going to be a devilish potato by themselves. And now a devilish potato is going to go on a mission, which is conquer and occupy this site, basically. We're going to go try and conquer and occupy this human tower because as far as I can tell, there's nothing there. As far as I can tell, there is nothing there. So, Devilish Potato, now is your opportunity to become a member of Dwarven royalty. There are no books there. Literally, there are none. So, I couldn't grab them if I wanted to. But I'm hoping that that dwarf will sooner rather than later go and acquire stuff. Now we're going to go attack this location and not worry about books. We're just going to raid, not steal any books, and then go do the thing. The reason I'm not stealing any books is because we're trying to destroy necromancy, not become necromancy. That, or maybe I should take all the books and throw them in the volcano. Maybe that's even better. What are the criteria for a great dwarf? Highly depends on what your definition of great is. In fact, mostly depends on what your definition of great is. So the dwarf that got the kill goes there. I don't know. Genuinely, I do not know. I didn't know you could slab somebody while they were raiding. Dr. Phineas meets with the elven diplomat, and then they ask us to not chop down as many trees, and they give us 25, and we say, okay. There's a ghost. We're going to trade. So if you scroll through, if any of them are red, or I think it's purple, whatever if they're not gold or white, you can't sell them to the elves. Otherwise, they'll be pretty okay. They brought me an orangutan. And a two-humped camel. Now, if it was a two-humped giant camel, I would definitely take it, but it's not giant. Does not fit my criteria. They brought anything else that I want, though? Not really? Well, I suppose monkey it is, then. It's okay, we have other ways of getting animals to make into stew. God, orangutans have a funny-looking sprite. It's Lanky Kong. Oh shit, he finally finished it. Shady, the planter, has created Eris Ratul Sobirenier, a mudstone crown, and offers it to the ageless creation. It's a crown that took like a year to make. So it's down here. It's worth 16,000 and it's got quite a long description. It's not too bad. But still, he used a lot of soak in this thing. This is a mudstone crown. Our Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round mudstone cabochons and trillion-cut white jades, and studded with iron and decorated with Siwat's Forgotten Beast leather silk and cave spider silk, and encircled with bands of Siwat's cave spider silk. Or Forgotten Beast silk, rather. And Drunrian leather and cave spider silk. This object is adorned with hanging rings of Siwat's Boat Srecho's Forgotten Beast silk and white jade and cave spider silk. And menaces with spikes of Siwat's Forgotten Beast cave spider silk and cave spider silk and Dunrian leather. On the item is an image of a battle axe in Siwat Boat Srecho's Forgotten Beast silk. On the item is an image of Nagoso Seduced Marshes, the dwarf, and Solon, the dwarf, in Siwat's Forgotten Beast silk. Solon is striking down Nagoso. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Nagoso by the dwarf Solon in Firebolt in the early autumn of 356 during Umaz Sunos, the attack of rampages. On the item is an image of a rambutan tree in Siwat Boat Stringo's Forgotten Beast silk. On the item is an image of a carp in Cave Spider Silk. The carp is standing up. On the item is an image of a dwarf in Cave Spider Silk. On the item is an image of a backpack in Drunrian bone. On the item is an image of Hustle Wound, the green glass figurine of Edzul, Letter Lancer in Cave Spider Silk. On the item is an image of Sezir Flashbredged, the dwarf in Cave Spider Silk. On the item is an image of dwarves in Cave Spider Silk. On the item, the dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Firebolt by the ageless creation of the uncommon mansion in the early spring of 351. On the item is an image of an acorn fly in Cave Spider Silk. On the item is an image of dwarves in Cave Spider Silk. On the dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Firebolt by the ageless creation of the uncommon mansion in the early spring of 351. It's a lot of silk. Let's give that to this Baron. There it is. There you go. Baron get crown. Incorrect. There is no good use for AI. Deep Space, it's good to see you. How you been, man? Somebody's getting a cabinet in front of their doorway because I clicked wrong. In reality, this dwarf up here should get the cabinet because they have a loincloth in their bedroom. I'm okay. I'm okay. Now, a good use for descriptions like that is find a friend of yours who knows how to draw pretty well and ask them to draw it for you. Draken's Soul, how are you doing today? It's good to see you. Thanks for stopping by today. And Porcelet, it's also good to see you as well. But yeah, thanks to the 215 people here on Twitch and the extra 50 over on YouTube. Good to have a crowd. And feel free to play around with large language models and all that crap. I just generally have a pretty hard stance on I don't like this stuff, so I will do my damnedest to throw shade whenever it is brought up. Human creativity is the beauty of things. Machine self-plagiarism is just... That is awful at drawing, get them to draw it for you? Yeah, that's even better. If you have a friend that's awful at drawing and their only drawing software is MS Paint for Windows 98, that's the best way to get a very accurate description of a creature. Or it looks nice? Thank you. I think it looks kind of bad. There's really not much to it, which is why I think it looks kind of bad, but... Currently building a Mark's Dwarf guild hall. So. But some migrants have arrived despite the danger. So we've got at least 2. If you would like a dwarf named after you, pop in the chat and say, pick me. I love how I'm trying to send this dwarf off map to go take over a place, but they're too busy tantruming. Lucas Bat, over here, has a great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he is a friendly individual. He's somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he tends to avoid crowds. He tends to think before acting, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Occasionally overindulges and likes a little excitement now and then, needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and has a pet bunny. This dwarf up here, Attis, Kraken. Often feels lustful, does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He enjoys the company of others. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Rarely is happy or enthusiastic, is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and he has an active imagination, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. Often tells pointless stories when he's bored and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally greatly respects the shrewd and guileful, and values honesty and values good craftsmanship, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. And, oh, look at this. Matt Korax, who's dead, is your older half-brother. Your auntie Amethyst lives here. And your cousin Ryo Shinkat and your cousin DS lives here. As well as G-Fin and Fractal Bellum and some of the other younger ones who have unfortunately passed away. Death by stabbing. This one right here is Rupert BY. And Rupert is a die-in-the-wool quarreler, never missing a chance to lash out in verbal hostility. I'm sorry. He is bothered by this since he values friendship. He is very greedy and he has an overbearing sense of personality. And he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. And he could be considered rude, and he often acts with compassion. He tends to not reveal personal information, though he's conflicted by this as he dislikes that sort of concealment dislikes this sort of concealment in the abstract. He likes a little excitement now and again, and he is conflicted by this. He considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he rarely is happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, occasionally overindulges, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. Should keep that dwarf very far away from the military. You don't really want quarrelers with strength training. This dwarf here is Baby Blueford. Baby Blueford. Baby Blueford is very friendly and always tries to say nice things. She has a greedy streak, and she tends to consider what others think of her. She tends to think before acting, and she often feels envious of others. She is slow to trust others, and when she's nervous, she has a habit of chewing on her cheek. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Very conflicted dwarf, yes. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally disdains loyalty, and does not particularly value the truth. Your husband Tekid isn't here currently. Your uncle Unib is dead, and your cousin Monkey Monk is alive, and your cousin Elfie Bean is dead, and you worship a bunch of gods, none of which are the chinchilla. So I think that's a very big shame that you don't worship the chinchilla. This next dwarf here goes to Noel Man AP. Noel Man lacks confidence in his abilities and has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. Often acts with compassion and tends to think before acting. He's moved by art and natural beauty, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he has a greedy streak. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He can handle stress, and he isn't particularly curious about the world. He is trusting, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he lives a fast-paced life. He starts to mutter under his breath when he gets excited, and when he's nervous, he clicks his tongue. He dreams of mastering a skill, and he personally holds nature to be of greater value than most aspects of civilization, and does not respect the law and sees competition as reasonably important. Yeah, rip Elfie. He died too young. And you also don't worship the chinchilla. I hate to break it to you. The next dwarf here is Donnie. Donnie, I like it when dwarves have relatives in the fort. It's always a good thing, because they get big happy thoughts from speaking to relatives. Man, Amethyst is like related to everybody. Amethyst's everybody's cousin. That's funny. She is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. She takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, and she is easily moved to mercy. She feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for her. She generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She does not often feel lustful and does not try to get things done perfectly. She has an active imagination and she can handle stress, and when she's thinking, her body becomes very still and her hands jump all over the place when she's excited, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family, and she personally sees loyalty as a useful... Wait, what? She personally values loyalty and sees war as a useful means to an end. There we go. I missed the values part. And she does not care about fairness and doesn't really value merrymaking and dreams of raising a family. To Vinny? But Amethyst is a she. But she is everybody's cousin. And currently you're leading a cooking demonstration? So you're teaching dwarves to cook right now? Amethyst? Seems like a good cousin to have. So your eldest daughter, Jefin, is alive. Your two younger kids are dead, unfortunately. Kraken, your nephew's here. Cousin Celebot died. Okay, yeah, never mind. You don't actually have that many cousins. Funny Man, it's mostly just like Funny Man and a few other people. I mean, you've got lots of half-siblings, which may have something to do with it. Yeah, your husband, yeah, got clocked over the head pretty badly. Single mom, teaching cooking. Doing Armok's work, I say. Trust me. The sex that a dwarf is born with does not limit their combat abilities. Let's work on this. Currently, we need for training. All right, Donnie, you can join the military since you insist. Baby Blueford will also put you into the Marksdorf squad. And... I think I'm going to put Baby Fem, who's an adult now. It's definitely afternoon here. How you doing, Diamond? I'm doing okay. It's been a kind of a weird week. Some of you might remember I received a phone call from my neighbor asking if I could give his wife injections. I did that all week, and they gave me a free bottle of scotch. So, yay for being an expert in needles, I suppose. Like, literally, his reasoning for reaching out to me specifically is, you are the only person I know who knows knows a thing or two about needles who also doesn't happen to be a heroin addict. I'm like, well, I guess it's a needed skill sometimes. No, it's literally like she takes blood thinners because she has a heart valve. Turns out, if you happen to take blood thinners, and you need surgery done, they put you on injections instead of pill form so that you don't bleed out during the operation. And them needles are fucking big. Like, they real big. Like, big scary needle. Like, a lot of people would just faint if they saw it. So the reason my neighbor couldn't give them to his wife is because he's like in his 60s and he shakes like crazy. His hands are not the most stable these days. And she's scared shitless of needles. So wandered over there once a day and gave her an injection, and then they gave me a bottle of scotch. So I now have a bottle of scotch. I guess I was being a good neighbor. Or trying my best. I mean, you definitely are a medical professional, so yeah, no, it definitely shouldn't matter. Mm-hmm. Absolutely not, no. It definitely shouldn't matter. Nope. It's definitely not why, you know, a doctor prescribed it. It's almost like there isn't, you know, different levels of strength between pill form and injection and, like, you know. Because, you know, Diamond Destruct in chat, definitely a medical professional. Spoilers, it matters, mate. Absolutely matters. You watch Dr. House, you know your meds. Got it. Right. Must have sent them letters about how this nice place is. Lots of booze and warm lava. Yeah. It's good to, like, kick your feet up and, like, keep your toes warm on the lava. It's okay. Twitch chat's almost as bad as Google for, like, medical advice, so. Was a good bottle of scotch. Is a good bottle, so I say I got paid quite well. Yeah, no, that's what I thought. I mean, I wasn't really expecting anything in return, but they know that I drink whiskey, so then just then the third day I walk over and it's like, here, have a bottle of Jura. It's like, okay. Almost what? Where is this Dwarf at? Come on, you can make it to the edge of the map. Come on, you slowpoke. I could have sent you with no armor, but I figured that would just be rude. Come on, devilish potato. You can make it. I mean, I would generally trust Twitch chat more, and the reason I would say that is because I do know for a fact that there's at least 2 nurses that watch my streams and at least 1 heart surgeon that watches my streams. So if any of them happen to be in chat, it's significantly more helpful than Google. There you go. That squad finally leaves. We'll see how they do. There probably is a doctor in chat, yeah. It's kind of like the airplane situations. Like, do we have a doctor on board? I mean, if I was bored a couple weeks ago and I typed, like, my chronic pain symptoms into WebMD just to see what it would give me, and I don't have cancer, but I do have, like, a severe stomach infection according to WebMD, and I should put myself in the hospital. Which I don't. I have, like, chronic pain. So, let's just go with limestone for the end of that there. Like, if you happen to have symptoms for a thing that you definitely know what they are, it's sometimes fun to just type it into WebMD to see what it thinks it is. Googling symptoms is a terrible idea. And I say this with full authority. All right, let's see if that went well or poorly. So we went and raided them again. This is the side one down here that we raided. The uncommon mansion attacked the beasts of justifying of an unknown civilization, and the dwarf mythos led the attack, and the defenders were led by the dwarf necromancer Ognet. The dwarf mythos outmatched the dwarf necromancer with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Human necromancer was struck down by the dwarf Zuglar. There we go. The dwarf Deathslayer, Endok, the venerable hands of Goring, was struck down by Salvadaddy, and a dwarf necromancer Ognet was struck down by DS. And They smashed a couple teeth up and had some near misses, and the fabulous blade led by the dwarf Methos clashed with 64 animated dwarves, slaying 9. So there's a bunch of zombies in that other one. I guess we'll keep hitting this one. You have 4 minutes to live. It's definitely not a cat lying on my chest. Well, actually, if there's a cat lying on your chest, you may, in fact, just have 4 minutes to live. That is a computer number. 64 is... It's also a Nintendo number. Because obviously Nintendo made the 64th console. In case you didn't know that. Strange fact. Pretty sure these are all going to be steel tables. Kind of disappointed if they're not. You know, actually, let's put a pillar here. All right, let's see how a Devilish Potato's plight went. So he sent a Devilish Potato to seize a location. They went to the place, and so the ageless creation defeated the lulls of youth of an unknown civilization and took over a sign system. And a new government was called the Sweltering Halls. So we have officially taken over a tower. So I can now request workers. Or I can just let it sit. We've taken over one tower. That's one. Although apparently my own dwarf is still imprisoned there. Which is kind of funny. Oh, jeez. Come on, dwarves. What do I intend to do with it? Well, it'll slowly start to spawn workers. As far as the trapped dwarf, it doesn't really matter. I mean, the dwarf, that trapped dwarf will probably just leave now eventually and either return to this fortress or go elsewhere. That's kind of hard to say. As far as what do I plan to do with it, my victory condition for this fort, which is a self-imposed victory condition because there are no victory conditions in Dwarf Fortress, is to just simply destroy every necromancer. So continue doing what I'm doing is what I intend to do with it. That's it. Some things you don't need to have things that you intend to do with it. The act of acquiring the thing is more than enough. If that doesn't work for you, then, well, that's fine. But more than enough for me. Especially when it comes to mechanics that aren't fully realized in the game itself yet. So Ranger, what I'm looking for. All right, so, I mean, citizens only. We're gonna attach it to the Silvery Spices, which is my tavern, meaning that this area now is going to be prioritized by dwarves hanging out in the tavern, and they will bring meals down there. Thought I'd swear that I made Very perplexed by the fact that there's just a ghost floating around. That I thought that I memorialized already, but apparently I didn't. Wait, what's risking the population? I don't understand. No, it doesn't mess up anything. Sen. Why? Is something broken? The 3 dots makes me wonder. It's like the way my mom types. She leaves 3 dots and she's just like asking a question and I assume that some horrible nightmarish thing has happened. Okay, we snuck in there and came out undetected. Let's attempt to pillage this location right next to us. And we are now in an ad, so we'll wait for 3 minutes. Default DF hack shouldn't break anything. Well, I wouldn't recommend capturing a tower, specifically Lich King of the Dead. I know that your name is Lich King of the Dead, but I wouldn't recommend going after a tower because those can cause side effects. My advice would be to go after a faction that you're already at war with, because towers will send zombies to kill you, unless that's what you want. But yeah, if it's part of the process of making it safe, instead of destroying sites, simply conquer sites. And that'll often leave you with being in a better spot than if you just destroy sites. Like, you know, if you're attacking another faction and you just like demolish their entire population and then they're all dead, well then they're just all dead. If you take over and conquer and occupy another place, then you can take a little bit advantage of their stuff, but not that much in the current game, unfortunately. Sad thing is the world is made young, so most of the civs are small and there's not much in the way of wars aside from the local tower. The more I hear about the world that you're working on, the more I go, yeah, I would have just retired it at this point. Unless you like really want to commit to super duper 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 long-term goals. Which sometimes I think is a bit rough if you're still learning the game. The super long-term goals. Because a lot of the times the reality is a lot of long-term for us is just a lot of waiting. It's often just a lot of waiting. Nobody's really got any relevant skills. I don't know if you can reclaim a conquered site. I've never tried. Because technically reclaimed sites are destroyed sites. So, like, I think the answer to that would be probably no. But this would be one way to power through a bunch of steel quickly because I got so much steel gear right now. Also gotta check something. Still melting objects. Say, no, you're not. What are we melting here, board guy? Steel buckler. Well, at the very least, somebody's melting stuff down. Your dwarf traits are surprisingly accurate. There you go. It's kind of like getting your palms read. I think is the classic line. Right, this bunny needs to go into this spot over here. Bunnies are grazers. There's so much crap in this. So much livestock. That should get rid of those two ghosts. And I've got a bunch of different crimes, but... Oh, I see. They're all against Devilish. But Devilish Potato left the map. So Devilish Potato committed a bunch of crimes before leaving to go capture that Necromancer spot. Maybe I should demand Devilish Potato back so that we can... Should demand Devilish Potato comes back so that we can give them their actual crimes. Let's close that. Okay, I've got dwarves leaving to go pillage. Safe keeps is taking their own sweet time. As I will always say, type an exclamation point goal, someone over there. I got iron, I got plenty of it, and the world's meant to be off, and... I think you got flux or pig iron and you don't remember off the top of your head, but the site was founded just to have steel gear in your army, and you got jabbers hopefully breeding. Why does everybody obsess over breeding jabbers? Like, they're not a bad combat animal, but they're not the best. They're also not the easiest to breed, nor are they the easiest to capture. Like, I would rather you just spawn with jabbers. Oh, that's cheating, son of a bitch. Goddamn cheater. Let's expand this. It's like if you didn't go down to the 3rd level cavern layer and trap 200 jabbers and meticulously domesticate them on your own time and then move all the way to a new fortress and then embark with them, you don't deserve those jabbers. No, you definitely, it's definitely modded. Like, I've literally never, like, it's definitely a mod. I've literally never seen a faction in my entire time playing this game that has jabbers tamed from the get-go. Not one. So I have a very hard time believing that that isn't from a mod. Not that that's a bad thing. I mean, you're more than, like, welcome to mod the game as you see fit. But... starting with jabbers, that ain't normal. It's a gypsum door that it gave me by default. Sweet. Only have gypsum doors. Works for me. And I will state the thing I did a second ago. That's cheating. You have to take the time to tame it yourself, or you don't deserve that as a reward. Damn it. I'm just being a gatekeeper. Don't take me too literally. This is my attempt at humor, man. What are you doing? You're telling a story. Well, that's lovely. And they're listening to story. Can you get a wellness check on Tellan Artho? You're making steel chests, and you are 19 years old. I guess an aspiring blacksmith currently. Yeah, you grew up. Baby Tellan Artho all growed up. There's some things in Dwarf Fortress that to me are like a grand achievement that deserves to be bragged about. And it always makes me kind of sad. Not kind of sad, but a little bit demoralized when people are like, yeah, I just did the thing. I modded the game to do the thing. It's like, but that's like a 6-month project that you're supposed to feel super like fulfilled having complete. And then you're just like, nah, I modded the game to do it. It's like, oh. It's just disappointing when I see it. It's not actually a negative thing. Getting candy's easy, what? Just dig down. It's in every fort. No, I'm talking about, like, having tame jabberers at the start. Or, like, that fortress where that person had, like, 40 dragons at the start because they removed the embark value limit and then just embarked with tame dragons after modding their faction so that they could have tame dragons at the start. And then proceeded to post tons and tons and tons of screenshots on the subreddit and get a buttload of karma for it. And everybody's just like, how'd you get these dragons? And they're just like, yeah, I modded it in. It's like, oh. Like, every single time somebody asked, it was just like, oh. Well. You did not intend to even have jabberers. They're a pretty strong war animal. So some people will, like... I've over the years, I've known people who will, like, literally make fortresses for the purpose of nothing but taming jabberers. Because they can be decent war animals. And they're one that people tend to obsess over going down to the caverns and training because they're like giant ostriches. They're like giant emus, basically. And they have this habit of nipping heads off of things. But because you have all animals available, like, you could have ended up with anything, even stuff that wasn't tameable, which I don't like that so much. But that's just me being a bit of a weird purist, so don't mind me too much. Giant cave emus. They're like the size of a giraffe. I could fact check that, they might not be. But in my mind, they're like the size of a giraffe. They're actually they're more like weird cave dodos than emus because they look like dodos. What do you want? Quivers. Now I'm curious, how big is a jabberer? Oh, they're not that big. I mean, they're much larger than a dwarf. So, like, a dwarf is 60,000 centimeters cubed. A jabber is 4.5 million centimeters cubed. What's a giraffe? Because I said giraffe. Oh, so they're like 4 times the size of a giraffe, actually. Sorry, I was totally off. They're like 4 times the size of a giraffe. So it's a dodo that's 4 times the size of a giraffe that has a habit of biting heads off. because block walls are more valuable and don't look ugly. That's why. Got a statue of a bunny rabbit. Somebody must have really liked a bunny rabbit. I'm not actually going to use this for training. This is just for show. They've always been more valuable, Jim. But so older versions of Dwarf Fortress used to show the type of stones, or it used to show the color for each individual stone, even when it was on the floor. So you'd cut out the whole area, and then the floor would have blotched different colors based on the type of rock that it was. And apparently some of you weirdos complained about that in the older versions and said it was an annoying mechanic that they didn't like. Anyway, so Tarn removed it for version 50 because it was apparently a frequent complaint that people didn't like that because the blotched colors made it harder to have organized looking forts. I disagree. I thought the randomness of it was interesting looking, and I very much missed the added color. That being said, some people didn't like it. So what people used to do back in the day when you wanted coordinated color rooms, which I would always do for rooms that I liked, is you'd then pave over it so that you have uniform colors. So that was the older reason for it. And then this version of the game also added the ability to smooth boulders, to engrave the floor stuff, because previously you couldn't engrave constructed floors, you could only engrave smooth stuff. But now that you can engrave constructed stuff, like there's literally no point to do anything but do that. All right, so we've got another one of these scouting parties with these guys, these warriors of Kinlycots, which are three-eyed humanoids with long curving horns and black skin, and this thing is completely covered in scars. That's interesting. And also already injured? I beg your pardon? Huh. I wonder if these ones having like not adequate diagnoser has anything to do with the fact that this guy's here. I wonder if they just got into a fight with something. Do any of them have kills? Oh, that's interesting. They've attacked me before. That's very interesting. Look at this guy. Killed Kitwater. And this one killed Shakebreak. Huh. I think I'm just so used to like completely obliterating the enemy out of existence that they generally don't make it that far. Let's just jump up to here and add the newcomers as a giraffe walks into my fort. Was that a bird? What the hell was that? Yeah, I've got baby giraffes that are tame, up here. Hey, I got tame giraffes. Just waiting on them to grow up. I think they take 10 years to mature. And we'll have 2 breeding pairs. That should be enough. And now we just wait on this enemy siege. As we bring up the Marks Dwarves, some of them will get stuck on the wrong side, and that's okay. Snatchers incoming. Here come the Snatchers. These guys are here to steal the children, although I don't think they'll make it into the fort. In fact, I think they're just going to get some bolts shot at them, and then they're going to run away in fear, which is absolutely what just happened. The rest of the military comes around the corner here. And we've got a dwarf that has a spear strapped to her upper body. A goblin crossbowman who's injured already because a steel bolt struck him in the lower arm. And DS is going to come flying in here, although his ability to grasp is somewhat impaired. Probably why this spear is strapped to her body instead of, like, on her person. Are you literally just punching things? Literally just, like, shield bashing them. Just shield bashing them. In fact, this spear dwarf strikes the goblin crossbowman in the lower body with her steel shield, and the injured part is crushed. How fragile we are. This does not scare me, she says. I'm sure we should probably remove this dwarf from the military. I mean, they only have one working arm. But they seem to like the job, though. Fighting with more goblins. We got bits and pieces flying everywhere. Funny Man here has sent a piece flying. He says, death is all around us. This does not scare me. Having built up a bit of a combat rapport. Same with Big Leod here. And meanwhile, this goblin up here is just freaking out in absolute terror. This goblin here not only is getting bolts fired at him, but also spears in him, which ain't good for him. More bolts are hitting him. I actually just saw another bolt come flying, as well as the dwarves fighting with him in the melee down here. Bits and pieces crash in, and then the remainder of the siege appears, and the dwarves very quickly dispatch of them. When you unarming your troops and they decide, now I'm feeling bitey. A lot of the time when they're feeling bitey, they've either A, dropped their weapon, or B, they're in a situation like this dwarf where they've had some motor nerve damage and they literally can't equip them. Like, if a dwarf gets motor nerve damage, like, they actually need to retire from the military. Oh, this dwarf is retiring. It doesn't really matter how much you try to keep them fully armed up. If they refuse to keep stuff equipped, it's probably because it's time to retire them. And we're going to put Lucas Bat. We're going to put Nullman JP. And we are going to put Rupert into the military. And they're going to go train. Two arms or spears, whichever. Pull all these levers. Go and get Swole to fight the hordes. Pretty much, yep. That should be the intended outcome here. I mean, do you have access to any glass? Because glass is one of the best quick trade goods. Especially if you need infinite amounts. Of course, you can always just sell food. Selling food is also a perfectly legitimate method of going about acquiring vast amounts of wealth with minimal effort. Just realized this isn't working because this one is not connected. So pulling a comment out of the YouTube chat from Craftword where they say not the Quill 18 way of selling mugs, then more mugs. Mugs are an extraordinarily low value item. They're also not an infinite item. So unless you're making glass goblets, which in my opinion would actually be a good way of doing that, green glass goblets. If we're talking about like actually useful, valuable, repeatable, sellable products, mugs are a horrible one. Like I get it, it's a meme and he sticks with it. But also just selling one item is a bad idea because you flood the market, air quotes, and the prices and value of the item will go down over time. So unless you're making them out of a very valuable material, if you're selling mugs, you're doing it for the meme, which is fine. Go nuts. Or go mugs, I guess. But just acknowledge that it's not a good drink. Like, really, it is... Mugs are, especially in the current version of the game, a bad trade good. The Forgotten Beast, Maga, has come. Oh, great. We have to kill you. The Fine Norse, an enormous one-eyed squirrel, checks out, has a round shell and it is ravening. Its burnt sienna hair is long and wavy. Beware its poisonous sting. A one-eyed squirrel, you say? Well, it's on the lower cavern layers, so I could just let it in. It's not actually that strong. It's just a squirrel. There's multiple Forgotten Beasts on this layer, I think. See where it ends up. What, giant one-eyed squirrel? No, it's early summer, the 11th of Hematite. I'm pretty sure we're not storming any capitals either, so. Oh, you're fighting with the, with Sleck. Sleck, of course, is a towering, scaly monkey! It has large mandibles and it undulates rhythmically. Its dark blue scales are jagged and overlapping. Beware its webs versus this thing, Maga. So monkey versus Maga. Who win, chat? Gets slacked, pretty much. Titan battle go. The creatures are dueling backwards. It appears that the giant squirrel is bleeding heavily, whereas the Sleck is simply injured. More webs are going out. The great beast has been webbed many a time. A limb has landed on the ground. It belongs to Maga. It's their left rear paw. It seems that Marat Sleck doesn't feel anything while in conflict, but the webs have stopped. And Sleck, the great ape of the great depths, has emerged victorious. There is, in fact, a limited number of Forgotten Beasts in each world, yes. So shoutouts to the person who caught all 800 or whatever Forgotten Beasts in their world before the Steam version came out. That was a fun Reddit thread to follow. They were trying to catch every single beast in the entire world. And they did it! Towards the end. So they'll hang out in here, they'll socialize, they'll do everything that they need to do. Let's do brew drink from plant. Let's brew 800 drink, and we'll do lavish meals, which use the most ingredients, and we'll do 250 of those. And let's just double check that my kitchen settings are set up right. You're not allowed to cook my goddamn drinks, game. Yeah, don't cook the blood amaranth seeds, don't cook pigtail. You can cook those. You can also cook strawberry seeds and sweet pod seeds. That's how we can get an everything biscuit. Thought there was no limit. Nope. No, there's a limited number of everything in every world, with the exception of the cavern dwellers. They're also all listed in the legends of your world, too. You did not know drinks could be cooked? That's often why you run out of drinks, is because people are cooking their own drinks. Oh, no. A kidnapper has made off with the dwarven child, Baby Blueford. Well, shit. Huh. Well, that sucks. Well, I found the location of Baby Blueford. It's some goblin pits. So, fuck them up, boys. Sends all squads to raise. And before we just lose all of our squads. That'd actually be pretty funny if we did. Get them, dwarves! Time to flatten some goblins. How dare you steal one child from my fortress! Actually, do I have 2 baby bluefurds? Now I'm wondering. I do, in fact, have 2 baby bluefurds. We're going to call this one grown-up blueford. Patulus is taking a nap, so it's going to take a minute for the soldiers to get out. Lucas Bat's still picking up equipment, so that's fair. You got plenty of time. And the other dwarves are still moving their way in. Drinks are getting cooked by default. They are considered, like, you know, a cookable item. There's a clown at the pit, and every single soldier dies. Yeah. That or the child's already been turned, and we actually just kill the child mid-siege. Which would admittedly be very funny. Which, there was one time where like, we learned that the, sell them these bracelets. We learned that our king had been captured and was in a goblin pit. So I went to go raid the goblin pit to save the king. But instead of saving the king, apparently the king had already betrayed us and become one of the goblins. So literally the first line in the combat log is that we slayed the king and then bang, I got a new king. It's pretty funny. Which is amusing. Most important scheduled tasks you always use. There's only one, and that's automatically process plants into cloth, or plants into thread, rather. Process plants, which is this. Just process plants. Whenever you have 10 pigtails, no migrants this season because we didn't get to trade last season with the dwarves. When you trade, or when there's pigtails ready to go, they make them into cloth, and you just need a farmer's shop for that. It's literally the only thing I what's the word? Said on auto-repeating. Kabir Grimm. Thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Welcome to the channel. Checking to get a round of beers for that brand new subscriber. In regards to reward for occupying settlements, it keeps your faction growing, and it gives you the opportunity to demand workers from that location. Assigning a tavern keeper. Okay, so we did that. This is a metalsmith's guild. I'm going to make a weaponsmith's guild maybe down here. And also I'm going to move my carpentry. Let's do that first. Because carpentry is up here right now. I've got 3 of them. Let's get carpentry set up down here. Now, I don't chat spot it if I fucked up here, but I don't think I dug into the volcano anywhere. No, but it increases the well, so they can bring a certain amount of weight, right? So say you ask them to bring you a bunch of boulders. They're not going to be able to bring you as much because they're already bringing you all of those other items that you've demanded, right? So if you demand a bunch of really heavy items, like let's say metal and anvils, then they won't be able to carry as much stuff because each, you know, horse or whatever is pulling their wagon can only pull so much weight. But It also increases the cost of those items. I think that's about all the effects it has. There was a way to forbid designations. There is. But that's how you do that. You use the command to disable them. Them to send more wagons, you trade them more trade goods. Literally, you trade for trade goods, they send more wagons. The more you trade, the more wagons they send. So if you don't trade with them 3 years in a row, they're going to bring basically nothing. If you trade with them every year, they'll bring more stuff every year. Unless they're, like, actively getting obliterated in a war, at which point then they'll have a hard time. Stop B from... It'll stop B from overriding them. I have no idea what you're asking. I don't know what stop B from means. So you're going to have to translate that into English. I don't know the answer. If you try to trainal over blueprints, it'll stop you from overriding them. What? Sorry, you're still going to have to translate that into English. I have no idea what you're talking about, Banana. Well, I've lost at least one commander in this attempt to rescue that child. I would recommend putting your fingers on a diet then. But yeah, no, if you want, the World of Bolts has returned. If you want your constructions and stuff to be done in a specific order, just use the priorities commands. Set them to different priorities so that they do one thing at a time. And don't overqueue up stuff. It's not really rocket science. All right, so the Uncommon Mansion attacked the released heroic wickedness of the undignified ruthlessness at Scourged Dented. The dwarf Ravenwood led the attack, and the defenders were led by a goblin. The goblin outmatched them because Ravenwood with a covering plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. Dave the Danger Warlock was struck down by Stozu, by a dwarf named Stozu in the Windy Hill. The Windy Hill is a good name for a place. The battle went back and forth for a whole bit. We also lost a dwarf named Feb, who was shot and killed by the Kinslot's warrior Domstro Menace Panther in the Windy Hill. And then we started striking down the enemy quite effectively. I think... oh, wow, we actually destroyed the location. We rampaged throughout. We freed the dwarf baby Blueford from the released heroic wickedness, and rampage throughout the location. There we go. It's a great hiking spot. I grew up on a hill called referred to locally as the Windy Hill, and we also got a bunch of random crap from them, so that's good. Including an Impala leather bag and 25 silver arrows. 50 silver bolts. Those are actually useful. So did we actually get baby Blueford back? That's the question. Yeah, we did. Look at you. It's free after being released from confinement. Guilty after being confined. Didn't see anything after seeing a warthog's dead body. Wait, hold on a second. Are you... Hold on. Did you know, chat room, that if you rescue somebody, they bring the cage that they were in back? No, they're not in the cage. She's carrying the cage. Sand is renewable, yes. Afterward. Sorry for not getting to the YouTube comment in time, but Twitch chat's a little busier. It's a trophy? I suppose. It's their cage, I guess. That or this is option B. Option B. This is the other thing this could have been. Perhaps this dwarf was loading a cage trap when they got caught. That's the other possibility, so they're just still hauling the cage. Anyway, I'm sure that your mom and dad will be very happy to have you back. It did cost me 2 dwarves to get you, including one of my commanders, which is not great. All right, so those 2 are just going to go train. And then this squad, the melee squad, is going to go attack something else. We're going to attempt to pillage and raze this tower down here, right here, that we've attacked several times now. But seems like our militia captain needed a shower first. Had to get the blood of the last fights off. After having killed a human necromancer. They've done quite well. Did it have brackets? Nope. It does have trousers with brackets, though. I guess that would imply that they're foreign, right? Came from another location. My actual theory is that they were just refilling the cage. At this point. Okay, so I've got one more layer up here that needs doing. What was I doing down here? I was doing something down here. I'm just looking for more iron. God knows. Good shower does wonders. Yeah, like brings you back to life almost. Sure, the necromancers wouldn't like that though. Turns out necromancers probably don't like showering. Which begs the question, are necromancers just neckbeards? Am I a necromancer? I always feel kind of mean when I ask some of these questions. Neckbeardmancer? I guess that would be the natural thing to come to from that. Necroman-child? I think that Banana just won. I think Banana just won. It's definitely Necroman-child. Necroman-child is absolutely going to open up for Necrogoblicon, though. Man, as somebody who can barely grow any kind of beard, I gotta say that, like, I don't know, we should welcome beards of all shapes and sizes. Seems like basic being human at this point. Not everybody is capable of being Radu. Insert image of bearded blind. Mate, it's made of friggin' cotton. Although I did have to don the beard the other day. Why is there a giraffe in the fort? Guys, why? Face rig, that's one way to refer to it. Apparently it's a teenager. Like, his beard is a teenager. Kind of crazy to think about. Setting up a little crafting corner down here for
Crypt Fear BEER.
constructions. Fanny pack and gamer. How goes things, mate? It depends on the world. I generally go between the rarest setting and somewhere in the middle. In regards to mineral rarity, I do not like it. One of the changes I really don't like about this version is the old default used to be the middle one, and the new default used to be the most common, basically. So the current default, like, setting for scarcity of minerals is significantly less scarce than they used to be. And I don't like that. Busy couple of months, but a good time. Good to hear. I've had a busy couple of months that have been devastatingly horrendous, but getting by one day at a time. What, in like the super common material areas? Cheers, Craftword. Gonna be up in BC this weekend. If you've got some spare time between plans, you'll holler at you BC folks for dinner and or drinks. I'd be down. Although I need to look at a thing. Busy as hell on Sunday. Less busy on Saturday. Therapist appointment in the morning on Saturday, and then a concert in the evening. So I have mental therapy early in the day, and then physical therapy later in the day. The physical therapy, of course, is the mosh pit for the Slaughter to Prevail show that I'm going to. So if I don't die, chat, if there's a stream early next week, be surprised. I'm probably gonna die at that show. To the point where, like, my friend was genuinely reached out to the venue and asked if he could wear body armor, and they were like, "No, you'll be turned around at the door." And I was like, "Damn it!" I'm wearing steel-toed boots though, so my feet will be fine. You've been clearing entire layers and you have 200 jet. You're supposed to use that jet to the fullest, instead of trying to build a whole fort out of jet. Oh, they returned again. So we attacked Basic Dawn once again. The Uncommon Mansion attacked the Beasts of Justifying of an Unknown Civilization at Basic Dawn. The Dwarf Mestos led the attack, and the defenders... the Dwarf Mestos had a strong... put forth a sound plan, is the wording they use, and had a strong positional advantage against the defenders. And they immediately clashed with 19 animated dwarves, slaying 10. The Fabius Blade, poorly led by the Dwarf Messos, clashed with 9 animated dwarves, slaying them. And the Fortress of the Aegis creation searched Basic Dawn, but found nothing. And we rampaged throughout. And the Beasts of Justifying fled Basic Dawn, and we've destroyed Basic Dawn. So, that's 2 towers down in like 10 minutes. Not bad. So these ones are the ones that kind of scare me. These are the ones that, like this one with 20, that's terrifying. There's also a goblin fortress that took over a dwarven fort. And then there's this fort, the Fortress of Work Clench, which is full of books. I'm going to be a little ballsy. We're just going to go over there and search. We're going to try and get treasures from that location. Hopefully we don't get attacked. Because animals and livestock will go to any meeting zone that they are permitted to go to if you do not set them to an animal pasture. And because you have temples, temples are considered a meeting zone, so they just go and hang out in the temples. Trust me, those aren't religious burbs. Is Mama Murphy related to Mary Mac? Because if Mary Mac's mother's making Mary Mac marry me, I'm out. Telenartho the blacksmith has become possessed. I'm just getting this going, and then we'll go follow Telen. Sup, Rolf? How's things? That's plenty for now. All right, so immediately, I'm assuming is just going to go claim a forge. Yep. Grab silver bars. Ooh. Mining out a third layer just to see if you find more jet. Well, good luck. Jet's not generally a super plentiful material. I will take a buckler. A buckler would be great. I'll give me a legendary armor smith. Although, actually, no legends. This is just a possession. Not a grander mood than that. So this shouldn't be a fight that we have threat of dying. What else are you going for? Bones? Oh, wild boar bones. Interest. I want to say thank you for all the tutorials, and love a lot of your content in general, and also thanks for the hard work in making so much dwarf content. Someone has to. Ain't much, but it's honest work. Appreciate you. Thanks for the kind words. It's, you know, I feel like whenever I talk about the active player base counts for Dwarf Fortress, a lot of people are surprised that the game is as small as it is. Like, I just like to remind people, RimWorld on an average day has more players than Dwarf Fortress did on launch day, and Dwarf Fortress's launch day was the biggest day that Dwarf Fortress had. Don't really see any on YouTube? Because people don't cover games. People cover what's popular. So. Silver bars, wait, jades, alabaster, android blocks, wild boar bone, sheep's wool cloth, alabaster, and fungi wood logs. Make us a cool piece of furniture there, dwarf, please. They really fly off the anvil. Yep. Using a block? Oh yeah, they use blocks. All the time. Waiting for Lore and Fath to get off the map. Silver bed would be pretty cool. Put that in the hospital. Let the doctors admire it. When was the last time Nookrium did Dwarf Fortress things? I saw him streaming it a couple weeks ago, but it's been a while. And then Krug Smash plays the game frequently because he does his shows. I feel like the name that you missed in that list... Nope, it's a Silver Crutch. I think the name that you missed in that list probably would be Hoodie Hair. I mean, Nookrium definitely does good things for the community, but Nookrium kind of comes and goes. You know, Nookrium's been gone for a while. Same with Quill. Quill will, like, not play the game for a year, and he'll randomly come back. Yeah, he's doing his... It's November. It's Free Games Month. Hella hard to get into? It's not. If you think it's hella hard to get into, you'll have a hella hard time getting into it. If you don't overthink it, then yeah, it's not so bad. I mean, Scooty Lou fell off the earth when he got a job, which is understandable. And further reading... Yeah, further reading's still around. I don't know, people point at the big people and go, they're doing a lot for the Dwarf Fortress community. It's like, not always. I mean, a person with 1,000 viewers streaming a game for 2 hours 3 times a month does way less good than a person with 30 viewers streaming a game daily. So I think that there's a lot of people that are going undercredited that you're maybe missing, I suppose. Darren, thank you very much for the 42nd month, the meaning of the universe. Even though Dwarf Fortress is a small category, you're adding more value to people's lives than you could know. Oh yeah, I have no idea. Y'all are just numbers to me and none of it makes any sense. So, like, I have a general idea because I know how much other YouTubers mean to me. And I know how much other content creators are mean to me. But, I don't know. I don't know. I'll bet you there's somebody in an alternate universe that has done more Dwarf Fortress than me. I mean, what is Tekkit doing these days? I haven't, like, I saw a resub go through for Tekkit recently and was like, has Tekkit been streaming? I don't think I've seen him on in ages. I too would love to see more Tekkit, but Tekkit is unfortunately one of those people who's like, yeah, in order to be able to dedicate enough hours and to do this full time, I would need to make $70,000 a year, which means he would need to do better than I do. So good luck. Some are numbers, others are a pain in the back. Yeah, and you're which one, Diamond? Certainly a pain in the spelling. Talon Artho has created Lokanam Orthononub, a silver crutch, and offers it to the ageless creation. This is a silver crutch. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with wild boar bone and is a surprisingly decent melee weapon. It is encircled with bands of oval alabaster cabochons and sheep's wool. It's also strength training for when you're using it because it's so goddamn heavy. It menaces with spikes of silver so that you stab yourself on every step. It andorite and alabaster, and on the item is an image of 2 dwarves in white jade. And I'm going to put that in the hospital as an icon of the hospital. I think the people who work on DF Hack get the amount of credit that they deserve from the community who uses it. But God, that poor dwarf. Ansel's owned item. Reason, 2 injured. It's like, wow. Laura, where are you? Oh, I see. Explorer is the command I need to use. This dwarf's slow. He's very weak, that's why. You also got to remember that some people just like to work on a thing and don't necessarily want fame and fortune for it. That's also another thing. Like, just because somebody's working on a thing doesn't mean that they want to necessarily be known and or recognized. Some people definitely like that, but not everybody. Oh yeah, no, it'll definitely eventually be handed to a dwarf with a leg injury if I don't set it to display. Speaking of. Like, not everybody has enough narcissism to try and stream for a living or something, right? For the crazy wish of wanting your corpse to be exploded beyond any recover, but I'll just take being shoved into a dirt hole in the backwaters too. I beg your pardon? I mean, whatever makes you happy, man. I'm going to finish designating all of this and then chill for a minute because ads are currently running. I mean, I never ignored the YouTube chat. I just don't give it priority because there's like, you know, 43 people watching the YouTube stream and 230 in the Twitch stream. So Twitch chat gets priority. I can see the YouTube chat. I just don't see the point in responding to it the majority of the time. We've talked about this before. The answer is no. There is no way to get items off the map. Aside from selling it. Sure, Venus Betty Grew. If you have such a great idea, you go do it. Let me know when you get 4 million views. I'm waiting. Weren't taken with them? Was it a glitch? Or did they get startled by something? Did a dwarf tantrum? Did a wild animal run by and spook them? Because they can drop things and leave? I missed Baby Blueford's questions. Oh, candy threads before they make wafers? Just make sure that your hospital doesn't have thread available. That's the only thing that they're going to use it for. They don't spin candy thread into cloth unless you specifically tell them to do that. I mean, like, candy thread could end up in your hospital and give some very expensive stitches, but that's about it. They left them on the depot? Well, I guess you stole them. Congratulations. I guarantee you it's not a bug. I guarantee you something canceled trading. So, one of the biggest problems with the Dwarf Fortress community, to me, is that whenever something happens that the player doesn't 100% understand the reason it happened, they refer to it as a glitch or a bug. 99% of the time, it's not. Like, the vast majority of the time, it isn't a glitch nor a bug. Usually, it's player error. But then they assume it's a bug. And the day that stops being the most common assumption and / explanation for literally every single thing in Dwarf Fortress will be the best day of this game's existence. Am I running any mods? Nope. I try and keep it simple so that people can have their questions answered and I can give them actual examples with the actual game. And I don't see the point of making a game with so much content, more full of content, because it's got enough that I don't get bored of it already. And frankly, the only type of mods I like are total conversion mods, and none of those are really in this version of the game just yet. So, no, I don't see the point. Technically, I'm using DF hack, but that's also not a mod. For a fort once, it was going to be a deep pit in the map, and you're gonna build a giant maze, and it was going to survive for 1,000 years, and I was gonna call it Deathlong. Oh, you mean like short death? Because it died really quickly? Sup? How's things, Socksmell? Yeah, I did once build a labyrinth because I was bored. Anyway. What do you consider the helper mod? I don't know what the helper mod is. I know what DF hack is, but I have no idea what a helper mod is. Not something I would use, probably, is what I would consider it. That's not a helper mod. What? You're just like attributing names to things. That's not a mod. It's a piece of software that runs concurrently with the game and gives you overlays in-game and controls the game for you. That's not a mod. It's an external piece of software. It's like using a trainer. Like, it's listed as a mod on Steam because that's the only classification that fits it. But technically, you're not modifying any of the game files. It's like cheat engine. Yeah, there you go. It's like built-in cheat engine. That's another good example. It's like a custom-built cheat engine specifically for Dwarf Fortress. And unlike cheat engine, Windows doesn't act like you just installed 55 Trojans on it when you try to use it now. I don't dislike mods. Got nothing against it. There's nothing challenging about them. That's the problem, Stormwolf. Okay, so literally the only difference between kobolds and dwarves is kobolds do not require alcohol. Really. Unless, or wait, hold on. When we're talking about kobold civs, are we talking about the ones where they just mirror the dwarves' mechanics, or are we talking about the ones where they literally can't dig? Because technically, kobolds can't dig, because they're too small to equip picks. Are we talking about kobolds that can't dig? Or are we talking about kobolds that can dig? Because if they can dig, they're not kobolds. They're just dwarves. Hardy har. Cool, Dan. What's up, Paxmac? Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a 10th month. Why do you feel bad for kobolds? Just don't kill them. I roll at literally everything that you ask me, penis. Dwarf Fortress doesn't need difficulty settings because the game is as difficult as the location you settle in. Settle in a difficult location, the game is difficult. Settle in a not difficult location, the game isn't difficult. And even difficult locations aren't technically difficult because of the way Dwarf Fortress is designed. The game is only difficult if you leave openings in your fortress so that bad things can happen. If you play in-game in areas and locations that are intentionally designed to like kill the dwarves faster, cool. The problem is the game is not built around that kind of difficulty. It's a role-playing game. It's like fantasy Mad Libs. What does making the Mad Libs more annoying to achieve benefit the game? I mean, yeah, you could increase the size of sieges, but like, it doesn't make the game objectively more difficult. Difficulty in Dwarf Fortress is like reading a book harder. Okay, well, you can add in 10 times the words. How does that benefit the story, though? It's never been hard, Deadlies. I've said this for years. Dwarf Fortress is not a hard game and has never been a hard game. It's an obtuse game. And there's a difference. The game is obtuse. The game itself is very easy. It is obtuse. And people overthink it constantly. Okay, so we went and explored Workclench, which is a destroyed fortress on the other side of the map that had a bunch of items in it. We searched it. Ear in the Moist Slave. All right, that's all I'm reading for the day. We stole some books. Concerning shaft posts and a work clench and the factual fort, untitled, birth of enjoyment, question the fort, the way with the author, Hamlet might help. All begins with whatever that says. I can't read while it's moving. Religion and beyond. There we go. Shaft post was your name? Is it because you had a shaft worth posting? How you doing, Honey Bun Holler? How's the dwarfs? They're doing all right. They're doing all right. Had some unfortunate losses today, but doing okay. Library of Alexandria? Hardly. Hardly. Do dwarves need hands to worship? Nope, but they need hands to grip. Dwarves just need to be living to worship and be able to get to a temple. As long as they can get to a temple, they can worship. Dang, the real shame with this fort is just there's not enough hands that are able to work. I need like another 100 migrants. Like, truly. Caravan has arrived. Hallelujah. Vin Diesel's been dead for a while, fortunately. It was his own fault. Ran in without backup. Well, I mean, if he wasn't dead anymore, that would be bad. I mean that I forgot to memorialize him. Those movies weren't any good. The video game was decent, and we'll never get another video game. But I don't know if this is a popular take or not, but I don't think Chronicles of Riddick is that good. I thought those movies were pretty bad, actually. At least the ones I saw. But that's not why you watched it. Well, then why did you watch it? You're telling me I watched it, so why do you think I watched it? That's cod pieces? That's not what codex means, but okay. Go through the list of things that I don't need. God, I got a lot of random crossbows. A lot of random crap. Turns out. Yeah, but they do use thongs. And they also use, loincloths, so maybe cod pieces are next. Ah, so you and Vin Diesel are like me and Nicolas Cage. Got it. I don't particularly enjoy Vin Diesel as Vin Diesel in Vin Diesel films. I've watched plenty of Vin Diesel films. I don't get the, like, it's not that I don't get the appeal of him as an actor. He's fine. He's just kind of has no effect on me, I suppose, I guess. All right. Dwarves are bringing stuff to trade, and I'm going to go use the toilet real quick and grab me sandwich, methinks. So family. I will say, Vin Diesel is very pants. Kind of a blank slate actor. All right. Oh yeah, no, he absolutely is a big nerd. Guy likes D&D, so like I guess that gives him like a +2 to nerd, I suppose. I will be back momentarily. I'm gonna go grab a sandwich. Now, because I'm sure you're all dying to know, my sandwich is cheese, lettuce, sauteed mushrooms, and onions, and a little bit of hot sauce. All right. They want to give me a Baron, which I'm still divided on because I don't think this fortress is that stable. I do want to take it, though, and I will eventually. I'm vegetarian. I'm a weekday vegan, generally, but cheese was cheap this week, so I am actually using real cheese. Usually when I say cheese, I'm not actually talking about cheese. I'm talking about vegan cheese product, but chat gets fucking weird about that shit when I talk about it. So to get around unnecessary annoyance and borderline harassment, I generally am not truthful about what I'm eating. That's what I did yesterday. All right, I'm gonna finish my snack before I look at that. But generally, I very rarely buy meat products at home. Very rarely. Unless I'm making a soup, usually. I don't really limit myself food-wise when I'm in restaurants because I think that's more just annoying than anything. Which is funny because sometimes I will legitimately like go out of my way to go to a breakfast place just to have like bacon and eggs because I never buy bacon and don't generally buy eggs. Dwarf over the text. Yeah, it happens. A gong. Need to get it stolen and you'll have a nickel-less cave. Hate it. Just because we're talking about Vin Diesel, I gotta say, I'm always amazed when people are surprised that famous people are nerdy. The Forgotten Beast, Alu Theramalpaya in Nevi has come. A enormous three-eyed tiger beetle. BRB, Googling tiger beetle. Tiger beetle. The hell is a tiger beetle? Oh wow, they have little friggin' tiger prints. That's kind of cool. They got spots. Tiger beetles look cool. It's a bad planet. A bug planet. It's kind of cool. They're shiny. And they got spots. Frankly, I think of the whole idea of a bug that thinks is pretty offensive, but... Geek2 Games, thank you very much for the 12th month. Welcome back. It's a tiger plus beetle. It's a beetle tiger. Anyway, its eyes glow scarlet, and its amethyst exoskeleton is wrinkled. Beware its poisonous bite. All right, wear it. All right, it's going to get ripped apart by the giant monkey. That sprite looks hysterical, though. I was correct. Another one for... Oh my. Dude's been busy. So he's killed 3 Forgotten Beasts in the fort. I'm just seeing 65 Grundles. 170 Grundles. 170 Grundles! 170 female Grundles. Like 120 troglodytes, giant bats, cave crocodiles, 2 Gorlaks, Manrinas, serpent men, a gremlin. Good God. Sups, Mitchell? How's things? Hasn't gained any skills, though. He's pretty beaten up. Godspeed, monkey. By definition, yeah, geek. I'm okay. I'm okay. Daylight savings has kicked my ass, so I slept like shit. But aside from that, I'm alright. Oh, I was like, why can't I trade? Because my broker decided to go get a drink. Buddy, come back. Not necessarily. Caverns being cleared isn't always a good thing. So apparently in order to get a key for Stronghold. I have to sign up for a website that I don't really want to sign up to. And, accept a, quote, dare, which is to finish the tutorial. And they primarily do sponsored stuff. So I guess if I sign up with, that's not how this works. It's Mitchell, sorry. Unfortunately, content creation doesn't work that way. You have to link your Twitch account or YouTube account, or they just don't even let you in the first place generally. So I guess I'm just going to purchase the video game Stronghold, because fuck that bullshit. Now, back in the day, it used to be super nice. You just send somebody an email and ask for a key, and now they're like, sign up for this website! It's like, but what if I don't want to? It's just kind of been like the way of things for a while. Companies no longer want to just give you key for a video game in this industry. They demand to pay you so that you're biased and don't say bad things, even though they tell you you can say bad things. But then they stop giving you paid work if you say bad things. So, I mean, you can totally not say bad things if you want, but you won't have work for very long. I think all that shit's just kind of gross, so just don't bother. No, it's got nothing. No, they don't want my data. It's Mitchell, I think you're missing the point. They don't want my data. They want my entire audience's data. That's what they want. When it comes to influencer marketing, the thing that is for sale is the audience. If you are going for sponsored content. The thing that is for sale is the audience. The way I run my business, I don't sell my audience. All right? The only thing that's being sold here is me. I'm the thing that I'm using essentially as the main brunt of the business, because I personally think that selling my audience is kind of immoral. But, you know, that's a very unpopular opinion amongst other content creators, so it's kind of a moot point. Please don't, like, devalue my statement. Packsmack. Am I using any mods? No.
Been a good run of forts the whole time.
Thanks, Banana, for making me feel like shit. Moving on. It's definitely been something. Still nice. It's definitely been something. I mean, you could just not watch me. Silent gaming of you and me, because that's not how I ever want to run my business. If you want to give me permission, that's cool. Go watch somebody who would actually appreciate that permission. And that's not going to be me, because I don't want to do that. All right? So you can say all the things that you guys want, and believe it or not, it's genuinely upsetting me. So, you know, you can keep doing the things that you guys are doing, but just note that it's just reminding me that, yes, once again, Twitch chat is just like any other part of the internet. Doesn't care about your feelings or your opinions. It's fine. It is what it is. All right. So this is going to be my carpentry industry. We're just going to use slate because I like the color of slate. Not that I need a huge amount of carpentry industry. And that's what this is going to be. It's going, Lanix. Sounds like fun. You have fun, or just got back. Well, I hope you had fun getting brunch. I guess we'll just kind of let that build out. I'm going to Or a cage trap right here, because I've just got like random baby giraffes running around. Something going on over in my... Is there an animal that's scaring them? Ah, there's a warthog in my animal pen. Guess what I should really do is just put a bunch of cage traps along here, so that stuff can't get into my animal pen, and then scare all of my rhinos out. Cheers still. Means a lot. Seems like they are terrified by the wild warthog. We're just going to stab the wild warthog to death, and then we can move all of the livestock back into here. There it goes. Easy peasy. I know it might seem very silly to some people, but genuinely, the ethics of how I run my business are very important to me. And this subject comes up every now and again, right? And it genuinely makes me feel gross when chat just starts screaming what chat does every time this topic comes up. I know it's gonna come up when this topic comes up, but my God, it makes me feel disgusting. So that's all it is like this industry, the influencer industry, is pretty disgusting on a good day. And there's a lot of things about this industry that make me feel sick. The lack of basic consumer ethics from a lot of my peers, I find disturbing. And it hurts on a very, very, very personal level when chat acts like it doesn't appreciate it, regardless of if it's jokes or not. It hurts very, very much on a personal level. So you guys can say whatever you want to say whenever it comes to this sort of stuff at the end of the day. I'm not your parents, not in charge of you. You guys can go promote whatever type of work you want within any industry, and good luck. I just hope you understand the things that you're joking about. That's all. Those are, in fact, rhinos, yes. I'm working on taming rhinos. The baby ones are tame, I think? Yeah, the baby ones are tame. The adults are just very well trained. That had an undead siege. The one that you had a dwarf in? Yes, and your dwarf died assaulting a necromancer tower. So, yeah. Honestly, I think that that's probably a pretty good way to go, though, all in all. It's not really that. What the companies want is, it's not that the companies want to sell your information. What it is they want me to accept keys in very, 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 very specific situations when they know that it will be optimal for them to sell as much content as possible. I want keys for review. That's it. The second the studio is like, here's a key, but I don't want it. And as soon as they start adopting platforms that are shitty like that, I don't want it. It's not worth it. It is a business expense that is not worth my time. The second the game or developer or studio is putting an asterisk onto that. That's all it is. It's got nothing to do with using a different email. It's got nothing to do with any of that. If there is an asterisk, I don't want it. And that's the way I run my business. That's all it is. I don't want to accept money to stream games. You guys already pay me to stream games. I don't see the point of accepting money. That just seems like double dipping in ways that I think are kind of gross. But, you know, I've had many of these conversations with many of my peers, and they all disagree with me, so I'm the odd one out here. It's not the other way around. No, you can't pasture elves. I mean, you could assign them to a pasture and they would immediately leave. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to assign them to, a pit, and then they just get thrown into the pit. That's what you're supposed to do with intelligent stuff. If you assign a intelligent creature to a pasture, they'll get dragged to the pasture and then immediately run away free, like anything else. One of your cage traps in your fort, how do you free them? Construct the cage trap and then assign them to a pasture, or you could either just assign them to a pasture, that's the way you could do, or you could construct the cage trap and then unassign them from the cage trap by clicking on the cage. Well, it's because I come from an era where people who streamed on Twitch did it because A, they either really liked video games, or B, because they wanted to, have a hobby. When people get into streaming now, they get into it as a business. And it's been this way for the last 5-6 years, or longer. People hear about Instagram influencers and OnlyFans models, and people like Ninja, and people like Kai Cenat, and like these really, really, really big people that do it for the money, right? Got into it because of the money and are into it because of the money. And I'm just being like unnecessarily emotional because I'm kind of a weirdly emotional person sometimes, but... Well, it's not that. I think in the case, because the game that I'm specifically referring to is Stronghold Definitive Edition. The company that they are using to distribute keys primarily focuses on sponsored content. And I don't want to sign up for an account with them, just period, because I don't want to do that kind of content. So I don't really want to receive their emails. And in order to get a key for Stronghold, you have to agree to one of their quests, which is a fucking awful term, which basically means the equivalent of a sponsorship agreement, but to finish the tutorial. Basically to confirm that you will play the game, which I'm just not going to do. I'm just not going to do that. Absolutely not. Because if you're giving me a key for review and I request a key for review, damn right I'm going to finish the freaking tutorial. But companies don't do that anymore. It's not how the world works, unfortunately. Because now it's more profitable to prop things up like, we are doing you a service by granting you this key. No, you're not. You are not doing me a service by granting me the key. I am doing you a service by streaming your video game. If you make that act more difficult for me, I'm less interested in playing your video game. You mean, is this a very elaborate repost of a meme, A2Day, or are you actually not joking? Because it could be either, and I don't actually know. I would not recommend trying to pit a whole bunch of goblins at once, just period. You kind of want to do one or two at a time. Board guy's committing crimes, I think. I'm actually just going to accuse board guy of a bunch of crimes he didn't commit. Because board guy, while he may be one of my surgeons, keeps breaking stuff. And I needed to get rid of those crimes anyway. Currently is meditating on scholarship. Maybe wants a library. You almost died laughing when some people paid for it? Yeah, I mean, I'm not too surprised. Dwarf gets beaten and then dragged to prison, I assume. How do you like your job, Doran? Exhilarated after punishing somebody with a beating. Man, you seem like a friend or a fun dwarf to be around. Meanwhile, Dwarf is vomiting. Resentful after being confined, annoyed after suffering an injury. Well, please tell me it's nail polish. Then it's a business expense. That is very funny, though. I've legit considered, like, making an OnlyFans account just for, like, pictures of my houseplants or something, but I've just never done it. Okay, so I was going to make this into another guild hall. Because I want to make a metalsmith's guild. Or a weaponsmith's guild, rather. Well, it would be only ferns, but, you know. Although, I wonder, like... Because I know, like, specifically as streamers, we're not on Twitch. We're not allowed to promote OnlyFans pages on our Twitch page. Just for, like, the issues with promoting adult content. That's what that rule's for. But if it's, like, an entirely, like, family-friendly OnlyFans, could I? Probably not. I'm probably getting demonetized on YouTube right now as well for talking about it. That's not true, Maxwell. That's very much not true. People do get bopped from time to time for promoting stuff. Instagram face filters. I will never install Instagram, so that ain't happening. Let's kill these two warthogs. Get rid of them dwarves, please. Specifically for corn. Shoutouts to that person. I know somebody who used to make Let's Plays on that website, Banana Unlimited. The reason they did Let's Plays on there was because there was so much less competition than YouTube, they actually got monetized really quickly. And made pretty good money for a little bit. And then realized they could make even better money if they started playing hentai games, and then they graduated university and got a real job. An entire season of Yu-Gi-Oh! I remember, I want to say it was YouPorn did an AMA at one point, and they were just like, what is the most uploaded thing that isn't adult content on your website? And without even blinking, the immediate response, like minutes later to the person on Reddit, was literally just football footage or football games, like full football games or like highlights from football games. And by football, I mean European football. Not American football. Which I think is just really funny for some reason. It's just men kicking balls. I mean, come on. Or maybe women kicking balls. I don't know. Depends on the football game. Getting a real job feels overrated. As somebody who hasn't had a real job for the majority of his adult life now, yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, actually, not quite the majority. I had real jobs from 2009 until 2019. Yeah. Yeah, the stats that they release on that about their website are very interesting. Yeah. Has no foot involved with the ball. They kicked the ball. What are you talking about? Let's like I don't particularly care for American football or European football. I prefer Cargo Zoom, but like, you know, we all have sports that we enjoy. So And besides, with American football, it's mostly meatball on meatball action. They do a kickoff and nothing else. That starts the play. Yeah, exactly. You're probably right. I don't know. I'm mostly bullshitting. Don't mind me. Not minecart go zoom? I have yet to find a YouTube channel with minecart racing, but if you find one, please point me in the general direction of it. Web Hells. That sounds pretty brutal. Not a big fan of a name of a place called Web Hells. Apparently we're at war with some elves. Didn't know that. Elven Tower, the Human Tower. Also a pretty massive goblin fortress around here somewhere. This one seems to be falling over. And there's all these ones in the center. I'm always scared of dark goblin fortresses because they tend to have demons. Of the Healing Witch. That's a good name. I like that a lot. Waxy Test. It's a human location that was taken over by elves. Also a fort down here. So it's the Courageous Jaws that we're at war with. The one that we're allied with is the Nourishing Style, which is also a good name. Some news going on up here. It appears that these elves right here... Okay, so our allies are infighting. Holly golly, how was your stream today? Thank you very much for the raid. Were you playing dwarves today, or were you up to something else? I think we're just going to go hit this goblin tower. Mods, could I get a shout out for Halligalli if possible? I know that if you're doing Advanced World Gen, you can tell them specifically. Generally, smaller worlds tend to be one block in my experience, but there is islands. They're just tiny. Explaining what? Banana? I mean, I have one on rating. Everything else on the world map is pretty simple. I don't know what there is to explain there. What exactly would you want me to explain in a tutorial on the world map? Like, literally, click button, hover mouse, read information. Oh, you wanted the tutorial on rating. Gotcha. Well, yeah. I do have a tutorial on rating. But, like, it's literally just, like, hover mouse over, figure out what it means. Click on news and rumors. Hover your mouse over, it'll tell you what's going on. Like, this place was conquered by the Narrow Realm. The Narrow Realm being a human civilization that we are allied with. So our allies are taking over our allies and are still our allies. So we're getting one more powerful ally instead of two weaker allies, which is maybe not optimal. But you need to interact with your own faction a lot or have a lot of bards sharing stories to get a lot happening on your world map. Because when the diplomats come by and they say, we've updated your world maps, that's what they're talking about. So if you don't have a public tavern, and also when you have a lot of visitors in your tavern and things pop up on this side that say, like, they shared stories from abroad or shared rumors from just beyond your fortress or all that stuff, that is updating your world map as well. I need a fully... Actually, how are we doing on cloth? Let's find out. so turns out quite a bit of pigtail. And also quite a bit of silk. So let's grab a dwarf. Firehawk, you'll do. Pop this up, and we're gonna do some clothes. We'll make a cloth tunic. Glove. We'll make silk gloves. Trousers. We'll make cloth trousers. Sock. We'll make silk socks. Loincloths. We'll make leather loincloths. Why not? And silk sock. Cloth shoe. And can I do dresses? Yeah, this faction doesn't have dresses for some reason. They also don't have skirts. Pants only for it. Alright, so we need, let's just do 100 of each. No shorts, pants only. It's weird. I actually wore shorts this summer. Literally try and go my entire life without ever having to wear shorts. No, this faction rejects shirts in all forms. If a faction doesn't have access to something, they will never have access to something. That's supposed to be a mechanic that Tarn wants to expand on in the future, but that hasn't been done yet. You know, just like a lot of mechanics in the game. Oh, also, I should mention this again because this is happening. On Thursday, right now, on Thursday, so 2 days from now, right now, Tarn Adams is going to be joining me on stream. We're going to be answering some questions. There's a video on the YouTube channel where you can submit questions if you would like to. We'll be doing a Q&A stream with Tarn. We do one every couple months. I don't like shorts because YouTube promotes them way too much. And frankly, it's hard to use the YouTube mobile app without accidentally ending up in the shorts feed now, and I find that rather annoying. You gonna walk around in your underwear then? You demand the leg freedom. It's a good pout emote. I like that one. You always see like the super popular like Baru emotes, but you don't often see the rescue emotes or like the smaller emotes. It's like, say what you will about Baru, but honestly, one of the greatest flexes in I think Twitch history is gets annoyed by neighbors above him, buys neighbor's apartment. I just gotta say. You can't wait for adventure mode? Me too. It's gonna be it's gonna be interesting to see if people actually like watching adventure mode on Twitch. That's the thing that I'm the most curious about with adventure mode. You've been following him for a while? I shook his hand once. Doubt he remembers me. But that's about it. TwitchCon a number of years ago. At which time will talk happen? 3 p.m. Pacific, which is literally right now. So literally 48 hours from now. Genuine question. And I guess I feel the same way about this as I do about people typoing Roller Coaster Tycoon as Roller Tycoon Coaster when they acronym it. Why do people call Adventure Mode Adventure Mod? I see that a lot. Like a lot. Like I just saw it in the YouTube chat. Is it a genuine typo or do people think it's called Adventure Mod? Because it's a mode. M-O-D-E. It's like back in my day, we didn't have biomes for games. We had levels. Also, hey, Shrimp Scampy. It's my favorite stone to build floors with. Probably rock salt. Got a nice color to it. The E is silent. Okay. I'm sure. I'm assuming it's just a very, very, very common typo. But like 9 out of 10 times when I see somebody write adventure mode, they say adventure mod. It's like I'm pretty sure it's just like a very common typo. I just think it's funny. And hello, Shrimp Scampy. Let's see. I think I have more beds. Yes, we do. Let's make 50 rock doors. We'll make them out of gypsum. Soldiers have returned once again from that last attack. Basement Yawning was what we attacked with. The uncommon mansion attack, the immortality of grasping of the torments of entrancing at Basement Yawning. The dwarf Methos led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Samutsu Malign Dwellings, not Maligned Wellings. It seems like the goblin outmatched my dwarf with a cunning plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. The fabulous blade, led by the dwarf Methos, clashed with the 8 goblins in Basement Young, slaying 6. A lot of dwarves clashing and then escaping unscathed. The goblin Ramux, search marched, was struck down by the dwarf Rupert PY in Basement Yawning. Now we are stuck in ads for some people. So I will let this combat log play out, and then we will wait. Was struck down by the dwarf Eldrish. Cool. Not bad. Not a bad fight. All in all. Holy shit. There's a lot of goblins in that forest. Like 5,000 of them. Yeah, these are the ones that we went after. Basement Yawning. All kitties are tigers in their soul of souls. Disagree. Disagree. I hate to break it to you. I do not believe that there is any tiger left in ragdoll cats. Ragdolls have had all of the tiger bred out of them. In their mind, they are a small hamster, likely, a small rodent. That's about it. I like ragdolls, don't get me wrong, but they just kind of have this look on their face like they've seen some shit, and also, is that about to kill me? Like, at all times. Like, they just look terrified by their own existence. Like, quite frankly. They're one of some of the most terrified looking animals, just period. Are you supposed to kill 5,000 goblins with 5,000 swords? Obviously. Ankle lie? I don't want my ankle to lie to me. Seems like the adventurous Abbey, another dwarven faction, took over one of the dark fortresses over in the corner. I read that as black goated, and I'm kind of sad it's goated, not goated. Is there a timer on Redeem a Dwarf? We name dwarves when there is migrant waves, and it's a first come first serve basis. I do not use the redemption unless the chat is really busy, which it hasn't been in a while. That's a scary. Right, yeah, we found this one the other day. This is Pillar Blunt. This is one of the original fortresses of my faction, and it was taken over by goblins, which is a really good name for Pillar Blunt. Is it easier to have furnaces closer to sand or bring the sand to the magma with car? Whatever you, I mean, it depends on your layout, really. And up to you. Either of those are a perfectly viable option. But just remember, you need bags, and you need to fill the bags up. So that's a bit of a process usually. The dwarves are all running around acquiring new clothing. Turns out dwarves really like acquiring new clothing. An N4, the weaver has been possessed. How long has this fort been going? It started in the year 351. Alpaca wool cloth. Alpaca wool cloth. Gems. Okay. They're not that heavy. I wouldn't describe them as heavy. Banana. Heavy would be a boulder. Yeah, and hauling heavy stuff does give you strength training slowly, although I will say it's not really worth it for the strength training. Also, for the people on the Twitch side of things, you want to help out the YouTube side of things? Open this tab up quickly and leave a like on it. It really does actually help, like, get that stream recommended to people if it gets a bunch of likes all at once. Hauling coal. Like button smack, just don't break it. Other people need to be able to click it. I gotta say, I'm so happy I'm not, like, stuck in any particular algorithm while it's streaming on Twitch. Yep. I mean, that's the reason the YouTube side of things is a benefit, is it kind of reminds people that I'm on Twitch. Usually. And then there's some people that just lurk on the YouTube side of things, and I love you guys too. Oh, that's a vile force of darkness. They're seeking a party. Parlay. Force of dark and vileness. Where are they from? It's a rendition of the Wicked Economy. A well-designed image of four-sided long, four-sided prisms. On the image is a symbol of the undignified ruthlessness of the goblin civilization. And they've got a dwarf in their midst. And Amaxu. Well, as human. And a bunch of various goblins. Parley is very different than a parlay, which is also not related to parsley. Even though all of these names sound very similar, I assure you they are all quite different things. Well, fortunately, all of these creatures are alive, meaning we get to put our crossbow dwarves up to the test. Master of the Fort. Written on the item is a guide entitled Master of the Fort, authored by Posheg. It concerns the fort of Workclench. The writing is quite self-indulgent, and the prose is not awful, but not very good either. So, bad. Got it. Got one squad up here. We're going to get them training. An An4 has begun a mysterious construction. Cool. You hope you don't die in this battle? Hope you don't either. We'll give the dwarves a little bit more time to get inside. That's shut. I really like it when they demand a parlay. It's like, oh, hey, you're just giving me, like, time to set up. It's so kind of you. Thanks. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, baddies, for giving me time to set up. Yes, they've offered me time to prepare. Yes, truly. The only sieges that I find genuinely annoying are the human faction sieges, and that's because they actually siege. They just hang around outside and don't actually attack you. Yeah, have you never seen a parlay before? You do need a bigger, like, fortress to actually get parlays, though. Basically means they're sending in a larger siege. So the undignified ruthless wishes to parlay in order to avert loss of life, and I will be like, nah, away. Don't mind me. I'm just like pushing a bunch of buttons over here. Okay, we've sent Dwarf control to Major Urist and allowing the enemies to waltz into the fort. Let's see how much damage my Mark's dwarves can really do. Anan, the Weaver, has created an artifact on the day of a siege, and it is nothing less than an alpaca wool sock, and it is offered to the Ageless creation. We shall accept this grand artifact as a image of our great society. This is an alpaca wool sock. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with alpaca wool and encircled with bands of round, brilliant cut white jades and oval bituminous coal cabochons and wild boar leather. This item is made from alpaca wool cloth, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of Drunian bone and menaces with spikes of alpaca wool and wild boar leather. On the item is an image of Linkman, Ink Blazes the dwarf, and a steel breastplate and wild boar leather. Linkman is raising the steel breastplate. The artwork relates to the masterful steel breastplate by the dwarf Linkman in the Ageless creation at Firebolt in the late spring of 355. This sock is a image of our success as a grand civilization and will be placed on a pedestal in the tavern so that people can go, ew, a sock. Now the question is, which sock was it? We have two now. 2 artifact socks. It's the one that starts with an O. Can socks have kills? Anything can get kills. Although I don't think that it surfaces that information anymore. But yes. Items that are not weapons can accrue kills. Why don't you have any gear on? Go equip your damn gear. Oh, I see. Need more quivers. Apparently. Well, hopefully that doesn't cause them to go running out. Hopefully not. Out of a siege with a cave spider soak glove? Oh yeah, absolutely. I once had a dwarf die to a falling, I think it was a tunic. But basically I had a shaft where they would throw the clothing in that was brand new and it would fall down to the fortress because the clothing was coming from the surface and going down to a much lower layer. And it landed on a dwarf once and a dwarf was pulverized to death by a falling article of clothing. When falling at terminal velocity, it doesn't really matter what the item is. It can insta-give a dwarf. Oh, well, there goes Kick Roast. They should be training, not stationed. So, Oh, actually, 2 dwarves ran out. Tolis and Kikros both came out and willingly died. Here goes lore. So I very clearly screwed this up. I shouldn't have told them to refresh their gear. That was a massive mistake. Run away. Very much you should run away. Dwarfus, more like doofus. Well, You're a brave dwarf. I respect your enthusiasm. You're not going to live very long, unfortunately. Goodbye, lore. You will be missed. I'm not sure what equipment exactly they're going for. But they're certainly going for something that is not... that is, like, outside on the map. So I don't exactly... We're on the 15th of Moonstone. I'm gonna just jump back to the most recent autosave. Because this is just getting silly. I need to fix these squads' gear before that siege starts. Because to heck with that. Like, I'll throw away dwarves, but, like, come on. I need to be better about this. Yeah, we're on the first... So I jumped back 15 days. Let's just tell these dwarves to reassign their gear, because I don't know what the hell they're doing. But apparently they're all getting full new sets of armor, so... The other thing I need to do is I need to go to labor, standing orders. They'd used ammunition during sieges. I thought you can recruit prisoners from other locations. If there is an imprisoned entity at another location and you manage to free them somehow, they will join you if you free them during a siege. Or they will ask for residency, just like any other visitor. Can you recruit prisoners? No. No, there is no recruiting a prisoner. If a prisoner is on the map and they are considered a hostile entity, they are not recruitable. We also may very well get a completely different artifact. So there is that reality. It might not actually be a sock this time. It'll probably still be a sock. I'd be very surprised if it was anything else. You can't recruit prisoners because Dwarf Fortress is pretty strict with its, like, prisoner of war politics, basically. And because the game doesn't have better solutions for a lot of that stuff, their response is to just simply... How do I word this? Their response is to simply not allow for things that could cause problems until they have a better solution. Possible artifact sock, Sigil. I just jumped back to a save because I didn't really feel like letting half my squad run out and regather gear that I wasn't aware that they were regathering in the first place. And losing half of a squad for no reason because I'm just not paying enough attention. It's just, sometimes I'll just jump back to a save for that because screw that. So you're out there, you're there. You're up there. How much of my squad are still picking up equipment? Like a third of them. Unless riddled in fear. If they're in a squad, I don't think they can back down from a fight. But if you completely disband the squad, they have a much higher chance of getting out. Oh, we got a skirt that time. Well, instead of sock, it's now a skirt. So we will treasure this skirt. This is a bell-shaped alpaca wool skirt. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with wild boar leather and encircled with bands of alpaca wool and wild boar leather. It is made from alpaca wool cloth and menaces with spikes of alpaca wool cloth and white jade and wild boar leather. On the item is an image of round cabochons and bituminous coal. On the item is an image of a withered justice, the long cave spider's silk skirt in Druin bone. Yeah, it is the same name, but different item. I think it's a better item, personally. It is a pants-only fort. This is illegal contraband. We shall have to dispose of it immediately. Make sure none of the dwarves get any bad ideas. I heard you like skirts, so there's an image of a skirt on your skirt. We're not going to have to skirt around any legal documents for this either. You know, if that continues to be a frequent spot that they show up, I should just, like, build a valve here and just, like, pull a lever and dump lava. Maybe do that. Okay. How's my soldiers doing? Have they all finished picking up equipment? Okay, so I've got 2 more still picking up equipment. You're in the fort. You're down here. All right. Let's try this now. We're going to deny their parlay. Squad A, go there. Squad B, go up there. Going to forbid all this stuff so that nobody tries to pick it up. Like a big dumb. Let me just double check to make sure the front door is shut, which it's not. Shut the front door. Literally, dwarves, please. Child? What? Okay. I mean, there's a siege happening. Oh, no, not you two. You know what, Laura? You're a pretty bad Marks dwarf anyway. What squad are you in? Lady fight. This dwarf just keeps causing me trouble. Just get out of the military. Just go do something else with your life. I'm sure you'll be more use elsewhere. Okay, kiddo comes running back inside. Damn right. His warm welcome. Not just welcome. Just more generic so they don't get thrown off. The goblins are walking around the mountain over there. Should really start slaughtering some of these weasels. I got so many freaking weasels. Like, genuinely, I have so many freaking weasels. I wonder if you even get meat from weasels. I've never even looked. I bought the weasels because the elves were selling them. I was like, well, I guess I'll buy weasels then. Just a skull? Well then. Cool. Time to murder a bunch of weasels. With no benefit to my fortress. Well, that actually is one of the funny things about Dwarf Fortress to me, is just like all the animals that you have absolutely no benefit from having. It's like when I insist to people that one of the worst animals in the game are bunny rabbits, and one of the other worst animals in the game are very, very, very clearly, obviously, without a shadow of a doubt, most definitely cavies. As cute as guinea pigs are in this video game, they are completely, totally, and utterly useless. They have absolutely no value. Nope. No, they don't give anything. Well, skin does. I feel like you should be able to encrust clothing with fur. Or like an equivalent to encrusting. Like decorate clothing with fur. Did you just shoot a bolt? No, you didn't. No, you need sows and, wow. You did just shoot a bolt. Look at that. This dwarf just fired a bolt, like, all the way through here, right down to one of these goblins, and hit him. What a guy. Ravenswood. Damn, dude. Flying steel bolt strikes. Oh, that's a warthog. Unless you're shooting at a warthog. Oh, I see. No, this... I removed you from the military. You friggin' dingle derp. You're not even in the military anymore, and you're still shooting bolts somehow. Well, at least you're backing up. Struck the goblin maceman in the lower body, chipping the thing through the thing. Well, that's good. Now my dwarves start firing, I assume. Yep. Flying steel bolt strikes the goblin pikeman in the right lower arm, chipping the bone and fracturing the elbow's bone through the copper right gauntlet. This guy's having a hard time. Seriously injured, falling down. Piece by piece, he's bleeding. He's dropping all of his weapons. He's mostly holding bolts now, or she, rather. Very seriously injured. Just dropped her spear. It's turning into a goblin-shaped pincushion. Vomiting everywhere and still bleeding. Bolts are now flying from more angles now. Even more bits and pieces of these goblins are falling off. By bits and pieces, I mean they're dropping stuff. This dwarf down here has seen better days. Most recently got hit by a bolt in the upper leg, chipping the bone. This one just died, fortunately. Stolzu here is uneasy dwelling upon seeing a goblin die. This dwarf over here is afraid after experiencing trauma. However, killed a goblin in Firebolt, so maybe it was you. Was it you? Was it you? Was it you? Flying hits the goblin axeman in the lower body. Steel bolt strikes the axeman. It's hard to tell who gets the kills usually because it's like, well, usually what ends up happening is they bleed out. So a flying steel bolt strikes them in the hand. Yeah, the last hit them in the hand, and then I guess they bled out. Oh, there goes another one. All right. More goblins slowly moving up. More bolts flying out. You guys out of bolts? You know you're allowed to go get more bolts, right? Go get more bolts. Yeah, goofball. Okay, we're going to send them to this tower so that they reload their bolts. There you go. Some of them are now reloading bolts. When they pop around to this side, they'll fire, hopefully. We are moving the lower squad further up this way. Bolts are still being fired. This guy most recently got sniped. The flying steel bolt strikes the axeman in the lower arm, chipping the bone through the iron gauntlet. And then Salvadaddy comes running up here for some reason, and then runs away screaming. What are you trying to do here, dwarf? I'd say go train. Go train. Go fill your water skin. Gosh. Some of these dwarves, man. Not the brightest. Still got more bolts flying out the top here as we slowly weaken the enemy threat here. Yep, so they fire off a couple bolts. You've already fired all of yours. All of you. Hope you're acquiring more. Yeah, you did. Sweet. Firing more bolts. So far, we've taken out 1, 2, 3, 4. Not actually doing a bad job. We're weakening the majority of them, frightening the rest, damaging some, and killing a few. This guy up here is holding a copper whip, is currently filling up with bolts. Corpses are not forbidden during sieges. That is an option that you can turn on and off. I currently have it off. which I should probably turn on, but it doesn't matter because they're not in an area where my dwarves can go during the siege, so not that big of a deal, actually. Now I could dump lava on them, or I can tell my squads to fight. I think I'm going to tell my squads to fight. Although it depends, how much bigger is this siege? That seems to be all of it. That seems to be all of it. All right, let's lock them inside, actually. Dwarves continuing to shoot. So on the lower ledge down here are the very injured ones that are stumbling through. And now that the door is shut, they have no way out. So I could also lock the door on the way in and actually just use them as elaborate practice, which may be a little dark. You know what? Maybe I do that. Maybe that's actually what we do. We lock this. So when the dwarves lock this, it's going to lock these guys in here. Uh-oh. Well, there goes grown-up Blueford. And also that dwarf that desperately wants to die. You know what? If you desperately want to die so badly, we'll let you die. We will let you die. I can grant that wish for you, dwarf. Although they did back up. And got out. Well, that's good on them. So now that that's done, I can pull this lever. This lever is going to fill this layer. I was wrong. I left the dwarf in there. You feel no terror, well, anymore. The lava's coming in to deal with them. Grown-up Blueford and Lore, both killed by the enemies due to their own goofiness. And I can let my Mark's dwarves sit up here and train for a while. So they're just going to keep patrolling this. Let's actually set them all to just, like, stand right here. But they can all just go pick up bolts. I wonder if it's a forbid items issue. Pages and forbidding. Claim used ammunition. Update equipment. See, did you go grab bolts? Nope. Did you go grab bolts? You did. Okay. Well, some of them are. I can now go back over here. Those are all being dealt with still. And they can just keep shooting. At least as long as they're given the opportunity to shoot. There they go. And they'll just walk back and forth in circles. Because there's really nowhere else for them to go. There's really nowhere else for them to go. Now the siege is over, so they start panicking. Oh, really? I didn't know that Mark's dwarves could go into a martial trance. I guess that makes sense. And my Mark's dwarves up here can simply train. Because training on live targets is 7 times as efficient as training on not live targets. I think I need to make more steel bolts. They have full stacks. Someone's about to get a bolt to the brain. Assuming my dwarves actually have bolts equipped, which right now they really don't. Which is a little saddening. What are they set to? Ready? Is it because of lack of bolts? I'll figure out sooner rather than later why they're not equipping bolts at this point. This is also why I haven't like made a tutorial at this point, because I'm just waiting on them to release the better AI for these guys. Let's be honest, it's not great. Maybe telling them to train will get them to go re-equip. Really what I need them to do is just go acquire more stuff, acquire more bolts. Have I seen someone die from getting a bolt to the head before? That is a very strange question to ask another human being in any context. I'm going to assume have I seen it in like the combat logs? Not only have I seen dwarves or characters in Dwarf Fortress die from getting a bolt to the head, I've seen characters die from getting a flying rodent to the head. It doesn't need to be a bolt, necessarily. A flying rodent will do it. Because I built the tower and then filled up the edge of it with lava. That's how. Ugh. What's the split engraving symbol on the left? I have no idea what you're talking about. Curious about that one? Miscellaneous object is the greatest combat skill in Dwarf Fortress. It allows them to pick up any object on the ground and use it as a weapon, usually by throwing it. So I once had a dwarf that killed a forgotten beast by simply throwing a dead rat at it. Oh, this. Yeah, that's probably, I actually have no idea why it would be there. Oh, I know what happened. Items degrading to nothing. Clothing, likely. Is that a monkey? That is a forgotten beast that is also a monkey, yes. Or if you were supposed to go collect new gear, new ammo. Supposed to go get ammo. I've told you to go get ammo. Please, for the love of dwarfs, go get ammo. There you go. This one just hit a hit a goblin in the eye, and the right part is cloven asunder. Did you who just lost an eye? One of these dudes just lost an eye. Yeah, this one. Slasher's right eye is mangled beyond recognition. Pretty good training, gotta admit. Aside from the part where this place is starting to smell pretty bad. More bolts go flying. And the last of the enemy dwarves go to the firing squad. There goes an elf that just fell over, or maybe that was a human. Could just let them out. That would maybe be the more humane thing to do. Let's put them over there. Get more angles. amazed that this guy's still here. Most recently blocked a bolt. There is a weird buzzing sound, and fortunately it's not coming from my computer nor my headphones. I was very worried for a second there. Seems to mostly be coming from unrelated location outside of my apartment. Yeah, they are really, really obsessed with not picking up bolts right now. Well, this guy just dropped his sword. I feel like what I should do is I should open the back gate and just let them leave. It's like, if you think you can escape, and you can escape successfully, we will let you leave. Look at all those bolts. Oh, it's so good. So nice to see Mark's Dwarf sort of working again. Like, look at that. It's pretty useless dwarf. Like, he's still alive. Probably bleed out sooner rather than later. Like, it does take them a while, but they do tend to eventually go and get more bolts. And then when they get more bolts, suddenly things die, and it's quite nice. There's Tolus, who died in the previous timeline. Send them all in there to go acquire stuff. You're firing out more bolts. You said, I've improved my crossbow. That was satisfying. I mean, we're all up to, like, talented generally. There they go. More shots flying out. No elite Mark's Dwarves just yet, unfortunately. More dwarves shooting. Humans just off bleeding in the corner. Well, this can get shot. And, this for the drain. This is the one that I need to pull. Because this is going to drain down into underneath it. Are you dead already? I don't think anybody's died. There's nobody named. I haven't even sent you into combat yet, though. At least not on the fort. So that drains out the bottom of that, so that should fill up pretty quick. Or drain up pretty quick. Drain out pretty quick. There's still a few stragglers. Yeah, you know what? We'll let the last of these poor bastards out. And if they can get out, we'll give them the opportunity. You test the Lasher. Go tell them of your inability to get past us. Same with this person, is Spagus. And, Aslot. And as for my dwarves, well, you guys get some respite. I don't think anyone has a stomach left. Yeah, pretty likely that none of them really have stomachs left. Yeah, no, the main thing that we need to do right now is I need to figure out exactly why my dudes here have been, like, refusing to equip bolts. Give them a refresh on their uniforms. It's like, it says most of them have bolts equipped. Do you have bolts equipped? Yeah, you do. 2 stacks. I don't know. Weird. Slasher's the worst combat skill ever? I sense sarcasm on your voice. You know, fun fact, I had to Google what ISTG means at one point. Because suddenly everybody started saying it, but I'd never heard of it before. Right, so the bodies are starting to turn to skeletons. That's how long that fight was. All right, well, for enemies, how many of them have left the map? So there's still 3 invaders on the map. Dude here's leaving. I kind of hope this guy shows up again. Hopefully still full of my bolts. But we'll see. All right, so now we can open up the front door. Fine day of training. Yeah, we also stressed out a couple more dwarves. But yeah, I would say generally a pretty good day of training, all in all. But I do wonder, can kill whips. What? I don't understand. Are you asking what can kill whips? Literally anything. But the reason, I can tell you why whips are so strong. Same reason pickaxes are strong. They're considered a blunt weapon and a sharp weapon. So you do blunt damage and sharp damage concurrently, which is why they end up being kind of overpowered on paper. And in practice in a lot of cases. So let's see. Are you going out here specifically to pick up bolts? Is that what's happening here? Or are you going for something completely unrelated? Yep, you're going back out here to recollect your bolts. Got it. Okay. Did you equip everyone with picks? If they're steel picks. Steel picks are like... In theory, they are one of the best weapons of the game, but in practice, just give them spears. I mean, like, you could do it, but they will use them as weapons. All right, so let's go down here. Let's unseal this. And also pull this. So we'll get this bridge back in place. We'll also unseal space. And while I have tons of time, we are going to attempt to raise this location without stealing any important treasures because I don't want any books. And we are sending my main spears out to go do that. Get that done, dwarves. Silver whips are the strong whip. The other whips are pretty much comparable to swords, usually. But if you can get silver whips are basically lightsabers. Because they're just like a better Warhammer, basically. It's like a Warhammer, but instead of pulverizing, it also cuts. With a copper pick? Oh, yeah. You'll frequently enough get surprise kills with picks. Need to get that body out of there. Moods are pretty low currently. Really need to adjust this uniform so that they'll wear their shoes. Enjoy your lurks, Mitchell. Still need to find a spot for that weaponsmith's guild. Which admittedly I could just do down here somewhere. A lower layer guild might be nice. That or we could just do it over here. This down here is my, like, carpentry area, which still needs some prettying up, I suppose. This fortress is just kind of making me annoyed right now because I really, 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 really want to do more stuff with it. But because of the population limit right now, or the population isn't limited, but because the population isn't the highest right now, I kind of have to be really cautious, and doing jobs takes forever. So, like, the rate at which I can expand with this fort is kind of slow. Which kind of sucks. But not too much more I can do outside of that. I can kind of only really do what I have the population for. Well, I mean, they're already overloaded. Because, like, got a pretty large child population. So I only really have about 60 dwarves I can do stuff with. Like, I want to make 2 or 3 more squads right now. But I need like 180 dwarves for that. And every time the population starts to go up, we get attacked. And I lose a bunch. Wait, the one that was making the really big artifact? Yeah, long time ago. Didn't take too long. It was a silver crutch at the end. Oh, wait, no, that wasn't a silver crutch. Which one was it? The one with all the silk. No, it was the crown. That's what it was. Yeah, it was the... stone crown that just had a lot of silk on it. No, not bell-shaped skirt. That's a different artifact. It's one from earlier. Yeah, it's this dwarf's crown. This. Nope, it's the other Baron's crown. Anyway, there's a party happening, so let's just pay attention to that. Nice loading screen, Twitch. Or not Twitch. Game. Dwarf Fort. Awesome. Kind of threw out the party's groove. But, since the dwarves are partying, it's time for me to remind all of you, Chad. If you want to party like a dwarf, you can do that by getting Minecart certified by picking up a Minecart certification mug. I know the prices are weird, but that's because I live in Canada where the prices are funny. We also have a lore mug, which is the newest mug in the mug collection. It's a mug of lore. It's a dwarf reading some lore and a gremlin plotting in the background about the lore and a dwarf reading lore. Would make a great holiday stocking stuffer. In fact, people might not even realize it's a Dwarf Fortress themed thing and may just assume that it's a holiday thing. I'm just saying. Got a lot of books. Exclamation point merch in the chat. So I told them to build another still here, and I guess they didn't. Or they still haven't. I really should probably, like, look into what's going on with the crimes in this fort. Because, like, somehow they still manage to keep committing crimes. Even though I'm pretty sure I've stopped most of these crimes. This needs to go away as well. So does that. That one tile of stuff right there. That's not the button I wanted to click. That's the button I wanted to click. Those need to get unclicked. We'll realize and enjoy, no doubt. Oh, definitely. The wise ones among us will, that's for sure. All right, I need to figure out where to put a library in this fort. So this is my... Maybe library go here. Maybe library go down here. The thing is, this over here is just kind of like a mining layer, so I don't really want it to be too obvious. Ooh. Do above that. This layer also needs some work. Could do something down here. This was, again, just another layer where I was mining ore and stuff. So I want to build a library. I want to build more barracks. I want to expand my forges. I want to build a weaponsmith's forge, or a weaponsmith's guild. Not forge. Guild. But let's mine out this layer a little bit. This layer could be neat. Actually, this would be a good area for like a mechanics zone just because of all the minecarts in the general vicinity. This could be good for. No, we'll get a few new zones getting chiseled out. Get those worked on. I'm just glancing at dwarves holding with the pickaxe icons. Are they all holding picks? Actually, I could just jump up here. Yeah, everybody does have a pick. Let's see, is there any other peasants around here desperately in need of a job that I could give a pickaxe to? Or useless fish cleaners? Although the majority of these dwarves, I'm assuming, are just putting stuff away, right? Except for you. You're still melting metal objects. Just impressive. Chat. Silver Shadow SCO wants you to post beers. And good win, Dying Sun. Not bad for a noble. Melting down shields. I'm currently out of steel. Willing to, or rather, are we currently producing steel? Yeah, we are. We're running low on steel. We're not out of steel. Almost out of work for the day? Well, that's good. Almost out of work sounds bad on the surface because I assume that means that like someone's getting laid off. But when you say for the day, it's like, ah, yeah, okay, that's good. very, I always assume the worst. Might as well get some more metal out of this while we're digging around. Also, all of this limestone and all this chalk. All these dwarves making steel bars. As they bloody well should be. It's quite a lot of work that needs to be done. Context helps a bit there. Yeah, totally. Assume the worst, get presented with the best is generally a pretty good situation to be in, though. Oh, many tombs. This one's your favorite one? Which one is this? Hill Dwarf. Yeah, this one's Hill Dwarf. Yeah, I think my favorite on the soundtrack is probably either Strange Moods or Another Year at this point. The early favorite was Vile Force of Darkness, but at this point I think it's either Strange Moods or Another Year, if I had to pick a favorite. Damn, this squad is underbuilt. It's like I'd put DS on the job again, but it's not a happy dwarf. Elves are arriving to trade. Maybe this time they'll have brought bigger animals. I mean, the main menu one's also pretty good. Like, the just Dwarf Fortress theme music is pretty good. I like this Steam review. That game is purely addictive. I don't know how I can explain that game, which word I can use to describe that game. I never played a game that has that much details with fun. That game is just fun. After 7 hours, I lost my fortress, but I was happy because game made me learn from my mistakes. Because that game made me learn from my mistakes. That is one heck of a way to review a game. I also respect this one. I don't generally like highlight reviews that refund games, but look at this. This is a review that I respect. Username checks out. Also just like positive review. I'm not patient enough for this. Product refunded. At least they're honest. It's like, yeah, this is a game that requires a lot of patience. Like, I mean, I completely respect it. Like, I get it. I absolutely get it. Sometimes I don't have enough patience for this game, and it's my job. That was one of your nephew's gamer tags. What's up, God of Zenith? First one in a year, you also settled right next to a volcano. First time? Oh, really? First time next to a volcano? Or like first time in this version, or first time this year? Trying to get a few more amulets over here. You've never done a volcano fort, really? Why? Volcano forts are like the easiest way to learn how to fiddle with lava. Because you just get lava instead of having to like go through the process of like getting it from underground, which is generally kind of a slow process. They brought me a turkey. Elves, you guys are getting unfun. You gotta bring me bigger animals, or I swear to Dorfus on all that is mighty, I might, I don't know, not trade with you 1 year. Let's just slaughter all of this stuff. Currently trying to learn, hope you didn't just get stuck in an ad. Currently trying to learn the DF Steam Edition has been really hard for you. You blame playing for years in Classic. Oh, you mean just like relearning like the controls and whatnot? How long have you been at it, Zenith? How do you find the volcanoes? They look like a giant volcano on the overworld when embarking. Right as I got an ad, of course. Mouse pad with the print of a food stockpile and kitchen? I mean, maybe for Kit Fox. I can't use official game assets, though. I don't agree that ASCII is even remotely brutal, but that's just because I played ASCII games most of my life, so ASCII games are just games. You just have to learn what the tiles mean, just like any other game. They're just less self-explanatory than a game with sprites. It's no harder than learning to read. As I always used to tell people, it's like, if you can read English and type on a keyboard, you can play Dwarf Fortress. Those are the two skills that you need. And optimally a working computer. Otherwise, you may have a hard time running it if you don't have a working computer. So you need computer, keyboard, and the ability to read. God, Zenith, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Appreciate you. That's just way prettier and immersive for you now? I'd say it's about the same immersion for me, but... For me, like, because I got this version of the game... Like, I feel like I'm bragging now when I say this, but, like, I got this version of the game 4 days before release. Like, it came out on the 6th of December. Actually, I think I got it, like, in the evening of the 1st of December. Because it came out on the 6th. I want to say I got it on the 1st. I need to check my email. But I'm pretty sure it was the 1st that I got it. And when I got... When I got this version of the game, it was like 7... The first day was just like me staying up till 3 in the morning bashing my head against the game. Because... I, to be honest with you, haven't learned the new hotkeys, but I've definitely learned ways of, like, playing the game quickly. But it was like, I know this screen exists, where is it? I know this button exists, where is it? I know this item exists, where is it? I know this thing, I know I can do this, how do I find it? It was a, like, I don't know. I played the game in ASCII. Well, with an ASCII pack. I didn't use vanilla ASCII, but I did technically play the game in ASCII. I never liked the modded, like, tile sets. Always found them to be kind of bleh. So there's a tree that's sprouted up in here. Just kind of badass. Yep, just a random giant black cap mushroom. Don't, is my advice. When it comes to the new labor system, do not try and replicate what you used to do in Dwarf Therapist. Just do not try to replicate, because you will break the current system. The way the system is designed, it's literally just auto labor, right? So the way the system wants to work is you just don't assign any tasks unless you absolutely need them. So instead, like the way the old system would work, like the way you were benefited was you assign every dwarf a task and then slowly remove dwarves from tasks as they're not needed. The way this version works is unless you specifically only want one dwarf doing a task, just let everybody do everything, because they will just naturally fall into the tasks that they enjoy doing and the tasks that are accessible to them. So they will just naturally fall into the best tasks for that dwarf. And you will literally never need to assign any specific tasks to any specific dwarves ever. Yeah, except for Hunter, Miner, and Lumberjack. But those are kind of... I'm not talking about Hunter, Miners, and Lumberjacks. Or Hunter, Miners, and Woodcutters. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about every other task. You do not need to specify cleaners, right? And then just for children, like... the fact that you can just go to labor, standing orders, chores, and assign chores to children makes a lot of the other tasks go a lot quicker. Yeah, no, that's literally all the new system is. Like, a lot of people, like, people who played the old system, they go and they look at this, and they go, shit, I have to go through and, like, assign everything. No, you do not. You do not. Sometimes I'll make a specific one that's just cleaning, and then assign everybody to that and turn off everything else so all they do is clean. But that's, like, it. And I'll only do that if I really need that. As far as, like, these custom work details, you can quite literally just ignore this entire system, and you'll never run into a problem. Does Fisher only fall under the only assigned? I mean, it's only selected to do this because if you were to set everybody do this, literally nothing else would ever happen ever. So, I mean, the only actual appropriate things to do with Fisher Dwarves is to disable them permanently and never use them. I have a vendetta against Fisher Dwarves. Dwarves don't fish. They mine and hunt and farm. Fishing is... you can't make alcohol out of fish. As soon as you feel you need them. There is no should in Dwarf Fortress. You do a thing when you feel you need it. Do you feel you need soldiers? Make soldiers. Do you not feel you need soldiers? Don't make soldiers. I think RimWorld does a lot of things right. I think RimWorld's labor system works very well if you are only controlling a small amount of characters. If you're controlling a very large amount of characters, I think it's tedious, to put it kindly. If you ever say the words trout stout in my chat ever again, I might just projectile vomit. Thanks. That is almost as disgusting as the concept of a kelp stout. I've already had a kelp stout. I do not want a trout stout. Thank you for putting that image in my head. I hate it. Also, for reference, no, you do not want to drink a kelp stout. You really don't. You might think you do, but trust me, you do not. It's very gross. I prefer a snail tanned ale. Thank you much. And also make sure that you like remind that snail to put on sunscreen. Hello, Sentient. How are you? I mean, I like shrimp, but I'll be honest with you. I've never had a satisfying shrimp cocktail. I feel like every shrimp cocktail I've ever had in my life has been like disappointing, to put it nicely. So I don't know. I don't know. I think I probably would pass on a shrimp cocktail. Unless I'm not paying for it. Maybe. I'll eat a shrimp or two, but generally I would say I'm good. And I like shrimp. Not really in that context. I like how Eric G in the YouTube chat knows exactly the beer I'm referring to. It absolutely sucks. It is awful. Literally, it's like the Tofino Kelp Stout is fine. Okay. It's one of 2 beers I've poured down the sink in my life. Any idea why? Are you cooking plump helmets? Because that's your problem. Cooking seeds is fine. But if you cook plump helmets, then you will run out of seeds. Because cooking plump helmets destroys the plump helmet spawn. This is a unique thing for mushrooms. Speaking of, I'm making alfalfa seed roasts. I set all seeds that I'm not actively farming to be cooked, so that I don't have seeds everywhere. Brewing them, you get seeds back. Eating them raw, you get seeds back. Cooking them, you do not get seeds back. Cooking the seeds obviously doesn't get you seeds back. You brew the plump helmets, not the plump helmets spawn. I think I covered that. Sure, yes. That's what you'd want to do. 100% seed back guarantee? Sure. Lyagushka the Armorer is taken by a Fey mood. Now, this is one I would like to watch with very close attention. See, here's the thing. You can absolutely cook plump helmets. This is mostly a tip for new players who don't know how to manage food correctly. So if you do not know how to manage food correctly, 100% you should make sure that you're not cooking your plump helmet seeds and you're not cooking your plump helmets. If you're an experienced player, it doesn't matter at all. Like the reason it's not on by default is people like me, I never turn that off. I never set that setting, which is why I actually forget about it sometimes. So Lyagushka's an armorer, and they've grabbed sheep's wool and steel bars. That is it. Which I'm very hopeful is going to lead to a really cool artifact. A really cool art. You know, actually, I keep changing my mind as to where I'm going to put my library. I realize I'm being very indecisive. But I think up here would be kind of rad. Would also be a spot where I could put more noble offices up here. What do you do with inedible tree seeds? Throw them in a volcano. Or you put them in a refuse pile. Is what you use them for. They don't have any use. There's a lot of items in Dwarf Fortress that don't have any use. I'm sure it would be like a decent throwing weapon in the hands of the right dwarf. Imagine getting hit by like a peach pit. It's like, what'd you just get? What did yours die to? A terminal velocity peach pit. Just like collided with Dwarf and Dwarf dead. And also, for whatever it's worth, I'm kind of on the side of I really wish dwarves could plant orchards. But it just isn't a mechanic in the game, unfortunately. Also, out of curiosity, chat room, has anybody here played Odd Realm? Because Odd Realm is apparently releasing out of early access. Like, early next year. And the reason it's leaving out of early access early next year is the developer is running out of money. Which makes me worried. But he seems pretty convinced that he's going to get a healthy bump of support when he releases the game out of early access, so... Fingers crossed. I hope that game does okay. You've never played anything? Really? Not once? Not even Settlers of Catan? Or Silver Surfer for the NES? That's a weird reference within a reference. Even you've never touched a computer? You know what, chat room? I think somebody in the chat's lying right now. I'm not sure who, but I think somebody's lying. It's slight possibility. Somebody might be lying in the chat room right now. Okay, let's go up here. Just building a roof. I'm on a window. Well, I mean, you are a budgie, so that kind of checks out, I suppose. Budgie could possibly be sitting on a windowsill. It just needs its other factions and races in. Yeah, hopefully he gets it all in. It'd be a shame if that game had to halt development due to the common Dwarf Fortress problem of developers that try to make games that are like Dwarf Fortress run out of money. My black mamba's forgotten. Do I have 2 black mambas? Some migrants have arrived, chat. If you do not have a dwarf in the fort currently and you would like a dwarf in the fort, say pick me for a chance to get a dwarf in the fort. Shinira, the Stonecrafter. Lives at a high-energy kinetic base and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Is quite ambitious, and she often is careful. And she likes a little excitement now and again, and she likes to keep these things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She's a friendly individual, and she could be considered rude. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she is trusting, and she has a different... she doesn't handle stress well, and she has a greedy streak, and she tends to consider what others think of her. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. She dreams of raising a family and personally sees those that attempt to maintain a dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, and does not care about friendship. She likes galena, iron, and rubicel, and the color eggplant. Spears and orcas for their great jumps. I've never seen an orca in this game. And sweet potato plants for their edible tubers.
Time flies, eh? Almost a year since Steam release.
God damn, Loam Shag. What's up, dude? Yeah, almost a year. And a week until I've been streaming for 10 years. That's truly terrifying. Truly terrifying. Linux wants you to post Beer's chat room. Thank you very much for the 11 months, Lumshag. You worship Nithinin, and you have no family. You're a talented stone carver. Up next is... Baka, did you have another dwarf? Let me double check. No. Baka class. Have a nice steaming cup of Baka class. And Storm Ouroboros. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you, dude. Now that's on the brink of a hype train, apparently. She is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. She only rarely tries to assert herself in conversation. And she is a perfectionist, and she tends to think before acting. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she likes a little excitement now and then. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she believes that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she has an active sense of humor and occasionally overindulges and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of raising a family, and personally thinks friendship is important and doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife. Yeah, I mean strife. And she doesn't respect the law. Neither do I. I mean, who does? Next up, Dwarf is, wow, you worship a lot of gods. Like all of the gods. This dwarf, who's currently named Unib, is about to be renamed to Lech, King of Dead. There's no the in there. Devil Don, thank you much for the $1. It's now a hype train. If you happen to have a Prime subscription or $1 in bits, now's a good time to take part. You probably already have the emotes, but it makes the number go up. What's up, Kimage? You're trying to learn this game and Songs of Six at the same time. It's so overwhelming. Those are two completely different learning curves, too. Geez. She is very comfortable around others that have a different appearance, that are different from herself. She is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. She enjoys the company of others and tends to not reveal personal information. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she is a friendly individual. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She can handle stress, and she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. And she is assertive, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of crafting a masterwork, and personally finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and does not really value skills related to fighting. Songs of Six is pretty good. Yeah. Dev of that game is kind of a crazy person, but game's pretty good. Next up here we has... You know what? We're going to go from someone from the YouTube chat, and then we'll keep going on the Twitch chat. Why do I say that? Because he works 12-hour days, 7 days a week, and has, like, 3 kids. and a wife. And, like, from what I can tell... Because I talked to him on Discord once. I recorded an interview with him. It's on the YouTube channel. It's called Developer Suffering from Hubris Trying to Make a Video Game. His quote, not mine. He's just a kind of a crazy Swede who's just like sitting in an office making his dream game. And my favorite thing about him is he's only ever played 3 video games in his life, at least so he claims, which is Total War, Pharaoh, and Zeus. Yeah, no, he's an interesting dude. I mean, I don't know if he still works the same number of hours, but at least at the time that I was talking to him, I was like, he's like, on average, yeah, I program about 12 hours a day, and I take breaks for meals with my kids, so it's actually closer to a 16-hour day. Yeah, he'd never heard of Dwarf Fortress until he released his video game. And everybody's like, oh, this is inspired by Dwarf Fortress. He's like, and I didn't know what it was until after I'd released my game, because people told me it was like that. Anyway, Kaden Midgit, who come from the YouTube. Is a perfectionist and relies on the advice of others during decision-making. He forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He has a calm demeanor, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He's not inherently proud of his talent. I said that twice. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he has an active imagination, and he doesn't feel envious of others. He can handle stress, and he thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he lives a fast-paced life, and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract and licks his lips when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally dislikes cooperation and values eloquence. And you have a pet bunny named Lycott. This is the second time I'm reading this today, so there can't be that much for me to actually read, but there isn't, so I will scroll up slightly. The modern library's wine cellar hidden below the newspapers. Additional bodies raised hatred in the tribunal bathroom behind surprised elephants ran desperately flailing words into... All caught up. Bunny. Yes, Bunny. Up next, we has... Hey, chat, if you would like a dwarf, say pick me, because I don't feel like scrolling up that far. That's it. I just don't feel like scrolling up that far. I'm just gonna give this one to Zenith because they said bunny. Goddess. Oops. And then we'll continue. She can easily become absorbed in art and beauty of the natural world. She is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. Finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. It's like this dwarf just has like a flower garden, and they're like, I hate this. I love this. I hate this. Thanks for the hype train of false start, but thanks for the false start hype train. Appreciate you. She can easily become absorbed into that. Where was I? Tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and occasionally overindulges. She can sometimes act without deliberation and does not feel lustful. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she's not particularly interested in what others think of her, and doesn't handle stress well, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally respects the law and values loyalty. And she worships Ral Sanuslaikoth Thekam Rizin, whatever that is. Anything else? That's a bunny. And that's a cow. And there's a dwarf. Dwarf is now officially Commando Cal. So, Cal, are you going commando, or are you just a commando? This Commando Cal would flee even the most necessary battle to avoid any form of physical confrontation, and works to square his natural tendency with his respect to martial prowess. He is very comfortable around others that are different from himself, and he presents himself modestly. He frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and he likes to keep his things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He can sometimes act without deliberation, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. And he is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. And he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family, and personally holds shrewd and crafty individuals in the lowest esteem, and views loyalty unfavorably. And has a kid named Irel, trying to be a good single dad, I think. Yeah, looks like it. Plenty of cousins in the fort. Most of them are dead. Salva's still alive. Merlin's fan II's alive. Dr. Niche is alive. Luntier's dead, I think. If they're naked, they're dead. Meanwhile, Budgie, you get to be Commando's kid. Budgie is a coward, completely overwhelmed by fear when confronted by danger. She can be very single-minded and is very humble. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations. She works to square his natural tendency with her respect to martial prowess, and she likes to take it easy. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of mastering a skill, and personally finds those that engage in trade and commerce to be fairly disgusting, views loyalty unfavorably, sees merrymaking as a waste, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. What does this dwarf like? They dream of mastering a skill, but is a coward. What? It says the dad who's also kind of a coward. I mean, you would flee even the most even the most necessary battle to avoid any physical form of confrontation. So, I don't know. I think childlike dad. Even. What the heck's up with this dwarf's hair? Is that a human hairstyle? The hell? Commando, definitely. This is a good plot line. I like the direction that this is going. Master of dodging, definitely. Actually, no, it is like a crossbow dwarf. They stay at a safe distance and. Anyway, this papermaker with the edgy haircut is going to be non-major nerd. What's up, dude? How you been, man? Meanwhile, this dwarf seeks out exciting and adventurous situations and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace, and is very slow to anger. Incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily, is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties merrymaking in the abstract. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he tends to avoid crowds. He has little interest in joking around, and he could be considered rude. He can sometimes act with little determination and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he doesn't handle stress well. Well, he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him and scratches his ear when he's trying to remember something. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect. Sees introspection as important and doesn't really value skills related to fighting. What the frick do you want to do then, Dwarf? You worship Stodier. Well, you may not value skills related to fighting, but congratulations, you just got hired, so... You're also a novice axe dwarf. Well, go get yourself an axe then, Dwarf. And a cat shows up. God damn it. Meanwhile, this dwarf, who's a hunter, is being named... We'll just go with Martin. Martin the Hunter. From the YouTube side of things. Shark, jumping walrus. You can't say that. That's a copyrighted term. You'll get me in trouble with the all-seeing eye. I'm pretty sure that's what... They have the eye logo for the company that made that show, right? Anyway, that's a CBS Interactive thing, isn't it? They have the eye logo, don't they? Anyway, thanks for calling the Eye of Sauron upon me, Shark Jumping Walrus. Anyway, thanks for the 10th month. Welcome back. Bazinga these nuts. Anyway, as I get shot out of the sky by a friggin' brand laser. He never falls in love or develops positive feelings towards anything. Incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. Has an overinflated sense of self-worth and presents himself modestly. Frowns on any flashy accomplishments and is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance. Tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and often acts with compassion. He could be considered rude and generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and he personally finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort and does not care about friendship. How about friend boat? Everybody asks about friendship, but nobody ever asks about friend boat. Also, this dwarf right here, also going into the military. This one here is an animal trainer. And this animal trainer is now officially Rokar. Rokar, the animal trainer. She often feels discouraged, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, tends to be passive in discussions, and likes a little excitement now and then. She has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others and tends to not reveal personal information, though she is conflicted by this and she dislikes this sort of concealment in the abstract. She becomes very rigid when she's angry, and she holds her breath when she's nervous, and she laughs very loudly whenever she's surprised, and she shakes her finger up and down when she's trying to remember something. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally finds those that attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish, and values cunning and values a harmonious existence and does not really value skills related to fighting. There's a love boat. Yeah, that's a different thing, though. 404 loud. For crying out loud. Has 2 lovers, wow. And a daughter. Oh, look at this! Lich King of Dead is your daughter. Uncle Deep Space is dead, unfortunately. Cousin Raul's alive. Something tells me you came from the love boat. Based on your 2 lovers. He forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to his detriment. He's often sad and dejected and does not go out of his way to help others. He occasionally overindulges and tends to reveal personal information. He tends to not reveal personal information. He occasionally overindulges, and he is very humble, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he isn't given to flights of fancy, and he could be considered rude, and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. Matters under his breath when he's bored, and his hands begin moving when he's exasperated. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bold-headed and foolish, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. This is a decently large migrant wave. Good stuff. And half empty glass. So I think this is like your third dwarf in the fort. Half-empty glass is very curious at times to his detriment and has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. He is quite polite and lives a fast-paced life. He thinks he's fairly important to the grand scheme of things and tends to be passive in discussions. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and stiffens up when he's surprised, bites his nails when he's trying to remember something, and mutters under his breath when he's angry. Going to make pizzas? He needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds the idea of fair dealing and cheat. He finds the idea of fair dealing foolish and cheats whenever profitable. He doesn't care about nature one way or another and dreams of mastering a skill. Well, you can join the military. Just realized we actually have another glass half empty who's a kid. Well, half empty glass and glass half empty can both be in the fort together. I'm sure they'll be okay. Up here we have, I think, one more. IDZ3. I know literally nothing about Doctor Who, so if I'm accidentally referencing Doctor Who, it's unintentional, I swear. Yeah, living in Canada is one thing, so kind of means it's hard to find Doctor Who if you live in Canada. Second thing, if you live in Canada and you grew up without cable television, it's literally impossible. So the only context I've ever seen Doctor Who is cosplay at nerd conventions and merchandise in stores and memes. Those are my only real acknowledgement or knowledge of the existence of Doctor Who. It's fine. We got plenty. Glass half empty. I'm sure your dwarf will die quick enough anyway. He feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he is trusting and he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He doesn't focus on material goods, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Occasionally overindulges and is troubled by this because he values self-control. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams, he personally is disgusted by merrymakers and values self-control and dreams of creating a great work of art. You know, I'll be completely honest with you. I have no idea. I'm assuming we do. I have literally spent a total of 3 months of my entire adult life and childhood life living in a house that had cable television. And that house that I lived in, the mom in the house was very much in charge of the TV, and I did not get to pick the channel that was playing. So I have no idea. I also don't particularly care. Also, yeah, Twilight Zone, I'm pretty sure, is an American show. It was originally a radio play, which is how I've absorbed the majority of the Twilight Zone information that I have. Also pretty sure that was the last dwarf in the migrant wave. Sure, fair enough, due respect. Ooh. Chat room, we now have a Sabaton. Not quite, it's a low boot, but as long as the boot doesn't start singing When the Winged Hussars Arrived, we're doing all right. I'm pretty, like, when you say Star Wars radio plays, do you mean like the Star Wars podcasts? Because that's basically all that stuff is these days. I personally have absolutely no interest in anything related to Star Wars, period, at this point. Lyagushka the Armorer has created Neku Stolkan, a steel low boot, and offers it to the ageless creation. This is a steel low boot. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with steel and decorated with sheep wool. Very simple. You know what? I respect it. I respect it. But yeah, I acknowledge, like, Doctor Who is a very important part of, like, science fiction media. I just have virtually no interest. I guess for the same reason that a lot of people have no interest in Star Trek. I grew up on Star Trek, so I am very fond of Star Trek. But that being said, like, I acknowledge for a large portion of the population, a lot of people do not care at all about Star Trek, and that is totally fine. I'm just going to make iron toys. I'm going to make iron toy. I'm just going to make like 80 of them. 50. Ponce, thank you very much for the raid. What's up, dude? How was your stream today? What were you up to? If you guys don't know Ponce, he's an old school League of Legends guy that now does variety games, generally competitive multiplayer things, and sometimes games that just make you go, why are you playing this? That's so difficult. I would rather rip my eyes out than play that game, but instead I will sit here and watch you play it so that I don't have to. Those types of games. Ponce is an entertaining channel. Recommend giving him a follow. Tried the demo of Backpack Battlers? Backpack Battler. I have a question. Why are backpacks suddenly such a popular video game mechanic? I assume it was Backpack Hero that did that, but... I just think it's kind of funny. It's like suddenly, like, so many games based on backpacks. Same publisher? Oh, that makes even more sense. Doctor Who has proved that you can make up absolutely... Wait, what? You can make up absolutely anything with time travel, especially when you don't care about loopholes. I think you're just describing television, but... If you don't care about plot, it's really easy to write plot, I think is what you're trying to say. Also, I was listening to a podcast last night talking about a zombie film, Train to Busan, which I've seen. Very good movie. And there's a line in that movie, which is zombie infections infect at the speed of plot, which might be one of my favorite zombie movie statements I've ever heard, because I never thought about that. It generally happens that way. They get infected as quickly as the plot requires them to, and as slowly as drama requires them to. So what's the plan for the coming week, Ponce? Playing anything specific? Doing anything specific? Or is it just trying demos and waiting for the next thing? Because I know that you were doing Lords of the Fallen for a while. Did you finish that, or are you just, like, ignoring it for the time being until you're not mad at it anymore? Because I feel like every time I tuned into Cody's stream, it was just a string of curse words. It's like, what is even... Why are you subjecting yourself to this? This doesn't look good. You're basically sitting in front of the last boss. Ah. Right. It's like, it's you or me, game! Either I win or you're getting uninstalled! Or what you're assuming is that fair. I like how bored guy is stumbling around obliviously. It's like username checks out situation again. A section of cavern collapsed. In an area I can't see. Sus. We need more empty cages, so let's just slaughter some animals out of cages. Such as this armadillo that I have. Slaughtering everything that's in a cage. What'd you miss? Me naming a bunch of dwarves, I think. Is that out tomorrow? For some reason I thought that was out on the 9th. I'm currently still just mad that I haven't been given key for Stronghold Returns yet. Or not Stronghold Definitive Edition, because apparently they're doing keys through Dare Drop, and I refuse to sign up for that website. No giraffe army, they're not war trainable, and I'm already raising giraffes. Those are just extra wild ones that happen to stumble into my cage traps. Oh, there's a gremlin fighting with a crundle. Gremlin grabs the crundle by the horn. Wait, hold on a second. Is the gremlin winning? I think that the gremlin won. Gremlin beat Crundle in a fight. Yeah, literally just like punched the ever-living crap out of that Crundle. That's very funny. Turns out there's a lot of Crundle in these cages down here. And so gremlins come over here occasionally and release things. And I think he just released this Crundle from a cage, and then the Crundle attacked it. Are you not thankful, Crundle? Speed kills, what's up, dude? Thanks for keeping that subscription alive for a 22nd month. It's a goddamn long time, dude. All I'm saying is that gremlin did not deserve that. Make some more steel tables. Make 80 of each. I realize that'll take a lot of steel, but a lot of steel turns out. Actually, instead of 80, let's do 30 of each. And let's also do some steel bookcases for that upper area. At 2 a.m. Yeah, that's a good time to go to bed. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Hello, Manticore. How's your day been? So this, I'm thinking. That this area down here should be a weaponsmith's guild. Except I'm going to make it a weaponsmith's guild as a dining hall. The dwarves have more reason to go here. And I'm going to put a toy shop in here. This is going to be a guild hall. the Weaponsmiths Guild. There's no established guild, but that's fine. Citizens only. Ooh. That's an interesting concept. Putting some ghosts to rest that I never got around to doing earlier. I'm wondering actually if other dwarves can... We're not using any mods aside from DF hack, but I don't really count that. I wonder if I assign this as a dining hall if other dwarves can still use it. Assuming not. The Jaws of Persuasion, the Weaponsmiths Guild. Well, something I can do, very much, is I can connect this to the tavern. So it's now a guild hall, a dining hall, and also it's assigned to the tavern, so dwarves will come here just to dance. What happened to a gremlin? Oh, the gremlin just released what's the word? Crundle from a cage, then got beaten up by the Crundle, then ran away after leaving the Crundle bloodied, is what happened. More or less. Basically released Crundle from a cage, and the Crundle wasn't particularly thankful. They just release things from from cages without any real care or respect for their own chance of survival. Just got off work and now awaiting delivery of raw calories, otherwise known as Mexican food. Good. There's a couple carbs in there. It's more than just calories. What kind of Mexican food you get, though? I really need... There's this Mexican place I used to really like before the pandemic, but they closed during the pandemic. They recently reopened at a new location, and I need to try them again. See if they're still as good as they were before. Kind of miss them. I do not know why there's Merlin's fan blood over here. It appears that Shady the Planter is throwing a tantrum. Or threw a tantrum. Shady has a whole bunch of witnesses. Injured a bunch of dwarves. And Muthcat the Weaver was found dead. Shady, did you kill a dwarf? Shady, did you do that? Shady. Now you're in hospital. Oh. So is everybody else, apparently. Haggard and unconscious. Well... This seems bad. Well, he's not that slim. More like rotund Shady, but... Alright, well, they can all hang out up in here now. The real rotund Shady, please wake up. Please stand up. And also stop tantruming while you're at it. So over here, we're just going to put food, prepared meals, and chuggables into here. You want a Dwarven Noir track if there's an unsolved murder? You know, there is like a very detailed like detective sleuthing game built into Dwarf Fortress. It's just impossible to actually make it work correctly currently, which kind of sucks. The blue one did it. Yeah, usually. I do think it's really funny that Tarn references, like, they don't want... Their main reason to not put Legends mode into Fortress mode right now is they don't want to give away things like vampires too easily, and then it's like, dude, they're blue. Like, Tarn, has anybody told you that vampires are blue? It's like, I'm assuming you know their skin is kind of obvious right now. Like, if giving away vampires is your reason, we need to make vampires not blue. It's like, there's something kind of hysterical about it. I don't know. While you're using them, and named weapons are spriteless, which is giving me mini heart attacks every time you look at them. I noticed a dwarf running in with no weapons earlier and then realized that they had no control over their hands. Fortunately, they did have a shield equipped, and she proceeded to beat 3 goblins to death with nothing but a shield. So, you know, it's not that bad. It's fine. They can run into fights with no weapons, as long as they have a heavy shield next to them. If heavy enough? Oh yeah, no, like a talented like wrestler with a steel shield is a scary sight to behold. Certainly something most dwarves would run from fear from. Or most goblins would run in fear from. That's what I meant to say, yes. Bow. And you still haven't trained a single dwarf or equipped them? Why? I once had a fort that I literally had no trained soldiers for the entirety of the fortress. I just dumped lava on my enemies. It was very effective. Like, literally, I had soldiers for a bit, and then I stopped training them because I just didn't need them. Like, well, you guys can all just be librarians now, I suppose. Speaking of librarians, how's that dig out coming? Sweet. Getting there. This gonna be my library. And this can be my other Baron's dining hall. Yeah. That's one of those things that I really hope that they get to sooner rather than later, as far as like oversights in this version go, is like it'd be real nice to just, you know, not have to worry about that anymore. Manwa Cultivators. I don't know what that is, but I assume it's strong, whatever it is. And then finally, before you went to bed, you got 36 migrants all at once. I mean, that sounds like your first year or two, you China fort. Pretty standard. All right, so we're in an ad break now, so I'm just gonna pause. But what I'm thinking I'm gonna do is I'm going to... Right, okay. I mean, I know what that is, but I don't know what a manhwa cultivator is. But I just don't know what a manhwa cultivator is. Probably that Americans had stole... Oh, wait, when you say American cheese, do you mean like cheese made in America, or do you mean edible plastic? If you're referring to edible plastic, they probably would try and, like, I don't know, smelt it into a weapon because it looks like a bit construction material. Or maybe they'd be very excited having discovered plastic. Make bricks out of it, yeah, throw it at something. Put it on a, I don't know, a beef roast that's made with 5 different parts of beef. So, I went to Las Vegas for, like, TwitchCon, right? Currently, Eventbrite is very confused as to where I live. It's sending me events for Seattle, Las Vegas, and Vancouver. It's like, I don't know where to, like, send you that. I'm not using any mods, Gaston. You know, you'd get a lot further just asking, saying hello, and asking questions instead of, like, looking for commands that don't exist. Pit trap filled with quesos. Calm down, I'm hungry now. I've unlocked the ability to teleport. That's what my credit card company asked me the time that my credit card got stolen and suddenly somebody was making payments in Texas. And they're like, you live in Vancouver? Yep. I'm like, yep, that's my address. And they're just like, well, did you make a purchase in Texas? I was like, no. No, I did not. So this is going to be an office. Well,
Cultivators are op comic characters. They train their bodies with martial arts and mystical arts. Usually the goal is immortality.
okay, so Dragon Ball character. Got it. All right, so we're going to go attack this again. Keep smacking it. Attempt to raise it. Don't take their books. Go get them. What? When did I say you weren't allowed to talk about cheese?
Cheese for everyone!
Also, Budgie, thanks for the whatever the hell they call those. Hype chats? Yes. Had to hover over the thing to find out. You are making me hungry. I mean, here's the thing. I will ramble. That doesn't actually mean that you can or cannot actually do that thing. Like, if I can talk about cheese, I don't care. Limestone, I guess it is. So this little dining room right here. Can be given to Dying Sun. Now everybody has their rooms. I need to make maces. I have silver. Well, see, it's not €5 that I get. I get about 64% of that. So I get about 3. And it's probably about... I'm gonna just look it up because I don't actually know. About $4. Ish. The euro's pretty low compared to the Canadian dollar right now. It's not like it used to be. It used to be pretty crazy. But these days, not so much. Humans are here to trade. That's new. Early summer? Huh. Oh, British pounds. Well, that's even less than. Yeah, it is even less. Yeah, about $4.40. Hopefully I really just want traders to bring me big animals. So humans are nice, but I want giant animals. That's what I'm actually looking for here. Yeah, but I don't get all $5 of that, mate. I get about 62% of it after fees and transfers. Because there's a reason I don't like hype chats, okay? Hype chats are the least efficient way of giving me money. There isn't a single streamer on Twitch who likes those, because they are literally the least effective, least efficient format of giving the streamer money. I mean, they're not thieves, it's pretty transparent, but there's a reason we don't promote it. If you would like to tip streamers, your best way to do it is to go direct or go via Twitch bits. To make money besides sponsorships? I don't take sponsorships because if you're taking sponsorships for video games and getting paid by your audience to play video games, then you're double dipping in a way that makes me very uncomfortable. Ads? Fuck that. Ads make shit for money. What? Nullman has been elected to the position of the Holy Gem of the Wise Doctrine, which is a interesting situation. While not on the map? I'm very confused. But you're not on the map. You were in the squad, right? Did you just leave the map and die and also become a religious figure? I'm confused. I think you did, actually. It doesn't matter how you give me money, but please don't use hype chats. I will always be somewhat sarcastic because I do not want you using hype chats. If you want to use them to take the piss out of the thing, sure. Use it to make fun of the system. But please don't do that. I get easily 20% less than any other format of giving me money through Twitch. No, they are worse. Which is why I'm throwing shade at it. He'll be back on the 3rd day. All right, Jesus. No, the most efficient way to support me is either gifting subs, going through bits, or subscribing directly, or Patreon, or tipping through Streamlabs. Those are the most efficient ways to support me. Do not use hype chats unless you're just there to take the piss out of hype chats. The giantess Unib Ushidish is a gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. Many items. Or by buying merch. Holy shit. Of an iron gauntlet sized for elves. Why is there an elf gauntlet? Bronze mace, craftsmanship is of the highest quality, is encrusted with oval, resin opal cabochons, and this object menaces with spikes of pig bone. Silver spear, craftsmanship is of the highest quality, encrusted with bands of finger lime wood and menaces with spikes of giant swallow bone and rhyolite. He's holding it in his left hand, apparently. Or she. She's holding it in her left hand. Silver short sword. On this item is a well-designed image of desert lime trees in dendritic agate. It's a silver mace. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with cat bone and encircled with bands of cushion orthoclase cabochons. The item is an image of marquee cut gems in native silver. On the item is an image of Mistum anvil find, the dwarf and dwarves in plum wood. Mistum is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Mistum Anvil find the position of mayor of the Rapid Furnaces in year 1. It's a really early artifact. 2 kids and I haven't killed either of them. Well, that makes me feel slightly better. I don't know what Fidbid Rarsner did to you, but Fidbid Rarsner is definitely your enemy. This is a giant, not Nettin, but close. 4, 5, technically. But yes, those are all artifacts. I get to figure out how to deal with this thing. See which door they take in. It's all good. It was you had me second guessing it too. I went and checked. It's going all right, Gordy Casto, and yourself. You going? Thanks for the $, for the $5, Budgie. Appreciate you, mate. And also, you didn't need to do that. You're all good. But yeah, the reason I don't like the... There we go. The reason I'm not a big fan of hype chats is they're just very disingenuous. They're not honest. Bits are honest. Like, you know exactly how much is going to me. With the hype chats, you don't. That's why I don't like it. That's why nobody likes them. Well, thank you, Budgie. Appreciate you, dude. You have a fort with 20 dwarves and a baroness and a consort. Should I pop cap so it gets a mayor? Should I pop cap it so it gets a mayor? Do you want a mayor? What do you need a mayor for? I mean, you don't need one. You get a mayor at 50 dwarves. So... What, this dwarf? Nah, they can't see what's in the cage. Also, doesn't feel anything while inebriation. Also, this is a child who's 17 years old. Feels guilty after being able to rest and recuperate. Yep, very soon to be an adult. I want to get those artifacts away from this giant. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here and build a cage. Really should have checked what type of cage that giant was in. Dwarf, Goblin Dwarf. Goblin Dwarf Elf. Yerp. You see Cyclops? Yes, I also have a Cyclops, but it doesn't have any fancy artifacts in it. Looking for the giant. I mean, we could also put the Cyclops in here. There you are. Alright, we'll also put the Cyclops in here. Why not? Might as well let the military fight him when they come back. Be a decent training opportunity. Oh wow, you can actually search for what's in them. That's interesting. More you know. Where are you going? Going to go pick up equipment? What squad are you in? Fighty flight? Ral, what are you doing? Being very angry. Get out of this squad. You're fired. Go do other things with the remainder of your life, Dwarf. Will they fight if I set up a cage match? Sure, but I'd rather train my military. Are you that random child that was asking me to get a, like, to move out of my parents' basement not too long ago in my YouTube shorts? Because I could just ban you from my chat if that is you. That's my assumption, based on that statement. Bunch of socks appearing. I guess dwarves are dumping their old clothing to go get new clothing. But yeah, if you put two giants in the same room, they will in fact fight, yes. You know what I'm talking about? Well, you're asking me if I had any luck finding a job. So that person was asking me about whether or not, or rather, ordering me to get a job for various reasons. I'm not looking for a job, and you're simply reminding me of somebody I don't like in my YouTube comments. So why are you asking me about finding a job? I'm quite comfortable streaming full-time, thank you very much. I don't think it's up to you to show up and backseat other people's lives. Self-employment's the best job, I agree. Nope. I have not been looking for a job since like 2014. People, however, randomly pop up and scream at you and say things that are mean to you and then yell at you to get a real job and various other things. So you popping up and saying that comes across as stop doing your dream job and go do something that I think is a real job. So, no. No, you very much just kind of showed up and made me go, right, yeah, you're a person I don't like. If that's the way you show up and greet people. All right, let's get back to working on that library. How goes Dwarfin? It's going. It's going. Working on a weirdly shaped library close to a volcano. Might try and bring some lava around here. I don't know. We'll see. Everybody always wants me to make lava falls, but lava falls never end up looking as good as you think they would. So I don't know. Mostly just building a library, attacking necromancer towers, surprised they're not fighting back more, and that's about it today. Selling 3D models? I didn't know that. That's interesting, Budgie. Also good for you, I think, is the sentence I meant to say. Well, then don't ever randomly pop into my chat and ask me about finding a job then. Because you're never going to get a positive response from me asking that question. Because I'll simply assume that you're another one of those twats who's just here to be like, hey, go get a real job, chat. Hey, get out of my chat, you weirdos. Start making bookcases is a good plan also. I already did that. Maybe you need to. I made mine out of steel. So go take a nap? Okay, I can do that. It definitely wasn't in Twitch chat, so where else would it be? Yeah, still not certain I like it, but we do it. Also, can we stop calling it simulcasting and simul streaming? The term's multicasting. It's always been multicasting. But Twitch decides to, like, in one foul swoop, just rebrand, 10 years of streamer lingo into simulcasting. It's like, we've had a term for this for as long as I've been doing this. It's multicasting. What? Get that corporate speak out of your mouth. I mean, you don't have to, but you should. Chat, do you want a dwarf? Rick Geek. Frederick Geek is quite polite, can sometimes act without deliberation. Is brave in the face of imminent danger and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He tends to avoid crowds and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He is a friendly individual, and he isn't given to flights of fancy. You family members? Oh. And then this is your wife, I think. Yep. Who gets to be your wife? Former. She lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and is very curious, and sometimes to her detriment. And she is often cheerful, is a friendly individual, and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. Doesn't focus on material goods, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and tends to not reveal personal information, and can sometimes act without deliberation. Clicks her tongue constantly when she's trying to remember something, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Yes, you do, Bastet. I'm assuming that's you asking for a dwarf, Narvicious? Narvicious enjoys being in crowds and relies on the advice of others during decision making, is very polite, and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible, and almost never feels discouraged. So we need to see what that squad did when they came back. He values friendship, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He prefers everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and he is troubled by this since he prefers discord and debate at a more abstract level. He can handle stress, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and is very humble and often cheerful. He personally thinks friendship is important and doesn't respect society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife, and values loyalty and doesn't particularly respect commerce. And you have a kid who's dead, who used to live here. Your younger half-sister and your younger half-sister both live here. You have some nieces, some cousins, one of which is still alive, two of which are still alive. Okay. I think that's everybody. I think that was a really small one. Couldn't get to your keyboard. It is what it is. Throw those in. All right. I think this will make for quite a nice little library. Board guy's still wandering around, completely oblivious to the concept of existence. Still need to do the outside walls for this thing. But that's more than enough to get a library started. Can figure out exactly how many books I have in the fort. We can go raid more abandoned sites for books. So this is the home of vestibules, which I think we can do better with. I think this can be called the home of tomes. The home of tomes. Seems like a good name. And glass half empty, you can be a scholar. And I don't know why, but apparently my captain of the guard is walking around without a shirt on. So that seems interesting. Don't know why he's doing that, but he is. Van Ori, that's the one I was looking for. If Van Ori likes the job. All right, let's see how this last raise went. We attacked the immortality of grasping, of the torments of entrancing, and at basement yawning, and the dwarf Mesthos charm wheels led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Lebad Brushsident. Brush descent, that's what it is, not brush descent. And the dwarf Mesthos outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The dwarf Knollman confronted with the goblin Lebad, and then he killed the goblin, and then they searched the place and found nothing. So I'm assuming that location is empty. So if that is the case, I need one dwarf. One very upset dwarf. How about Shady? Chat, do you think we should send Shady to go capture a new place? I think we should send Shady to go capture a new place. So I'm going to appoint a new militia captain. They're going to wear metal armor, and it's going to be for Shady. Then Shady, you are going to have a very important job. And that very important job is go to basement yawning and conquer and occupy it. So that's your goal. Uh-oh. Forgotten Beast, Zubkib has come. Heterosaurid with lidless eyes. It has 3 long spiral horns and a gaunt appearance. Its goldenrod scales are large and overlapping. Beware its fire. Ooh. That's kind of scary. So, can this adorable big adorable bastard, fight against the monkey? Although currently he's insisting on running off the map. Okay, well, I just suddenly saw burning spiderwebs. Oh, there he is. I'm curious if it'll fight the other Forgotten Beast that's on this level. The Evil is literally his name. The Evil is his name. Killing is his game. See what you can do, Fire Blaster. I have significant amounts of faith in you, mostly. Or you will simply leave the map. This cavern layer is sealed off, so it can't actually get up to me. So it's not actually that big of a deal. All right, Shady. Go do Dorfus's work. So much silk? Yeah, it's fine. There's plenty on the upper layers too. The lower levels just are full of silk. Any level with spiders will just magically fill up with smoke. It's not smoke, it's silk. That feeling when you say one thing and think something completely different. Why did you just... What? What are you doing? All right, let's send the actual squads out to go hit something else. Oh, hey, look, a Kobold Florist retreat of Chimbus. I'm going to go demand ongoing tribute from Chimbus. I think that Chimbus living there it's a great achievement of them, but now that we've noticed them, I really think that it would be best if the Kobold Forest Retreat of Chimbus sent us ongoing tribute. Shady is still getting gear. Yeah, I figured. But, like, come on. Shady has tantrumed several times and caused us some real problems, but did manage to kill Thundil Fogriddle, the Forgotten Beast. I'm not killing them. I'm just making them pay their damn taxes. And come on. It's great that they were able to successfully take that spot. It's going to take this guy a while to get some gear. Oh, you're grabbing a backpack. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Yeah, naturally you need to grab some lunch meats. What do the kobolds get? Me not killing them. Grab some boar heart roast. The ingredients are finely minced Forgotten Beast meat, well minced wild boar roast, or wild boar meat, superiorly minced wild boar intestines, and superiorly minced wild boar heart. That's one way to do it. I don't know if it's necessarily the best strategy, but as long as you are certain that there's no dudes there anymore, it's generally a pretty effective strat. You're upset upon wearing old clothing. Oh, you have mittens and hoods. Oh, you have a cloak. Well, that's not helping. Okay, well, hoods, cloaks, and mittens. Guess a bunch of dwarves are getting hoods. Almost as good as dinner was? What do you have for dinner? Because, geez, if it had that much meat in it, that's probably a lot. See how the library doing. I got 29 books. All just reading books. It was a vegan grill night. Oh, good stuff. I'm also going to make a... dining hall at the end here, I think. I will attach the dining hall to the library, but it's going to be its own zone. And let's go down here. Grab this. Place a little stockpile of food stuff. Book of the Fort. Satisfied after reading the Book of the Fort. And this over here, this needs some tables. Running out of tables. The ones you can send got unhappy kids. The thing is, here's the thing. If you send dwarves to leave the fort and they have kids, they will not take their kids with them. And you cannot expel unhappy kids. If you're going to boot dwarves out of the fort to go take over locations, just note that they won't take their kids with them and you're stuck with those kids until they're adults. Because you cannot expel children. It's going to take a little bit to get all the boulders out of up here, but it's looking real nice. You suffer the same issue. Trust me talking about parenting in Dwarf Fortress does not equal actual parenting advice. Please do not expel your children. Unless there's, I don't know how being a parent works. Maybe there's extreme circumstances where you're allowed to, but I would assume that that's generally frowned upon. All right, so let's go. All the way around here. Build proper walls. Probably just end up using the gypsum blocks, but use these guys. It's gonna take a little bit of doing, but look nicer this way. Banished entire generations of teenagers. Okay. Glad I got those instructions nice and clear then. You know, I'll be honest. I was not planning on streaming this much Dwarf Fort today, but oops, it's accidentally. I streamed 9 hours. Almost. Well, I mean, I kind of wanted to try and play some Stronghold today, but then they all were all like, yo, we're not going to give you key because we only give key off of this one specific service that you forgot existed that you don't like. So now I'm like, do I spend the $15 on Stronghold or do I just keep playing Dwarf Fortress? Because Risk of Rain Returns releases tomorrow and friggin' hope I get key for that. Planning to, I already answered that question. I was planning to, but I guess instead I'll just plan to play Risk of Rain Returns tomorrow. It turns out Stronghold ain't going anywhere fast. Well, I know for a fact if I stop playing Dwarf Fortress, half of the audience will tune out. Plans to return to SimCity? When did I leave SimCity? It's still there. It hasn't moved. It's still installed. Are we over City Skylines 2? I wouldn't even say I've gotten to play City Skylines 2. I put like 12 hours into it, and it was a horribly unpleasant experience of lag, slowness, stuttering, and crap. I don't know, man. I hate video games. I want video games to not suck, but video games just try their damnedest to suck. And then audiences make video games even less fun sometimes. So I don't know. I'd love to not be done with that game. Well, happy to help, Budgie. Yeah, that's fair, Gfin. Okay, we'll let that dwarf start that up. I wanted to do a thing. What was the thing I needed to queue up? I needed to do a thing. All right, I was going to go over here and then put all these friggin' bunny rabbits in here. I genuinely have no idea where all of these warthogs keep coming from. Trying to rid my fortress of weasels. I'll leave one alive. That bunny rabbit needs to be snipped. It depends on the pet, Archangel. Because not all pets can be left outside. But depending on the pet, sure. Well, this dwarf made it up here finally. I'm curious if you can read. Okay, so this dwarf can read, but the way they read is they literally just go sit on top of the bookcase, because this dwarf has no control of their arms. But seems to have figured out how to get a book to a table, so that's good. If this dwarf enjoys this, we may have finally found the calling for this dwarf. Content after pondering cultural history. Shocked after reliving being attacked. Well, I guess from scared PTSD riddled. See how the demand of tribute went. He demanded tribute. And the dwarf made a poor plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. And they led and clashed with a single kobold and slayed them. Well, it was a misunderstanding, okay? The ageless creation defeated the immortality of grasping at the torments of entrancing and took over basement yawning, and the new government was called the Lean Relic. Taken over 2 towers now. 2. TMI, Bastet. There's these monasteries everywhere. That's always interesting. It's like it's a tomb with population. Always love that. Talon marks. Traditional tube terror. Human, my only mistake. Written by a true god. All right, should we go for one of the towers we're already at war with, or one of the ones we're not at war with? What are you? Dwarven Tower of Rope Crypt, of the Tender Picks, the Gleans of Blockading, who we are also. Let's go with these guys. And there they go. Living alone has its benefits. Certainly does. Our dwarf fell into depression. Any man's claim to stoneworker's shop is now zipping around. So this dwarf's going to finish their mood before going off to seize stuff. Game is saving and I'm following a dwarf. I'm going to go use the toilet. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Hey, Devilish Potato, I got bad news and good news. Bad news is you're not in the fort anymore. The good news is you can't tantrum in my fort anymore. The bad news is you're not in the fort anymore. But the good news is that now you have a fort of your own. I sent you to go take over a tower, so now you live alone in a tower, I assume. So you know.
Cheese for everyone!
Do people actually get locks on their doors? Because I never had a lock on my door growing up. Not once. People are always just like, stay in your room and lock the door. It's like assuming that there are locks on doors. I don't think there's any gold in this fort. You're just a tiger. Sage Bitey is a tiger in a cage? What? This chat room's getting weird. Y'all are weird, chat. You know that? I think we need to put Bastet in horny jail for the rest of the day. It keeps the laundry to a minimum. I disagree with this statement, Archangel. I'm just gonna state that. I disagree with that statement. You're entitled to that statement, but I disagree on that statement. Well, Bastet's posting horny on mains, so maybe we need to, like, put Bastet into the bad kids chamber for a bit. You're openly talking about liking, or about being naked currently and liking being in a cage. There's only one way to read that, mate. I'm wearing pants. What do you want about? See? Like, I'll prove it to you. Pants. See? Pants. I'm not even wearing pajamas today. I'm usually in pajamas. Pajamas are in the wash, so. Yeah, it's the cage comment, though, that puts you in horny jail. And I don't think that Bastet's name is Nicholas, so. Can't even, like, make jokes out of that. What is that emote, Sage? What the heck? Oh, okay. I understand now. It's getting... Yeah, okay. I get it. It's that other emote, but splattered in blood. I thought it was just super low resolution. Ravenwood named a steel crossbow. It's just between Halloween variants. Gotcha. Okay. I remember watching Barbecue like six or something years ago now, maybe more. It's an old name. Don't see those emotes too often these days. It's actually kind of a neat thing about streaming on Twitch is like, if you know somebody who streams and then you don't see them for a really long time, and then like, I mean, I was an asshole back then too, so you know, we all have our moments. I'm still an asshole now sometimes. But if you go back in time and you remember names that you used to talk to or work with, and then like 6 months later, a year later, just randomly that emote shows up in your chat. It's like, oh shit, they're still at it. Like, I haven't thought about that person in years, but I see their emote. Still at it. Bastet, change the subject yesterday, please. Please, 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 please. I'm just trying to make the conversation go away. That's all. Pretty simple. I mean, I know nothing about being stuck in one game. I definitely know absolutely nothing about that. I could not possibly relate to a streamer who only is stuck playing one game. And I have no idea what you mean by that. Do elaborate. How about like that pixelated architecture? Are we talking about like Japanese vagina now? What's going on? Promoting you to talk about that save design, the cave design. Oh. You like the cave design?
Crypt FUN.
I'm a big happy fan of the way this fort's looking. I think this fort looks real good. Dr. Phineas, thank you very much for the absurd amount of support over an absurd amount of months. Appreciate the hell out of you, dude. Yeah, I know a lot of people that got stuck in doing literally nothing but Dead by Daylight and got really, really big off of it. I don't think any of them still play that. I don't know if I'd call myself a variety channel. I've never really been a variety channel. I've always been kind of a genre channel. I'll have like a couple of genres that I do a lot of and then don't really stray out of those genres too often. Mostly due to my own indecisiveness, but I don't think I would describe myself as a variety channel. It's kind of an inaccurate descriptor. Well, I will say literally nothing about Dead by Daylight appeals to me. Just in general. Literally nothing about that game appeals to me as a person or a person who plays video games. So, doesn't matter if it's a good game to grow on. That's it. That's it. I don't understand why people like that game kind of at all. As in, like, you can't stop staring at it? Or you think that it sucks? Because saying it sucks in my eyes could make me think that it's like, I can't stop watching. But it sucks in my eyes, depending on, like, the way you would say that out loud, could mean something completely different. The Spear Dwarf has created Numok Akum Stuman, a bituminous coal ring, and offers it to the ageless creation. Very flammable ring. This is a bituminous coal ring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron and encircled with bands of cushion bituminous coal cabochons and pear-cut white jades. This object is adorned with hanging rings of iron and menaces with spikes of bituminous coal, tower cap, and yellow sespertine and iron. On the item is an image of Iral Helmsbolts, the dwarf in iron. And I'm going to put it right here. You've realized something similar is something similar. Great games just aren't for you. You need games like. Wait, hold on. Are you suggesting that Dwarf Fortress, RimWorld, and Songs of Six and sim games aren't great games? Is that what you're suggesting, or is that just like an unintended consequence of your current like word patterns? Because you said great games aren't for me. I think maybe what you mean is like mainstream games aren't for you, because like I agree with that. I mean I'm just poking at your word choices, like I'm actually going after. Anyway, yeah, for me personally, no, wait another. For me, it's I really like video games. I hate the video game industry. And as time goes on and as I get older, I feel more and more and more that way. And it's just kind of that simple. I absolutely hate the games industry while really liking games. Very tricky place to be. Did you say that just out of nowhere, or like, are you familiar with how much time I've put into that game and the fact that I'm in the credits for it? Much King of the Dead. I have a hard time keeping track of who's who, but yes, that game is very good. I mean, it depends on the artist. Oh yeah, no, that's I see what you're saying, Storm Ouroboros. Yeah, they're made by the same person, as Orange said. It's just not very often that Jupiter Hell comes up, and it's not me the one bringing it up, which is why I'm like kind of taken aback. Like, really? Yeah, somebody else said the words Jupiter and Hell in the same sentence. It's not me. The hell's happening? We need to get some more bins made. What in the Jupiter is Hell? You asking what that game is? Traditional roguelike? Yeah, and he's unfortunately a prisoner in a location that I now have captured, but I was never able to release him. So I'm assuming he's dead. Sorry, Epion. But this is Jupiter Hell. Top-down traditional roguelike with a metal soundtrack, and it's essentially like Doom if it was a top-down traditional roguelike instead of a first-person shooter. Pretty great. Big fan. But Grista, how you doing? They'll need another 244 items. Orsh. I got to make a note. I got to make note of a game that's like it. Got to make note of a game that's like it. Trying to figure out the last part of that sentence. Doing okay, Gristeth. Like the use of text for the UI for that game. The UI, the text UI was supposed to be like a temporary holdover until they got a better one, and then everybody liked it, so they kept it. I think is actually how that ended up working. God, I wish I didn't hate that game. But I think the publisher of Quasimorph is going to be the thing that keeps me from playing it. I kind of feel bad for the devs of that game because like they keep following me on Twitter and they seem like nice people, but I do not like the publisher of that game. Like the use of, the most permanent solution is a temporary one. Yeah, very Dwarf Fortress, frankly. Hey, Tailing. How's things? I'm not going to play Jupiter Hell today. As good as that game is, my brain is not in the right place for that game. Yeah, and I don't think I'll ever touch Quasimorph again. Stream is fine. No complaints. Taylor, how's your day been? I hate the way they market their games. I'll tell you this. If you enjoy the games that they publish, you shouldn't like them. They have this... Man, without just, like, outing my sources. I've heard from people who've worked on games published by them that they have two bad habits. They pump up the games using prologues, which is already a marketing scheme I really dislike because it just clogs up the Steam store. And then their contract basically states that until they get entirely paid, and by entirely paid, I mean all of their payments for the process of making the game is paid off, the developer doesn't get shit. So they pay the developer a minimal salary until launch of the game, then they stop paying them and do not pay them again until they've made all of their money back. But they have a habit of doing things like over-investing in art. And like, if you like games like Quasimorph, you know what's really expensive? Doing localization, okay? Quasimorph has 11 supported languages. 11. 11. This is a requirement as part of being one of Hype Train Digital's published games. So that's something I don't like about them. The next thing that they do is I have it on pretty damn good authority that they falsify reviews for their for the prologues. If you go look at almost any of their prologues that they release, especially around the day of release, they will suddenly get a whole bunch of reviews all at once of people that just play Counter-Strike or free-to-play games and only review their games, their prologues specifically, with like 1 or 2 word reviews, often the same reviews over multiple games, with the minimum amount of time to leave a review. So they falsify reviews, pump up games, inflate the budgets of games, and don't like paying their devs. 98% of this is hearsay and all alleged. So, but it's enough to give me a really bad taste and enough to not like supporting them as a publisher. And I was really interested in Quasimorph. And then when they announced their publisher, I basically went, well, fuck. And now I kind of don't really want to work with them anymore. And this is just a smaller side of the political bullshit, but they're a Russian company currently based in Cyprus. So I get weirded out when there's, you know, a lot of international sanctions against a certain country for certain reasons that are pretty obvious. And then they just scoot around it entirely and don't get punished for that. I think that's a little... I don't feel great about that either. So, in a world where Quasimorph got not 1, not 2, but 3 prologues, and they all had about 97% positive reviews, and then the full game comes out, and it's mostly positive reviews and super underperforms, and to my knowledge, the devs haven't been paid yet, and at this rate probably won't, unless something crazy happens. It makes me squint at the publisher in a really weird way. And there's been a couple points where, like, the developers have surfaced on, like, the Roguelikes Discord and stuff where they are not talking particularly nicely about their developers, about their publisher, rather. So I don't know about that. Like, even if the game is fine, I don't want to play an extraction shooter that's pretending to be a roguelike, and that's what that game is. I mean, I have it. I got it. I got a review key for it. Yeah, I mean, me too. But they signed the deal, right? And to my knowledge, Quasimorph's devs are just, they're a Russian studio as far as I know. Like, as far as I know, they're entirely based in Russia. So it's probably their only way of getting paid. You want to touch your budgie buddy screw? Sorry, that's just a really funny sentence to read. So yeah, no, there's a couple studios like, or a couple publishers like that out there, and they always make me feel, for lack of a better term, really gross. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and when I start, like, you know, people give people in the Dwarf Fortress community were giving Kit Fox a lot of crap for a little bit there, because they're like, I don't want to give Kit Fox any portion of the development money. Okay, so Kit Fox's deal, to my knowledge, if I'm wrong on this, please correct me, it was posted on Medium, and I'm just doing this from memory, was they made nothing but covered all of the development costs until launch. Then after launch, they take 20% of the funds until they recoup their costs. After that, they take 10%. Whereas, like, I'll read about, like, these Devolver Digital contracts where it's just like they pay for the development costs, so the developers get a salary until game come out, and then they take 80% until they've made their money back, and then they take 50% going forward and stuff like that. I think it's pretty similar for Tiny Build too. So, like, when I hear about, oh yeah, no, we take 100% until we've recouped our costs, and then also we'll do a lot of things to inflate our costs, and also then after that we take 70, it's like, yeah. I'd rather go play some freeware game that some developer was passionate about making and deserves more eyeballs. Besides, my least favorite YouTuber of all time is going to make a video out of Quasimorph, so hopefully it'll do okay. I do hope all the best for that game's devs. I don't like the structure of the game, and I don't like their publisher at all, so. I think Kit Fox is really small, and so that they can afford the cost of giving good deals. Because good deals are expensive. You know, let's just buy all of the bins of cloth. Don't need the anvil. I'll buy the meat and the fish. Don't need the plump helmets. Buy those, buy those, buy those. Actually, yeah, why not? We'll buy the plump helmets too. Brew them all. We'll buy the backpacks, because why not? Buy the cheese for everyone. Shaft posts the easy way, which is a book. And I think that's everything. You know, it turns out video games is a pretty predatory industry. Any industry that's very, you know, based on this kind of marketing is going to be pretty predatory. So a lot of people and developers, I think, unfortunately get taken advantage of, and it kind of sucks to watch. So I'm going to dig us a lovely little lava trench. Who doesn't like a little lava trench? And we can make another forge up here. It's like fondue, but more dangerous. I don't know. Have you ever spilled fondue on your arm? Hurts. Fondue is pretty dangerous. Or just like being in the room with a thing of chocolate fondue. That's also pretty dangerous. Merchants have embarked on their journey. All right, let's go steal some books. We need fortresses that are empty, that have stuff, like you. We'll send them there. We'll send you there. We'll send you there. Tomb. Tombs have lots of books, turns out. And it would be cool if I could get a mummy's army to attack me. 4 squads, 4 missions, go! Oh, what? Leader of this squad vanish? Well, that's unfortunate. Now they have a leader again. I think if you spend enough time in any industry, you'll start to see, like, shitty behavior from somebody, somewhere, at some point. I don't know. I don't really have an answer to that. Like, it's not that there's any industry that is perfect, right? Like, I don't think any industry is perfect. I think that video games, is, at least as somebody who follows it as an industry and as an art form very closely, it's one where, fortunately, if you choose, it's not too difficult to pick and choose who you support, which is what I do. And I try and do a good job of it. Of course, I don't always hit, and sometimes I manage to upset people. But I think for me, what matters most is I'm smart about who I support, and I support people that deserve it. Or people that I personally am okay with supporting. A firebolt. How would I... What, like a lightning bolt? But fire? Bet you I could do that. That kind of thing? Kind of gives the right look. This game will run on just about anything. Yeah, what Zach Quicksilver said. Uh-oh. I done fucked up. Let's do the rest of that first. I didn't realize that was as close as it was, but turns out it is. Firebolt has a canonical Firebolt. Yep. Mm-hmm. Now let's see if any dwarves get torched in the process of doing this. Don't run through the lava, or if you're stressing me out. Very hot library. This is a volcano fort. Quadruped composed of steam. Forgotten Beast Knoll Thang. Chat, it's nothing. Has come. A quadruped composed of steam. It has a long straight horn and it undulates rhythmically. Well, it's going to get popped like a balloon by a crundle or something. They're just going to slap it and it's going to explode. Or it's just going to leave the map and then die. But yeah, no, this is a volcano embark. This is the fortress. The outside, we got a lake out front, full of skeletons. Forgotten Beast has a hot temper. I mean, it's made of steam, so it's blowing steam out of its ears. A migrant arrived. An individual migrant. Well, at least this dwarf seems to really like the process of reading and learning. One of my squad's already returned. We snuck in undetected. All right, well, we can go after them properly because we snuck in undetected. The squad sneaks out. This is at the Ageless Creation. Searched sizzle bridges. Sunsets on ownership was looted. That sounds like a communist manifesto. We'll have a good lake embark. Yep. That's kind of funny. Well, now we just chill. These other squads return. Waiting on this dwarf to leave, who's running around picking up equipment. This dwarf is storing an item in a bin, which means my bins are probably getting spread out now. Yep, we're getting those bins set up. That's what we needed. We're getting a lot of weapons put away because I've got some bins in here now. Same with this. Probably getting filled up with crap. Yep, lots of stuff. Not on the clothing stockpile just yet, though. The stupid dwarf trick of water cannon. Wish it worked with lava. Kind of does. So if you have a pump, right? And then there's a stack of pumps. Yep. And it's pumping up against a floodgate. And you let it sit there and it pumps for a little bit. When you lift the floodgate, all of the pump stack worth of lava gets ejected out of the floodgate immediately. So, does it work? Maybe better than you think. Maybe you just need to do some more science. Because I can make lava cannons the way water cannons used to be made. I can and do, in fact. I should smooth this. It's starting to look ugly. Workshops. Let's make... I mean, I've been trying to think of, like, what else I want to do for this thing, defenses-wise. Could probably do that. Got plenty of iron. But if you actually want to, like, fire lava at things, your best bet is to just use minecarts. Speaking of stupid dwarf trick, I'm curious about something. Forgotten Beast has come. A huge scaly scorpion with a pair of branching antennae. It has a bloated body and indigo scales that are jagged and set far apart. Beware its sting. And then dig down right here. I'm just curious. I want to try something. This is really hard to look at. Guess it needs to be unblocked at these locations. God, that's really difficult to look at. Let's turn this on to make life a little easier. That's a track stop, not the thing I actually wanted. This is the thing I actually wanted. You know, let's just use wood. It's close by. I'm just curious how quickly these accelerate. That's all I really want to know. Scorpion Beast with stings, surprisingly normal. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Didn't really want to poop on that Scorpion's parade, though. I'm curious, one, if this will roll, and two, if it'll accelerate. Those are the two things that I'm curious about. I'm building a little experiment, basically. This bottom one, we'll just do this. It's like the bear in Avatar: The Last Airbender. Do not recall a bear in Avatar: The Last Airbender, but it's been a long time since I've seen that show. All right. You mining that out? Apparently there's stuff in this minecart. Gosh knows what. we can remove this now. Well, then it's not Avatar The Last Airbender, then. I never finished Korra because I found the characters to be absolutely insufferable. So I stopped watching that show pretty quickly. So who's gonna splatter? Oh, I'm not putting a dwarf into this. Like, I value my dwarves more than that. Earth King Bear. I haven't watched this show in over a decade, so Earth King Bear. Last Airbender. What's this, Patrick? Guys, I'm on a fandom wiki. Oh, this dude. Right. There's large portions of that show that just, like, no longer live rent-free in my brain, fortunately. Fandom wikis? Yeah. Accurate, actually. Beware its scorpionness. A scorpion has come. It is here to sting. Ah! So... what is in this minecart that you're carrying? It's probably just, like, full of boulders. Oh, so this dwarf's actually carrying a boulder. Not a minecart. It's actually carrying a boulder. Well, at least we got it up here. Sweet. So now this is here. I can just get rid of these, and we can add... just kick it whenever. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. God damn it, game. About to test it. Bleh. I said Bluey, technically, because I was looking at Baby Blueford. Not salty. Just in case things going on. No, it's more just like it's debating me out of my instant gratification of testing this. That's what it's doing. You retain things you care about, Bastet. Many people like and enjoy media that is strange. Okay, so that doesn't work. That's a shame. So technically, this is an upward track. My hope is that it would go like ding, 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 all the way down. So that's a bit of a shame. Because this is just going to be replaced and then just pop back down there again. Yeah, so it goes down to here, and then because it goes down and then lands there, basically. I mean, sometimes you just gotta try. I guess the better way of doing this would probably be something akin to, like... down here, flat here, up here. down here, flat here, 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 down there, flat there, down here. We'll just do that. See if it works. See if that's a more effective pattern. Dwarven science is important. Yeah. Has its moments. I read that as puts, not pats, Bastet, and I was like, you're giving Clinodev a piggyback? I mean, most of my forts kind of just descend into Dwarven shenanigans eventually. So, it's kind of a thing that happens. Actually, can I just go all the way down? Let's screw up. Let's see. Can I just go all the way down with this? It's probably not. Because we're right here. Yeah, it's gonna break. Well, that's a shame. That's a shame. Oh, this last one screwed up. They can't go down on ramp. They can't turn on down parts of ramps. Let's try this. And also deconstruct this one. It didn't work, so there's no point in leaving it constructed. Wow, lag. Game? Dwarf Fortress, are you okay? My frame rate has vanished. Is someone stuck somewhere? Quick save? Why would I quick save right now? It's likely somebody's stuck somewhere. Okay, well, let's check this. Pause the game first. Please pause. I realize the frame rate doesn't exist right now, but please pause. Thank you. It's not something that's stuck starting. No, frame rate comes back when you pause the game, okay? So if the game is paused, the frame rate is not back, so don't get excited. It's not an over pile of units somewhere. Fire doesn't work that way. It would need to actually be blocking my dwarves' pathing, which would mean there's combat happening, and there's no combat happening, so it can't be a fire. But since I'm currently sending dwarves out to go do things, what's Yushiru doing? I'm suspecting it's one of my soldiers. I can tell you right now, unless I can find the creature, there's no point in spamming that command because none of those creatures really stand out as things that would cause trouble. No, it's probably one of my own dwarves stuck behind something, if I had to bet. Like, something is stuck somewhere. I don't know. Ask the dwarf that took it. Someone's greedy, I suppose. I checked it and then unchecked it, mate. Checked it, unpaused, nothing popped up, rechecked it. I think it's this dwarf. Let's just wait for a little bit and see if it sorts itself out. But no, so everybody is obsessed with fire destroying your frame rate. What you need to know is this. Fire doesn't do a single thing to your frame rate whatsoever, unless it's blocking something that a dwarf is trying to go to. So if a dwarf is trying to go somewhere and there's fire in the way, that'll wreck your frame rate. Fire just existing doesn't hurt your frame rate at all. Like, at all. Same goes for liquids. Flowing liquids are very minimal, like, frame rate usage. But if it's blocking a dwarf from getting from A to B, that can wreck your frame rate. But just the mere existence of a fire is not something that's going to even remotely hurt your frame rate. How many dwarves need to swim before FPS tanks to 0? That doesn't damage your frame rate? What? Also, don't intentionally try and wreck... Okay, so the flighty flights just returned. Flighty flights. Blaming these dwarves right now. It's like, it feels like one of them's in a tree and trying to path somewhere, but... That's not it. But these squads. You're there. You're there. You're there. You're up there. It was right as these squads were coming back. How blind are you? Well, sometimes I'm in a good mood and I really want to answer that question. And I'm totally okay with answering that question. And then sometimes I'm not in the mood where I want to answer that question, so I'm just going to state that it's none of your business. If you can ask that question in a more polite manner, I'll consider answering it. But how blind are you? I'm good. I don't think it's your right to know the answer to that question. Wait, what pond am I filling? I'm kind of snarky. I'm also trying to unfuck a frame rate situation in Dwarf Fortress. So if you're upset with me being snarky, and so let me ask you this question. If you walk into somebody's house and the very first thing you ask is a very pointed question about their disabilities, what do you think their response is going to be? If you walk in and you say hello, you sit down, you hang out for 5 minutes, you talk to a few people, and then you ask the question, I'm generally much more receptible to that kind of question. I realize that my username makes that pretty clear, but at the same time, I generally like a hello before I get interrogated about how broken my brain is and how broken my body is and whether or not my important organs work. All right? So, after you've given me your social insurance number, your credit card number, and your mother's maiden name, maybe I'll start telling you how bad my eyes are. All right. Now let me get back to trying to decipher what is wrong with the frame at this exact moment. Still blaming it on these squads. I realize that was very much a, mean reason to ban somebody, but mate... How much weed do I smoke? It takes me about 2 months to get through an ounce. Maybe 3. I think it's this dwarf's fault. I'm mostly certain. I'm gonna unban that person because I feel bad. But I ain't answering that question for them. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes? Yeah. Yeah, I'm convinced it's these soldiers. Because it was right as this squad came back that the frame rate went super bad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try this. Because I can't find it immediately. What I want is fast, dwarf, 0. Two? So 0, 0, 1. First teleport and or finish jobs instantly. That's what I need. They certainly ain't teleporting right now. Oh, that's horrible. SW is 460. Tell you that, I can feel that. Honestly, if I wasn't fucking around with DF hack and trying to figure out what the frame rate was, You know, I don't know how much more clear as I don't want to talk about my eyesight issues right now. I don't know how much clearer to state that. I said it about as clearly as I was, like, completely comfortable with stating. And now chat's just discussing this. If we could not talk about the thing that's going to make the world turn into a void of blackness in the next 20 years for me, that would be lovely. Not in a great headspace currently. So if we could talk about literally anything else in existence, that'd be rad. Okay, so change the subject. Now. You have, like, 3 more lines of text before I just start timing people up for it. Frederick Geek, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's see. Does this fix it? Thank you, SW460. You're fine. You are all good. It's not something I currently want to have discussed in my chat. Well, we were able to... So it's not any of my dwarves. I've determined this. And frame rate still balls down to 0. So in early winter, I could go back a season. Then don't eat dinner at the exact wrong time of the day every day, Elfie Bean. Jeez. Yeah, no, it's a great game. It's genuinely a great game. All right. Well, I guess next thing I can test is I can pause the game again. Let's jump down to the second cavern layer. And see. There's something going on down here. Because I highly doubt it. Cheers, Corn. Appreciate you, mate. Well, they've all left the map now. All these ones have returned. If I do this. All right, I think I'm just going to jump us back to the most recent save because I'm not sure what's going on here. No. No, just go back. What, Caves of Cud? It's a traditional roguelike. Or just a roguelike. Most games that describe themselves as roguelikes are not roguelikes. They're mostly run-based games that use roguelikes as a marketing term so that people buy it. All right, well, that's interesting. Yeah, I genuinely don't thank Total Biscuit for that, though. Like, I realize that roguelite is the term that Total Biscuit made. I wish he never pushed for that. It's a bad term. I wouldn't use it. I recommend against using it and get annoyed when I see people using it. Maybe not annoyed. Saddened. Nope, the best term is run-based, because the only mechanic those games ever take is the fact that you go on a run. So a run-based game is a game where you take a character or a loadout and you go on a run. You die, you go on another run. Good example of this is Risk of Rain. It's not a roguelike, not even close to a roguelike. Because if we're going to start calling everything that has run-based mechanics a roguelike, congratulations, Fortnite's a roguelike. So unless you consider Fortnite a roguelike, which I think even people who play Fortnite don't consider it that, we're going to stop calling games roguelikes. Just stop it. Roguelite is a moot point term that shouldn't exist. Unless, you know, you enjoy genres that have been around for a very, very, very long time, ceasing to exist because, well, marketing. That is one of the most painfully depressing sentences I've ever read, Droven. Like, genuinely, I find that sentence painful to read. Anyway, if you don't respect the genre, feel free to call it whatever you want. But if you actually appreciate proper roguelikes like Caves of Cud, my advice is to simply call them roguelikes, and everything else is a run-based game, because the vast majority of things that advertise themselves as roguelikes are simply doing that because marketing and not because they're actually roguelikes. It's the same reason that we don't call every single first-person shooter on the market a Quake clone anymore, or a Doom clone. Quake clones and Doom clones are very specific things. We shouldn't call every run-based game on the market a run-based or a roguelike because very few of them are anything like Rogue. Cogmind is a roguelike. And also, just because something is coined by Total Biscuit doesn't mean it's like gospel. Language is flexible and needs to change. And the term that Total Biscuit tried to coin for a specific type of game that was aping a much older type of game is now more popular than the older type of game. And if they have extraordinarily similar names or still called a like something or another, if they're nothing like that thing, what's the point of even starting in the first place? I like that a couple minutes ago, William, you tune in and you're just like, hi, it's my first time catching at my first ever live stream. And you have this massive suspicious user thing because your account was created 6 minutes ago, right? And then now, a couple minutes later, you type in the exact same thing a second time, and you still have this massive suspicious user board above your name. So if you're trying to get around a ban, you might as well just save us all the time and leave. If you have no clue how Twitch works, well, then maybe start by not spamming the same sentence multiple times in a row. And because you made an account 6 minutes ago and then immediately followed me, you're labeled as a suspicious user for ban evasion, which means you probably had another account on the same IP address a couple minutes ago that got banned. It's likely what that means. So, are you the guy that I banned a few minutes ago? I mean, obviously, you're just going to, like, completely deny it, which is, like, the logical thing to do for most people. But for me, I'm going to sit here and stare at you sus until I can decide once and for all, in my mind, if you are, in fact, that person or not. And in my opinion, at this point, I'm pretty sure you are. The way we categorize games is kind of silly. You end up looking at the MDA from the paper from the early 2000s. I've actually read that paper, Captain Jack. Fun fact. Procedural run-based games? I mean, if you want to add an extra word onto that, you can. You sincerely promise? Uh-huh. I'd ask you to prove it, but I don't really have a method of doing that, aside from simply stating, you're labeled as suspicious. And saying the same sentence twice is generally a good way to keep yourself as suspicious, because you're desperately trying to get noticed. Okay, so you've claimed this. What have you grabbed? Gypsum, bituminous coal, and Drunian mangled bone. He's still brewing drinks. Extraordinarily slowly, but yes. Probably just out of barrels, if I had to bet. Yep, out of empty food storage item. Do I have... You know what? I'm going to do something kind of goofy. Just going to make, like, 300 iron barrels. Because I can. Or murder, death, kill, depending on who you are. Oh, interesting. I wonder if this is what caused it. That may have actually been the thing that caused it. There may have been just like a dwarf stuck in the smoke here and unable to move. Yeah, no. I'm not going to approve them, but I will, like, hassle them. But yeah, I'm, like, mostly certain that that lag just caught a dwarf here in the smoke. And also, for full clarity's sake, I have absolutely no intention of, like, letting that person through. Because it means that they had another account, and then they made a new account on the same IP address, so... Man, extra credits, that's a name I haven't heard in a long, long time. Alright, so I need an additional space over here. That this is going to be a weaponsmith's hall. Maybe I'll connect it to the library even. I think that could be interesting. They've stopped talking for whatever it's worth. The sad part is I always worry that like Twitch's suspicious user stuff is misfiring half the time. Thought that you'd done something wrong in your end. Rug? Mate, I don't know why Twitch is flagging you as a suspicious user at the end of the day. My advice is, maybe, just maybe, don't make 2 Twitch accounts in one day. Would be my assumption. Just got back from doing some fishing. Have any room for 3,283 mussel shells for me to leave strewn about your fort? We have a volcano. You're more welcome to toss them in if you need to. With the necromancer, you lost your fort to 1. You're about to start anew. Any biome recommendations? I am quite partial to very high altitude edge of mountains on like colder maps. Quite partial to those. Make another 1,000 blocks. You made a fort on a taiga tundra? Hell yeah. Did a high haunted biome? I mean, that ghost fort was a ghost fort because I didn't memorialize any dwarves. That was something. Mugs for 7 years, you had 3,300 mugs. I at one point had a fort that had like 80,000 blocks. Never had that many mugs, though. Still at it. I don't like building on... Well, I maybe should do a glacier fort because we're getting to the holidays, but... Yeah, I don't particularly like doing glacier forts. Taigas are fun, though. As long as it doesn't thaw, it's not so bad, though. It's only really a super huge problem if it thaws. Also, it's add a clock, so I'll pause this while we're hearing ads. What do you do with 3,300 mugs? I would probably say just, like, give them to somebody, wouldn't it be? Make an ice castle? It's harder than it sounds, unfortunately. Delete with DFAC. Yeah, that's some... Put them in a bin and throw them in the river. I'd probably just sell them, honestly. Like, oh no, I left a job run. Like the time I accidentally had 850 tables by year 2 because I left a dwarf just making tables on repeat. Also, since it's been a chunk of time and my brain is less angry at me right now, for anybody who is actually curious, my right eye doesn't work at all, and my left eye has severe tunnel vision, and it gets worse every year. And I have coloboma of the retina and the iris in both eyes. So that is what's wrong with my eyes. And as far as how bad my eyes are, I have no fucking idea because I don't know what good eyes are. And I really don't like answering unprompted questions to new users. If you hang around the stream for a little bit and you ask me about my eyes, I'm more than welcome to, like, talk to you about it. Do not care. So when it's first-time chatters and it's literally the first thing they're saying in my chat, it's like, if you are so obsessed over that and that's all that you need to know about me, then you can just cease talking. Just responding to something on YouTube. Yeah, I had that happen once. Semtexagon is around. Thanks so much. Semtexagon, actually, fun fact, built a fortress, which I know is like a strange, crazy thing that no one's ever done before, which has screenshots on the Steam page for Dwarf Fort. So shoutouts to Sam. You got to bore through it, and that's basically, unless you get a deep aquifer, and you got water if you do, but more pain. Yeah, I mean, like, we could do some sort of glacier fort. That could be fun, but yeah, those forts can be a bit of a pain. And a bit is maybe a bit of an understatement. We're getting some fighting. Uh-oh. I've got a black mamba that I think is going crazy. But it's friendly. Oh, I see. So this guy went insane and stopped being friendly. And then the black mamba bit him and killed him. So now the black mamba has a name. Because the black mamba killed a Drunian. Forts of water themselves. I don't think I've ever done a glacier fort that didn't connect directly to dirt. I can't say I've ever actually had that issue. At least not myself. I mean, it's a volcano fort. If it ain't covered in lava, how's it a volcano fort? I mean, come on. It's like step 1, cover with lava. Step 2, make very sure it's completely covered with lava. Step 3, continue to cover with lava. Step 4, profit. Step 5, I lost the plot. They keep stealing all the leather cloaks. Well, I mean, dwarves want to take leather cloaks because leather cloaks are not military-specific clothing. Leather cloaks are considered civilian clothing. So, of course, the civilians are going to try and take those lovely cloaks that you're making for your military. They'll also take your hoods. Yeah, there you go. Just make hundreds of cloth ones. That'll do her. Probably the best solution, if nothing else. I'm also kind of curious as to how many books the library is up to. You know, I've aggroed like 3 different necromancer towers and none of them have attacked me yet. I'm starting to get slightly concerned by this. Slightly concerned by this. Make a shit ton of cloaks and then everyone's protected. I mean, could just be one massive siege of all of them. That could be, I mean, that could be great. I'd be ecstatic if that happened, but I'm not currently getting my hopes up. So this is going to be a weaponsmith's guild that's connected to the library. And currently the library has 45 books in it. That's pretty good. I'm sure they're probably moving some more in. Oh my god, I love steak. What's up? What's up? How's things, dude? That's quite the meat emote you got. It's nice to meet you. Really cutting the fat out of this conversation here. trying to think of other steak-related puns, and I think I'm running out pretty quick. My dwarfs dress in robes and cloaks with socks and shoes, and that's it. That's it. No exceptions for civilians. Wait. What if they want to wear pants or undies? What do you do when a dwarf shows up with a cap on? What about the dwarf that has its very cultural mittens? You need a ton of shoes? Yeah, same. Congrats on a successful returns, Elfie. It's really hard to come up with good meat puns. Wow, I hate it. That's pretty terrible. How, in what way is your clothing industry connected to your library? Like, there's no real connection between those two. All right, lava is a good... Oh, God, that dwarf's stressing me out. There! Stop it, dwarves. You're fucking stressing the hell out of me. All right, nope, nobody yet. Okay. Bottom side safer. It's any time, it's any moment now. Okay, all the way to there. Okay, it's just that. Should be safe now. Whew. Why don't you make your paper out of, like, leather, too? You could also, like, make some quicklime or whatever the fuck that stuff's called. Magma Forge. Let's begin forging. Forges. As clothing is currently lacking since my plump helmets rotted away. Well, that's unfortunate. What does plump helmets have to do with clothing? I mean, you wouldn't want cold magma, so... Is magma the one that's at the core of the earth and lava's the one that's on the surface? Not gonna lie, these are things I always forget. You want chains, and you want... We need to make 3 chains. Oopsies. Steel chain. I was gonna say, because pigtails are the one... Okay, because if you want to be using pigtails for cloth, I would just remove them from cooking and brewing. Then just grow two sets per year, because they're a summer... fall crop? I think. Either that or spring and summer. I think it's summer fall. I mean, it's as accurate as anything is in Dwarf Fortress. Noted one for once you get more seeds. Also, if you have access to the caverns, they grow wild. So if you're in the caverns, just kind of poke around and go, oh, look, pigtails. Oh, look, dimple cups. Oh, look, plump helmets. And then, like, when they're in season, if you need more seeds, you just do that. And boom, you'll have more seeds. It'll be just like magic. Just like magic. Is Merlin's fan 2 still alive? Let's find out. Looks like you are. And you are currently pushing a minecart track vehicle. And there's a cheetah fighting with an orangutan and a drunian. This seems like the start of a bad joke. And also, I need to make this area... Well, I need to mine more stuff down here, actually, because I've dried out this zone. I'm gonna do something kind of risky. Okay, because that's sealed off. This goes down to here. Can they reach this? Dwarves, can you reach this? Or did I seal this off? I sealed it off. All right, let's unseal this off. This time you'll actually try to make a pump stack. Is a pump stack something that you need to try that hard to build? Oh my god, it's happening again. You know what, Dwarf? I won't ask. You do your thing. I just won't ask. I'm just making sure that they have ways out of here. Because they are most certainly going to dig themselves into a spot where they are stuck in here. In fact, I think they already are. Pump stacks? I have a tutorial on how to make a pump stack, but I don't know if it's good. I'm the first to admit that my stuff is has its moments. These dwarves are going to be mining so much random crap. Board guy is throwing a tantrum. At least he's not breaking anything. That is dedication, Martin. That is dedication. My tutorial videos are why you're here. Well, thank you. Yeah, I've known that this has been here for a bit. I've just kind of been waiting until the other magnetite veins that I was mining ran out. And, well, now they appear to have run out, so. There's also this trench over here. And then this continues down into this lower layer. So if for some reason I wanted to let a bunch of forgotten beasts into the fort, I could just unforbid this. Currently, it's double forbidden. These dwarves aren't quite stuck yet. Let's hope they dig over that stairs. This one's about to go. As soon as those get cut around, it's got a bit of time. Feel like we need more miners. I require more miner. Well, that sucks. I feel like just like asthma was the thing that every kid that I knew had growing up, and I was the one kid that I knew that didn't have it. Always kind of considered myself kind of weirdly lucky about that. For as many things that are wrong with me. Me too, Orange. Long one today? I'm usually on about this long. The thing is, half the audience stops watching when I play anything that isn't Dwarf Fort, so, you know, most people just don't notice. A fortress must grow? Yeah. Dreamer has to maintain some semblance of sanity sometimes, though. Today's been a long day. A lot of dwarves learning to dig for the first time. Turns out dwarves tend to like digging. Oh, no, totally, Cinder Elliott. Yikes, yeah, no kidding. SW460. Southwest 460 is how I want to read that. I'm not sure if that's correct or not. I may actually just boop that, but they still have access to that ramp. Although, actually, no, I shouldn't, because the ramp below it is no longer accessible. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to reset all these automatic ones to priority 3. All. Go priority 1. Dig through that. You're done. You're good. You're not good, but someone's starting to mine for you. This one's getting done. This one's starting to get done. That's what we need. Ah, Smith & Wesson. I gotcha. I used to have a Smith & Wesson pocket knife growing up. That's my only association with the brand. It's a nice pocket knife. Got it for some, like, either birthday or holiday thing. Sanity mood debuff. Throw that in, and you will get a stat boost in the short term. Is this like a very Dwarf Fortressy way of suggesting I become a drama YouTuber? That's how I read that. Collapsible police baton. Huh. Interesting. You really, really wish that there was a modifier for making symbols that involved the ability to depict something resting and or sleeping. In the, I mean, is dead works, but... yeah, no, I know what you mean. Could be better. Like a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress, it could be better. Tactical bonk. Tactical flap! This is magnetite. Magnetite, magnetite, magnetite. Well, this dwarf is continuing to pillage literally all of my wool. Keep calm and carry on, you dwarf. As you can see, this is my magnetite. Yeah, so like basically every different like biome type has its own difficulty rating. From calm, like the normal ones you'll see are calm, wilderness, and untamed wilds. For haunted biomes, it's sinister, haunted, and terrifying. For good aligned biomes, it's serene, mirthful, and joyous wilds. I think that's all of them. Am I missing anything? I probably am. Anyway. Pretty sure those are all of the alignments. So yeah, then these get filled up, and then this gets pushed back up to the top. You're in a serene one now? A serene state of mind, you could say. I think I may continue this minecart route down to here. I don't know, actually. I want to go all the way down into here, and then there's sulfur right over there. What else do we have around? All right, yeah, there's a bunch more magnetite over here. You know what? I could probably just dig all this out. As long as I don't hit the corners there where they can get down. Just have to remember to seal it off again. Also could probably jump this gap and go over to this side. They're going to ask for a Miners Guild in 3, 2, 1. Good lord. That's a lot of frickin' iron. Is there respective trees? Oh, what? Evil biomes having glumprong and good aligned biomes having featherwood? Featherwood is actually, like, Putnam did some math at one point while I was talking to her, and we've come to the conclusion that featherwood is almost exactly the same as balsa wood. So it's like, except balsa wood, if it was like, you couldn't break it very easily. Can't believe I've gotten that many hours watching you since I followed. Wait, how many hours? 491. Followed in April. 7 months. I mean, think about how many hours you watch YouTube videos. Actually, maybe don't do that. Think about how many hours you watch TV. Maybe don't. Think about how many hours you spend commuting to work, listening to the radio. Or music. Could be listening to some weird dude like me. Nattering on about something completely unrelated. If that improves your day, then everybody wins. We need some empty cages. They're still trying to fill a pond, and I need to figure out where that pond is. Excuse me while I show up with my hours. I win, I think. Yep, there we go. Nice. Well, there is a nice in there. Indeed, yes, you are in fact winning, Tolis. Congratulations on winning. And also, for anybody watching right now, 3 p.m. Pacific on Thursday. This will be on YouTube and Twitch. Tarn Adams is joining me on stream, and we're going to be talking about Dwarf Fortress for a bit. Funny Man, I do recall that dwarf being old, and it is the first of spring, and there's certainly no foul play. Funny Man just died of old age, holding a chalk mug. Rest in peace, Dwarf. You were's a good dwarf. Yeah, died with the mug in his hand. I wonder if no, it didn't have any ale in it or anything. Probably was putting the mug away, actually. Rest in peace. Dwarf died of natural causes. In fact, let's double check. Died of old age in the year 364. Rest in peace, Dwarf. Sometimes they just die. G-Fin says post beers. Guess it's time to post beers. All right, let's go anger something else. And go pillage a tower. Go get him, dwarves. And then I need to rebuild that squad a little bit, but... maybe pillage some gobos? I mean, I'm going after necromancers, so... we're pillaging them necros. Maybe we'll pillage some gobos at some point, but... currently the plan is mostly to pillage necromancers. Firehawk is an expert Marksdorf, but I did remove them from the job for getting a little tantrumy. You two training, and you definitely training. Let's find people who need training. You do. You do. And Frederick, you do. Firehawk is throwing a tantrum. Well, it's a good thing I didn't just put you into the military. Chunk of clear glass on the floor. What chunk? Oh, you mean these? A raw clear glass? It's from the old trade depot. They've just never put them anywhere. Interested remembering learning about cooking. What a dwarf. Such believable, weird little characters. You found candy? Congratulations! Are you gonna go up to that candy and say trick or treat really loudly? I mean, if the parents of the house are all dressed up as clowns, that they're not to be trusted. The elves have arrived to trade once again. Board guy's tantruming. Leave being near a waterfall. Bored after leading an unexciting life for too long. Well, all of these are recruits, aren't they? Basically, yeah. These dwarves, they need to work on their skills a little bit. Need to trade with the elves. So let's say earrings. Okay, spider silk earring. Amu. Sure, that'll do. I don't know why you can't sell Forgotten Beast silk amulets. Genuinely don't know why. So chat room, the plan for tomorrow's stream is we'll start at around 9 a.m. Pacific. And we're going to stream about 4 hours of Dwarf Fort. And then after that, we're going to stream Risk of Rain Returns, regardless of if they give me key or not. Because that is out tomorrow. And I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. I really want to play. Like, genuine statement. I really want to play it. So that's the plan for tomorrow. I might even skip Dwarves. I haven't fully decided yet. Tomorrow might end up just being a full Risk of Rain day, depending. But yeah, tomorrow's going to be Risk of Rain Returns. And I have reason to believe that either tomorrow or the day after, we're going to get some sort of Dwarf Fortress news, like some new screenshots. Is kind of the gist that I got from reading the post that Tarn made. Whoa, hi. Did you guys time that? Congratulations. Risk of Rain Returns comes out tomorrow, audio. Also, hi, audio. Thanks for the 77th month at Tier 3. You madman. And Ordith, thank you very much for the Tier 1 for 10 months. Appreciate you. But yeah, Risk of Rain Returns tomorrow. Quite literally. Like, the game is called Risk of Rain Returns. I also bought the soundtrack on vinyl. Let's trade. That's the button I wanted. Make sure are these all good. Yep, they are. They brought a lizard and a kakapo and a bobcat. Starting to think that these elves may not be worth trading with. Starting to feel that way. Oh, happy birthday, dude. What's up? Jack, can I get a round of happy birthdays at Audio Coaster? The lovely moderator. I'll buy some toy boats for the kids. It's a really neat effect, actually. And then this, even though it's incomplete, this right here, it's going to be a Weaponsmith's Guild. Weaponsmith Hall. The Roasted Disembowelment That is a name. Yes. Let's check down here in the food section. Sweet, look at all these iron barrels. Iron wine barrels. Are there any up here yet? Nope. None just yet. All right. Have they returned just yet? Yes, they have. We can get them back to training. We can see how that went. We went and pillaged a new location. The Uncommon Mansion attacked the gods of polishing of an unknown civilization. At helped churches. The dwarf Mestos Charwheels led the attack, and the defenders were led by Mulset Mastered Blot. It's a human. Mastered Blot. The dwarf's tactical planning was superior to the humans, and neither side had a positional advantage. The fabulous blade, ably led by the dwarf Mesos, clashed with 8 humans, slaying them. Led by Mesos, clashed with a single dwarf, slaying them. The human was slashed up. We killed that. We killed a human. We killed another human. No necromancers here? Killed another human. And we killed the human leader of their group, but I'm not seeing any necromancers. Did I just attack somebody I shouldn't have? Huh. Well, we're at war with them now, so that's awkward. Celebrated tongues. I don't see a group called the Celebrated Tongues, but... It's all shirt, microcline, and siltstone or magnetite. Well, I see nothing wrong with magnetite. But unless you embark somewhere that has clay, you're going to have trouble getting clay. Guess the necro got taken out. Seems like it. All right, well... might as well just attack him again, I suppose. Let's just try to raise it. Sending all my dwarfs this time. And by all my dwarfs, I just mean a lot more of them. There they go. Good luck, dwarves. Be good. Well, that's unfortunate. I very rarely bother embarking with clay. Clay isn't something I super prioritize. I just hope that Risk of Rain Returns is good. That's all I hope. I hope it's good. Too many games have been meh or disappointing this year. Celebrated tongues. Don't worry about it. They're celebrating their ability to speak. I guess. Yeah, most of the dwarves have left the map. Basically just these ones that still need to leave the map. Then once they've left the map, then we can check out for sure and see how things are. Also need to check up here. Did I leave this on? Yes, I did. Well, that's awkward. I've just been dumping buckets of water in here for the past week, basically. Well, they've all left. Waiting on a few more dwarves from here. Morning, Space Pirate. Hope you slept well. Your dwarves just looted Yusan Hot Girl, a brief introduction? I mean, I once found a book called The Abrupt Moistness, an introduction to reproductive behaviors. So, I don't know. It's a good question. Did you? Or there was one time I had a pink gem scepter. It was an artifact. It was called the Pink Impaler, which was pretty good. No, the Pink Impalement, I think was the name of it. The Pink Impale something. Yeah, there's some pretty good dumb names that this game can like wrap out of its weird name generator. Although my favorite is when, like, authors argue. Like, I had two dwarves in Long Death ages ago that wrote, Pulleys, the future, ? And then Pulleys, a failure, by a different author. And then Pulleys, can Pulleys save us, ? Followed by something else related to Pulleys, followed by something else related to Pulleys, and just kept going back and forth until finally a Pulleys, a Wizard's Guide was written. And then the absolute introduction to Pulleys was one of the final books they wrote. I think A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys was pretty good, though. Merchants have embarked on their journey, and then you leave. Okay. How many do we have left? It's just two dwarves left on the map. And this one is going to be the death of me. You're in the flighty fight. Well, you can leave the flighty fight. And you've got Lolar. Lolar is heading out. There you go. As you damn well should be. See ya, dwarf. All right, well, let's see how that does. No, pulleys make other things taken lightly. They allow you to take other things lightly. There's depth to this joke. 47 books, including such writings as The Study of Assault Trade. The written portion consists of a 36-page essay entitled The Study of Assault Trade, authored by Volbach. It concerns the authoring of The Big Fairness by the dwarf necromancer Volbach in Assault Trade in the late spring of 63. The prose is not awful, but not very good either. I don't think assault is a viable form of trading, but unless we're talking about trading blows. All right, so now we just start to wait for these dwarves to come back. These ones are all socializing. So this is my weaponsmith guild. I'm quite happy with how this silly little guild I put together looking. I think it's looking pretty good. But yeah, if you actually like look deeply into the names of the books in Dwarf Fortress, you'll find some weird stuff. Okay, so my attempt to raise yet another Necromancer Tower. We attacked the gods of polishing of an unknown civilization, and the dwarf Ravenwave led the attack, and the human Thadar led the defense. The dwarf Ravenwave outmatched the human with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in help churches. Salva Daddy confronted a human and survived, and then struck down the human. And we destroyed another tower. We are continuing on our quest of tower domination, of destroying every tower on the map, but that's a quest to continue tomorrow. So chat room and YouTube, it's time for you guys to say goodbye to the fortress for today, because honestly, I gotta say, this has been a solid round. Written by Ursa, it concerns the master-apprentice relationship of a human necromancer, Guspo, and the human necromancer, Yusan Hot Girl. Yep. Definitely somebody's, like, smut novel that you're reading. Congratulations. You've won something. I don't know. Play stupid games, win dumber prizes. But I think we made good progress. I mean, we made a Rangers Guild down here. We beautified a lot of areas. I have a dehydrated dwarf. What? Did I? Shit. Well, that's awkward. Go let yourself out here. Ral, go. Same with you, Neezer. They're all starving and dehydrated. Got a horrible accident happening. I locked a bunch of dwarves down here in the... I thought I gave them all stairs out, okay? I was under the impression they could get out. But I locked all of the dwarves in the mine shaft. I feel terrible. This is awful. God damn it. Come on, dwarves. You can save these guys. Just get out. You can go get food, please. Will you make it, Latch King? That is the... Wait, I mean, maybe don't... Maybe go get, like, food? Eh? That should let them out, right? And then, let's just go up here. I'm actually not sure how he got up there. Okay, so now you're getting out to go eat. Okay, they all can get out now. Oh God. Come on, Wild Shiny. No, we lost Neezer. Miner was found dehydrated. Come on, Dwarf, run. Get to the tavern. Go quick. I have faith. Ah, good, I'm a monster. Most definitely. Nullman JP was found dehydrated. Wild Shiny seems to have made it. Well, I am a bad person. On that topic, though, it's time to save, and we will pick up my mistakes next time. All right, Twitch chat, it's time to say goodbye to YouTube. YouTube, if you would like to raid with us over here on Twitch, jump over here onto Twitch for the raid. Otherwise, Twitch chat, it's time to say goodbye, YouTube. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have. I'm definitely gonna be hunting. Yes, no, that's absolutely gonna happen. Yeah, it's gonna be good, Schmitchell. It's gonna be good. We'll see you tomorrow, YouTube.